hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and my dear fellow gamers, welcome back to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow Six Siege. Supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with our important matchups, where unfortunately one of the teams have to bow out from this tournament. But who will it be? I'm your caster for today, Augusta. With me, I have our co-caster CCB, as we are here to talk about our 2 important matchups which will happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, 4 best teams of the region currently fighting with the prize pool of $11,000. There is bound to be a lot of competition brewing between these guys. There are going to be some amazing and very, very entertaining matches. We already saw a glimpse of that yesterday, and we'll see more of that today, tomorrow, and day after. But what exactly are these players fighting for? As mentioned, the overall prize pool boasted for the South Asian Nationals is going to be $11,000 US. The winners shall be going home with 3,000. Runners up, the winners will be going home with 5,000. Runners up, they'll be getting $3,000. Third place 1,000, and of course fourth place as well going home with $700 US. Means that the matches that we will have today, eventually when we see which team finishes 4th overall in the region of the 2022 competitive year, we'll see exactly who will be finishing 4th. But let's have a look at the top 4 overall, and let's have a look at the teams and the kind of journeys these guys have had to make it into the playoffs.
Yep, Hunters LFO, Shaheens, KIRA Esports, and Team MercenarieZ. Currently our top 4 teams who are competing in the playoffs for the South Asian Nationals. And I've got to say, Hunters LFO, their undefeated record in the group stages by winning every single matchups without a single use of deciders. Unfortunately, in the playoffs, that actually came to an end with MercenarieZ securing their first map. But Hunters LFO, they did secure their decider map nonetheless. 7-2 scoreline, and forcing MercenarieZ all the way to the lower brackets, where now we will see them fight off against KIRA Esports.
Yeah, KIRA Esports yesterday as well, right? They faced off against the likes of Shaheens, and it was a very, very different matchup. Eventually for KIRA, sadly for their side, they ended up losing out on both the maps, which meant that, since Team PAK and Villa didn't go their way, they were pushed down in towards the lower brackets. And the 2 winners from yesterday, today as a matter of fact, shall be facing off each other, in our evening matchup, the upper bracket finals. We have a look at the entire brackets, and we can see the structure that these teams are following. Double elimination, 4 teams it is. So Hunters LFO, Shaheens being victorious yesterday means that, like I said, upper bracket finals for these guys. The winners of the second match today shall be directly getting a spot in the grand finals. The losers of the first matchup, that is MercenarieZ and KIRA, like you had mentioned earlier, Baba, they will be eliminated from the South Asian Nationals. They will be taking their departure, and they'll be going home with a lot of glory and also $700 to their name. But the winners will be moving on and facing off against the losers of our second matchup, which will happen tomorrow. And then day after, we have the best of 5 grand finals. So yeah, that's the thing about these matches, right, Baba? It's that it's a double elimination, but there are only 4 teams. So not many matches, yet every single match counts and matters so much for these guys. They really have to give it their all, and we've already seen that as of yesterday.
Yes, we did, especially on the previous matchup where, you and Jack casted for the matchup between Hunters versus MercenarieZ. At first map, yes, there were some slight communication issues that had been dealt around from Hunters LFO, but they immediately brought it back. And what I thought that the second map would go in for favor for MercenarieZ, turns out Hunters, they brought it back and put you guys on map number 3 itself, which is in fact an amazing performance being displayed from Hunters LFO. But let's not count out MercenarieZ just yet. Because, since, Ashrit is, coaching for the team for MercenarieZ, Hasib is back, which means that for the side of KIRA Esports, it's not going to be as easy as it expected it to be. Because on group stages, of course, they went all the way from, all the way to the towards the deciders. We saw KIRA Esports secure that win up against Team MercenarieZ because mainly Hasib wasn't present at that time. It was the coach. Yeah, now he is.
we can have a look at, the entire MRCZ lineup actually, and we can see overall how exactly the roster is looking, because Mercenaries as a team, they've made plenty of roster changes, and like you had mentioned, Hasib not being able to be there for a couple of the matches in the group stages definitely meant that, it's not going to be the best. But yeah, let's have a look at Mercenaries, and let's see exactly what their roster is. Let's bring up the team intros. Let's, see the rosters as they are. Yeah, so, we have seen MRCZ, we have seen these guys, and we have seen what they can do in the group stages. Even if they have shaky starts, they can still push themselves into the playoffs. They are mercenaries after all. But then again, yesterday also wasn't the best of their performances. But there's another team, who really have had ups and downs in their performances and in their journey as well. Let's have a look at KIRA's team intro, and let's have a look at their roster.
Yeah, and that was KIRA Esports. I've got to say, despite having a few ups and downs in the journey that they've been through all the way from Fall Series to finally securing a spot from the SA Nationals, they are still here. They are still qualified in the playoffs, and that is saying something for KIRA Esports, especially Death Amar, with the amount of performance that we've seen being both consistent when it comes to his KD, even when it comes to clutch situations. Death Amar usually is the one who leads the charge for KIRA Esports, but unfortunately, when he went up against Shaheens, you could say that Shaheens was mainly targeting Death Amar in a way that he would not be able to make initial plays. So, talk about him going up against Team Mercenaries. What do you think the strategy would be coming in from their end?
I think for the side of KIRA, these guys are looking for, overall consistency. What we saw in KIRA versus Shaheens yesterday on both Team PAK and Villa, there were some rounds where KIRA looked so strong, they were a match for no one, In the server, you just couldn't counter them, you just couldn't play against them. Right now, we can have a look at the veto as well, and we can see exactly where these teams will be going today. But yeah, yesterday those glimpses were seen by all of us, how strong KIRA really can be. The only thing is, sadly, it just wasn't as consistent as they'd like. So, today the maps that we'll be going to, the first one is going to be Chalet, a map that we saw yesterday when Mercenaries picked it up against Hunters LFO. Sadly for MRCZ, it wasn't the victory for them. So today they're looking to improve there and have rectified their gameplay, refined it overall. We then move on forward to KIRA's choice. Villa it is. Villa, KIRA had chosen up against Shaheens. Yet again, as of yesterday, they'd lost on this map. So even KIRA looking for win. And then our decider is going to be Team PAK. Quite interesting.
Yeah, it really is. Theme Park being the final decider map for both KIRA and MRCZ is definitely a sight to watch, including the maps that we will get to see from map number 1 and 2. It kind of feels like they want to rectify the mistakes that they did in the previous matchup and decide to use it, especially in the lower brackets. So, very intrigued to see what both the teams are, going to be focused on. But talking about the bans, I'm quite intrigued to see that KIRA Esports banned out Skyscraper first and Cafe to be almost at the end. Bank, we won't be able to see both Bank and Cafe, unfortunately. But all in all, the three maps that we will see here, MRCZ picking map Chalet, which is one of the strongest maps from them, and then we have KIRA Esports usually go in with the standard bans as they usually go in, right? Villa is one of the most, standard maps we see in the South Asia region, followed up with Clubhouse and Oregon. So, knowing that KIRA Esports usually go out with the, standard push, I'm really hoping that they rectify the mistakes that they do in attack, because usually in the starting of the rounds, you always see KIRA Esports be a little bit slow when it comes to their prep phase. I'm sure they use their drone works to give vital information, but once they head in towards the site, they have a minute and 30 seconds left. They will succeed in breaching down the walls, but then after everything is done, KIRA Esports will be forced to wait for at least Death Armor or Atharv to do the initiative so that they could get the opening and then push in towards the side. This could cause a lot of problem for KIRA Esports, and I'm hoping that they could find a fix for this.
That is true. Even when, KIRA are looking for their drone work, there are times where someone like Shrisha, drones in, actively drones, and still things don't work out. But today, it's a different day. Let's jump into the matchup and let's see exactly what these teams have prepared right in front of us. Map number 1, without any further ado, we have got the lower bracket eliminators coming up. Once more, these teams fighting for survival. These teams looking to stay in. And now we can see the players as well, all locked and loaded and all of them ready.
Yep, KIRA Esports, they're having their they're having their smile today. I mean, this is actually a good sign for them, especially when they went up against Shaheen. Last time I remember that Amar was really frustrated about what exactly happened from both attack as well as on defense. And also, the same thing can also be said for Team MercenarieZ. Prepped and ready, locked and loaded. All they've got to do is just wait and check what kind of bans do we get to see on a map like Villa. Last time I remember, KIRA Esports banned Goyo on defense, the Vulcan Shield, very powerful on a site like Second Floor, Aviator and Games Room. So what would be the game plan for KIRA Esports? Maybe a different bans this time on attack and defense. They could go in for a standard ban like a Thatcher. Thatcher is, almost banned like 80% of the time, followed up with the Valkyrie being banned on defense too. But all you got to do is just wait and watch and see what kind of bans does both the teams will go in on a map like Chalet.
That is true. For MRCZ as well, right, when they played Villa yesterday against Hunters LFO, they really had an amazing time back then on that map. So, keeping that in mind, on Villa, we know what's going to happen. On Chalet as well, it being chosen, these are maps that we have seen time and time again. So, what MRCZ always like to do is go for targeted bans. That's the thing. The 3 maps that they had played yesterday, all of them, they were targeting Hunters and their strategy to a certain extent. Not a specific player, but one of the key operators that always bounces around between the players, that is always, chosen time and time again. Keeping that in mind, MRCZ, I'd expect, a breach helper, or, okay, they've gone for the Nomad ban. So in KIRA, we know Athar really likes to go for the Nomad. It's been a thing for quite some time, and even the Nomad gets swapped around a little bit. But to a certain extent, yet again, MRCZ want that roam establishment, and they're following suit to what the plan of, Shaheens was yesterday. To, fight the attackers head on. Don't wait for them. Have your roamers set up very, very aggressively.
Yeah, and this is an interesting ban coming in from KIRA Esports, banning Twitch, because usually you'd see MI7 bring in Twitch time and time again, and also on a map like Chalet, which is heavily required to remove those important ADSs all the way from Mezzanine Hallway, one of the most contested sites from defense. And talk about the defensive bans, once again we'll see a Valkyrie being banned, especially when you have a certain amount of information being gained from the defense, forces the attackers to bring in the IQ, and since the IQ doesn't really help out a lot when it comes to coordination from the attackers, they have their own specific comms that could help them, proceed in towards the site. So heavily, you could say that for the attackers, they are mainly focused on entering towards the site rather than just focused on, dealing out the roamers first, because usually it would waste a lot of time for them. So that's the main reason why you could see Valkyrie and Mira getting banned most of the time. But overall, a standard ban on defense, but a targeted ban on attack, which means that mercenaries, they always go in for counter strategies, and usually the counter strategies works out well from the side of mercenaries. But for KIRA Esports, just like I said, they've had their major ups and downs, but I'm pretty sure, knowing that this is their final fight in the lower brackets for the SA Nationals, this is definitely going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough fight, and KIRA Esports, their major area of interest is going to be that early round, getting map control and contesting the players. This is one of the things we saw yesterday as well. Baba, both of us have mentioned and talked about it very, very briefly just on the pre-match presentation, that their communication, their droning, sometimes again it was really good, and KIRA Esports knew exactly what they were doing. But the rounds where it lagged were really the rounds that costed KIRA the win against the side of Shaheens. And MRCZ will be looking to do just that, confuse your opponents even more. I mean, this is a very far ask, and I seriously don't think mercenaries will be opting for it. But if they really want to play for this kind of a confusing strategy. Maybe they can even opt for something like a Vigil, Mute, Mozzie, Vigil, you know. You really confuse the drones of KIRA Esports. You don't allow them to get that information, so they eventually have to push by themselves, and then it can work their way. But still, KIRA Esports and their own drones, they wanted some information, they wanted to push for it, but it's Detmer as the sledge to be the first person gone, only within 30 seconds, and yeah, that's those are your frag grenades gone.
Yep, frag grenades gone. KIRA Esports, they just lost their first player in the early rounds, and this is going to cost a lot for KIRA Esports' attack phase. Knowing that Death Amar won't be available to help them focus on removing the roamers, helping, you know, breaching out those soft breaches with the help of his hammer, it's going to be a lot tougher for KIRA Esports to push in towards the side itself. One C4 expended from Taha, which means that C4 gave good value in a minute and 30 seconds, and turns out he will find yet another one, a headshot to remove Vortex. Turns out Taha is looking out for blood, and he's just finding a kill or two, but turns out MI7 got his back. He will get his first kill, refrags will be made from a third. 2v4 situation. I've got to say, KIRA Esports, they are not looking good as CCV.
No, KIRA Esports really seem to be struggling right now, and problem for them is Mercenaries and their offside play has dealt such a blow to these attackers that the bomb side, it's now a free win. I mean, again, it should be a free win. Ion swings wide, lands the headshot, that's the 4-1-6 working for you. And finally, Shrisha left in on 1 versus 4. Can't really do much. The point being that kitchen and dining as a bomb side now goes the way of MRCZ. Not a free round, but a very, very simple and effective round. So they can opt for, you know, another stronger one of their bomb sites and look to take defensive wins there as well. KIRA Esports, you know, this attacking round should have been theirs. This attacking round should have been one where at least they were contesting. They just got picked off one by one. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is Mercenaries always now looking to have a very strong start to their matches, kind of like what happened yesterday against Hunters LFO. I mean, right now, all honesty, and I guess everyone watching as well, we are all just speculating. It's been one round. You cannot judge a best of 3 off of a single round. But with how MRCZ are looking to go, I don't think they'll be stopping this pace anytime soon. I think they'll be looking, you know, cruise down at this speed itself and make sure KIRA have no ample opportunity or no amount of time to deal or to launch their own counter attack against these defenders. So keeping that in mind, yeah, KIRA will have to take the initiative. They will have to fight for, you know, their share of the momentum, their share of the dynamic of this matchup, because the kind of attackers KIRA are going for, they are looking for aggressive plays. They've got an Iana, Sledge and a Lion. These are not necessarily always supportive operators. These operators can really go on that attack if the need be, and they've got flashes brought out from Avidvi as the Flores as well. So they are looking for those initial kills. The only thing is, KIRA need to find them.
Yeah, and that's the difficult part about it, right, CCP? Because Taha, he was the one who initially got the early frag, right? And that too with the help of the C4. So since the side has been swapped out, Taha will bring in the alibi this time. And since with the help of the line scans to at least help them pinpoint the accurate locations of the roamers, KIRA Esports, I'm pretty much guessing that they'll focus on removing out the roamers first and then head in towards the side. But how would you take care of those deployable shields that have been placed and even more so held out by one of the important defenders? Din will obviously be holding on from the side itself on second floor master bedroom / office. So it's all dependent towards Taha. So if Taha gets the initial frag, then I've got to say KIRA Esports will have a lot of problems. Oh, detected from the drone and also from the scans. You could see that Taha is currently in a bit of a trouble, and apparently there won't be any players to help him support on removing Shrisha. So he's going to go all the way towards blue stairs, contesting the angle, and for Mercenaries, this could be trouble.
Yeah, it could be for MRCZ, you know. Their defenders are all scattered right now. Look at Ion towards dining. Taha on basement. Shrisha swinging this angle. So if Ion wants to, he can contest it. But once more, these defenders are scattered. I think they are looking to waste the time. And they're doing a decent job at it. Minute 30 left on the clock. Shrisha at least is only focused on the roamers, but the rest of the attackers, they've made their way towards mezzanine, and yeah, the breach is happening. So Kira is still making progress, but no, the solo lion is gone, and yet again, library hallway control is established for the side of mercenaries, and because they have the hallway control, the flanks can come in whenever they want to. It's going to be so difficult going for the diffuser plant right now, then trying to survive inside of office. No, will just be completely burned and, you know, blown away. So Kira need to make some progress. They need to push back this defense of MRCZ, otherwise the defenders are going to collapse on these attackers, and the attackers won't have any place. Space is really what the attackers are fighting for. Can they plant the diffuser? Not just yet, but you still have to consider the flank that can be set up. Atharv already very low on HP. The smoke canister works, and yet again, mercenaries are completely under control. Taha wins a gunfight. Yes, he's eliminated, but now Ayan swings wide. He finds one. That's diffuser drop. Vortex needs to jump in and pick it up, but he needs to contest this Jaeger, and it is indeed going to be a final headshot. Once more, mercenaries and their defense just completely falls onto KIRA Esports, and they cannot withstand from it.
Yeah, total shutdown from mercenaries. As when Taha gets eliminated, Ayan had to step in all the way from mezzanine hallway, securing those 2 important kills that will secure mercenaries yet another win in round number 2. And this is getting very dicey for KIRA Esports, because mercenaries, they're starting to pick up the pace, and the site for them to be defending will be on bar and gaming room. Interesting use of Din, bring in the Pulse, and Taha with the Oryx. You usually see, you know, a Frost being played a lot. Vamai, I can understand that, but Oryx and Pulse. Pulse, yes, he could be very useful when it comes to gaining information all the way from second floor library, but Oryx is an interesting one, because granted, you have the D5 LMG, in which you can be able to contest long range gunfights with that submachine gun, but having the versatility of, you know, using the hatches to just park with yourself all the way from the top floor without using the stairs is actually the best part about what Oryx can really be. He is a versatile roamer, even much so, like, more better than the Alibi. But the only difference is that Alibi can give information to the entire team, whereas Oryx specifically is more of like an individual roamer. So you have your pros and cons from this. I'm really intrigued to know what Taha would bring up to this on the table.
I mean, yeah, Taha has been this dedicated roamer on the side of MRCZ, and I think this role has been given to him for a while. It's still recent, but yeah, it has definitely, you know, been some time since we've kept on seeing Taha in that. And there are some days where Taha really has the best time in the server, but there are times where he struggles as well. So far, looking really good, and MRCZ want to continue with this strategic decision of, you know, having the Oryx there and just allowing Taha complete freedom to roam around the entire map wherever he wants to. As the Alibi, we saw Taha in the last round. He was in basement, he was on second floor, he was roaming anywhere he wanted. Similar things can happen, and this time as well, it's another C4 kill to start things off. And once more, it's Deathmer to go.
Man, the utility game from mercenaries has been so powerful for the past 3 rounds, and KIRA Esports, they haven't found a way to counter this. Look at the information that Din is relying for his team. He knows that 2 of the players are playing right outside the balcony, and he wants to contest the angle. Din, he's going to miss a lot of shots. But the same thing can also be said to Shrisha. Still gaining information. Players on start of MRCZ needs to figure out a way to eliminate those important angles, because if Din gets eliminated, then that means in the later rounds they won't be able to get any information whatsoever. But turns out Vortex finds the opening. There goes Hasib, and now Ayan will be forced to fall back all the way towards the side, but MI7, he still wants to contest all the way from the main stairs. You can see Ayan will be dealing some minor damage, maybe all the way towards the library room, where he's trying to, you know, waste a lot of grenade utilities from the side of KIRA Esports, and turns out it is working out a lot. A minute left. Mercenaries' main goal is to waste a lot of time for KIRA Esports, and turns out it is working well for them. Vortex decides to vault in from the window side, and MI7 secures the kill. Diffuser. And now the diffuser has been dropped, and KIRA Esports, they have just lost the important part of the asset. And now it's a 3v4 situation, and Shrisha at least tries to equalize it to a 3-3. 2v3 as Ayan secures one. Then wants to go very aggressive from the window side of bar and gaming room, and turns out it will be Taha who will secure the kill, and Ayan to clean things off for Team Mercenaries. My goodness, 3-0. A dominating performance from Team Mercenaries.
They have completed their objective rotation. They haven't even gone to, basement snowmobile garage. I don't think they liked it, because once more, this time KIRA realized that, okay, maybe we just focus on kills. Maybe that's how we can take some wins, They wanted to go for it, but it didn't work. And yeah, for KIRA Esports, still not, it's not the first time these guys have been in such a situation. I mean, all of these teams, they have seen pretty much everything you can ask for, in competitive Siege. You have faced 0-7s, you have given other teams 7-0s as well. These players know everything under the sun when it comes to how matches can go, how matches can change, and how you need to change yourself in order to, place the changes in the matches itself. But keeping that in mind, KIRA still need to act on it. As the saying always goes, and as statistics show, Chalet in general favors the attackers slightly. But right now, we are at such a stage where something like that also doesn't matter. This is transcending beyond the fact that, generally attackers are favored on Chalet. This is just KIRA Esports not having a good time in the server, and MercenarieZ looking to have like a 5-1 half, honestly. I mean, with how MRCZ are playing, I think it looks like it will be a 5-1 half. That is, of course, unless KIRA can change that. And you so hope, if you are one of someone from KIRA Esports or one of their fans watching, that they indeed do start the changes and they indeed do implement better tactics to move on forward and start attacking. Because even if they get a 3-3 half, it's not the end of the world. They can still manage a good Chalet victory on their defense. Both of these teams highly familiar. It's the fact that the mentality is really going to be wrecked. And both of these teams are well aware of that. We have seen what can happen to a team what can happen to a team's performance if their mentality and their mindset just struggles. This happened to KIRA yesterday against Shaheens. This happened to MercenarieZ yesterday against Hunters. Once more, it's MercenarieZ who start things off on a better manner. Once more, it's MRCZ who just get a kill, no trades whatsoever, and KIRA Esports are left wondering, how do we proceed?
Oh man, KIRA Esports, they're losing in their initial gunfights itself, CCV, especially in the early rounds. I mean, it's either Death Amar or Vortex who usually get picked off quite early in the round. And you could say that the whole map Chalet is under the control for MercenarieZ, as they're trying to not let KIRA Esports make a single attempt of their strategies come alive. And if you just take a look at Ayan's performance though, 6 kills, not a single death. 6 kills for the past 3 rounds, and he's yet to have a major problem. But turns out Taha has a major disconnect, so you could say that KIRA Esports might have at least some hopes for them to secure round number 4. Equalizer will still be in. You still got to be careful on the C4s. Meanwhile, Death Amar has been taking quite a lot of damage though. Not quite sure exactly where, but a smoke grenade will be tossed out, seeing that they want to give in for a maximum control on towards kitchen. But they also got to make sure that they have second floor control. And this time, Death Amar finds the opening pick. There you go. Ayan is gone. The important player for MercenarieZ have been eliminated, which means it's a 2v4. Make that 1v4 as Jen's been eliminated. MI7 all by himself. He will secure, actually not, it's a team kill from a Whitby. Oh man, are you kidding me? But in the end, they will secure the win nonetheless. KIRA Esports, oh man. No matter how many times do we get to see a simple TK, which had happened on every single matches. You could even include group stages, you can even include the playoffs, but on the bright side, KIRA Esports, they will secure their win in round number 4, which means that we will have a pause time being requested from MercenarieZ because Taha had had a major, disconnect. So we just have to wait for him to come back.
Yeah, problems happen for the side of MRCZ as well. They just make sure it doesn't happen. But again, good start for the side of KIRA Esports. They make sure that a round is theirs. And again, it was a pretty strong round. Their strategy, which was to just directly focus on that dining breach and just go for the plant, not even really contest vertical control a lot, with the exception of sending one player up top towards mezzanine. Worked wonders. They went for the smokes and they prevented any lines of sight. They obscured all those LOS, and that meant that they could pick easy kills onto the side of MercenarieZ. So keeping that in mind, MercenarieZ, I think they'll be looking to implement some changes as well. Potentially as an anchor, we see Warden coming in, and we can see the MPX being worked out. But I don't think MRCs will particularly be fond of the kitchen and dining bomb side. I think they'll be going back to second floor office and bedroom. once eventually the round resumes, and then of course we can focus on. But yeah, having a look at the Shrisha, sorry, and everyone actually in the side of KIRA Esports, we can see that this was indeed a major boost to their confidence. But these guys also know there's a lot more work to be done. We just saw Athar when the amount and him talking to his team, and that's really good. Communication is a big part of it. Everyone needs to step in. Everyone needs to say a lot to share their side, how they think the match is going. Even if you as a player, you think your teammate they're the ones doing something wrong, hear them out. Maybe there's a reason behind it. Come to a compromise, change something, but everyone needs to come together for that. And I feel like, of course, it's weird for me to make such a comparison, but I feel like in ranked matches this doesn't happen, and that's where a lot of the frustration comes in. Thankfully for these esports teams as well, right? They don't have anything along those lines. That is really good. But I'm sure all the people watching can relate to being in the ranked match. You're trying to give information, you're trying to say something, and the other person just isn't willing to listen, or they've muted you in an extreme situation.
Oh boy.
If that happens, then yeah, it's very difficult, getting around and actually getting those round wins.
Yeah, and since Chalet is heavily relied on communication, especially for the attackers, knowing the exact location from the roamers is like winning half the battlefield. And if you do it at a quick time, I'm pretty sure that the attackers would immediately gain the advantage, knowing that they just have to focus on the site. Especially, you could even give the example on First Floor Kitchen, the way how they utilize their smoke grenades to block their line of sight. They know that any defenders are not currently present towards second floor, to usually use that vertical line of sight to deny that default plant. So knowing how KIRA Esports went in there, knowing that their main concern is to get second floor control, they did that. They even breached the wall. They even succeeded in going in for the plant and also securing those wins. Now the major problem is that they shouldn't get early picked. That's the main problem, because MRCZ, they have secured early picks from either from Taha or from either from Taha or Den. These two players that you see from MRCZ, they've secured the early peaks time and time again for the past 3 rounds, and it is hurting KIRA Esports, especially when they proceed with the push. So Death Amar, usually when he gets removed out, the only thing that he can do is just relay information for their team. So which means that KIRA Esports, they've already placed a lot of their attack drones in their flank spots to make sure that if Din or Taha decides to go in for a quick flank, the players on the side of KIRA Esports will be noted very quickly and make sure to remove them as fast as possible. So the roam game has been checked for KIRA Esports, but the main problem of it all is that how will they get inside the site, knowing that there is a lot of utilities for them to take care of. I mean, the smoke gas canisters from Hasib, you still have 3 of them. He mainly uses those gas canisters in mid to late rounds. He doesn't use it in early rounds. He even uses it, especially knowing that if one of the attackers do head in for a default plant, the exact counters will be there, dealing a lot of damage to the planter itself.
Yeah. The way in which MRCZ go for, they have that very strong anchor setup who rely on their utility and only peak if they know they will get kills, or if they can really eliminate multiple players on the side of KIRA. Plus, it's mainly about that flank, it's mainly about that roam, that MRCZ are having it stick until very late into the round as well. What usually happens, if we take other maps as an example, is that you have your roam set up. It's really, really good, but eventually the motive of those roamers is to waste the time and then fall back. Clubhouse being a great example of that, on second floor CCTV, second floor bedroom, even basement church and arsenal, all 3 of the bomb sites, whatever off-site roamers you have, their eventual plan is usually to waste the time and utility of the attackers, if possible find a kill, but that's not always necessary. But most importantly, fall back to safety, retreat to the objective, fall back to the bomb site, and then play from within. On Chalet, this is not necessarily what MRCZ are doing, They are fine with having someone like Taha roam around the entire map. They are perfectly fine with keeping the Alibi Oryx out of the bomb site, as long as it means the Alibi and Oryx stays alive, and also as long as it means that they will deal damage when all of the attackers will be focused on the anchors, on the execute. That's when they can strike. Like you said, KIRA have the flank watch as well, but there have been a couple of instances where that fails. I think round number 2, the second floor office and bedroom execute KIRA were looking for. Taha just came up from library stairs, swung wide and got 2 kills, and then of course you had Ayan to finish things off. That is something KIRA need to be aware of, and that's something really that MRCZ have been looking particularly strong at, is just open gunfights, 50-50 duels. Yesterday, we saw this against Hunters as well. Hunters were completely shut down on the map of Villa. They had no avenue, no aspect to jump back into the game to get a couple of kills or anything along those lines. And that just meant, the members of MRCZ had a really, really good time. They were wide swinging angles, just peeking wherever they want, jiggle peeking as well, and everything was looking prominent and good.
Yeah, it mainly had to do with the amount of information being gained from MRCZ, because last time I remember, I was actually watching the matchup on the first map, right? You saw how Hunters LFO were having a lot of problems on map Villa, mainly because MRCZ had total control on information, especially when they were on attack. The drones that they've placed, constant information, and knowing exactly what kind of positionings that the players would be, they usually are very confident to go in for those wide peaks. The same example can also be said when they're going up against KIRA Esports, because they have tons of information. They have every single information that they could afford. Maybe they could have gained from either from bulletproof cams or from the default cams that KIRA Esports hadn't been destroyed yet. And even if it does get destroyed, MercenarieZ can at least predict the information, knowing that we've already destroyed the default cams. We can mainly just focus on the players, and since you have those pinpoint accurate information, that's the main reason why you see players like Taha and Din usually go in for those wide peaks, initially guaranteeing those important kills. So the main problem that KIRA has to face is, how do they get rid of that information? How can KIRA Esports secure a win on attack, knowing that they have ample amount of information? Even though if they do decide to remove the roamers are being very careful about that information being gained, and whenever they find an opportunity of KIRA Esports entering into the building, that's exactly where they would go in for those peaks. So prediction is key for KIRA Esports to know exactly when, at what time MercenarieZ can go in for the push. But for now, as you guys are wondering what exactly happening from the match, we're just still waiting for the players from MRCZ for the side of Team MRCZ to join in. So we'll be back from the caster's cam and talk about the entirety of the match here.
Yeah, I mean, still, we've only seen a very, very small percentage of the matchup that is eventually going to be this full best of 3. I mean, if KIRA can make that, comeback, and if they can essentially get back into the game, this has the possibility of going to decider. This has the possibility of again being a very, very entertaining matchup, because historically as well, KIRA up against MRCZ, there have been so many times where KIRA have been the 3rd best team in the region, MRCZ have been the 2nd best, and KIRA have been looking to overthrow MRCZ from that spot and become the 2nd best. And yeah, we have seen these guys face off against one another so many times. But of course, because of roster changes and because of the current form of the team, many different arguments and many different essentially points will be brought up from people discussing this matchup and thinking about who's going to take the win. So particularly with the side of MRCZ, they need to think about the long term of a BO3. They need to pace themselves. The major thing MercenarieZ were fighting yesterday was degradation.
Oh yeah,
they started on Villa against Hunters, near perfect. I mean, Hunters just couldn't get in the server. They went on Oregon. Okay, they got a bit shaky. Okay, they had a 6-4 lead, pushed it into overtime. Even in overtime, when 7-7, you can still win from that. MRCZ didn't. And then they went on Chalet and they completely lost the plot. They just couldn't get any traction whatsoever and they were out of it. So the gradual decline of MercenarieZ was seen. Whereas for the side of KIRA and Shaheens, it was a lot more of consistency KIRA were looking for. We had discussed this, some rounds, KIRA really strong. Kills are going their way, the coordination is on point, the way in which they're getting the frags as well is really, really strong. But then there are some rounds where it's pure confusion in the entire bootcamp, during the round, during when they're looking to get into the map, get a couple of kills, get some map control. No one gets in, everyone dies out. But these are the kind of problems these teams should be looking to avoid. But considering the problems as well, Keeping those in mind, of course, as all of you saw, sadly, a couple of players on MRCZ have disconnected while our backend administrators make sure everything is running smoothly and we wait for the players to come back as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be going for a quick break. Till then, we'll see you.
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
best I can. Then I stop myself for a while.
Welcome back everyone to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, presented by Ubisoft, hosted right here at the Esports Club, powered by Zotac, alongside our broadcast partner loco IMCCV, joined alongside Babu Gusta. We are bringing to you the second day of the playoffs. The best teams, literally the 4 best teams in the region, are up against each other, fighting tooth and nail for the prize pool of $11,000 that we have on offer. Our first matchup of the day, we've already seen a bit of it. It is MercenarieZ up against KIRA Esports. The first map is Chalet. So far, MRCZ have been looking very, very strong. But Baba, we had a slight delay, right? MercenarieZ, sadly, a couple of their players disconnected. There were multiple issues. The lobby had to be rehosted. But now that we are jumping back in, where do you think these teams stand currently?
I mean, as of now, last time I remember in the first half, MercenarieZ had secured 3 rounds on defense. Actually, 2, since they hadn't secured first floor kitchen site, with KIRA Esports securing 1 round on attack. So, since it is 3-1, still favoring for MRCZs, all the players from the start of MRCZ are prepped and ready. So is KIRA Esports, and once again, we apologize for the delay being caused, but we are here. We are resuming back to round number 5 and proceed with the side that MRCZ will be defending on. It will be on 2nd floor, master bedroom / office. Now talk about the operators composition. You're going to see MI7 bring in the Goya's Vulcan Shield and the Aruni Surya Gates, which means that MRCZ is going in for a much more of a denial play on this side. And talk about the agent composition from the side of KIRA Esports, you still have the same ones, especially with Shrisha, who usually go in more of a support role, is now bringing in the Lion to hunt down the roamers, which is in fact a good way for KIRA Esports to gain momentum and control of those certain situations, because usually Taha is the one who's been wrecking havoc for KIRA Esports' attack. And since Avidvi is bringing in the OSA, they'll even have much more control with the help of those bulletproof shields.
Absolutely, the shields are going to, give some cover and much needed cover for the attackers. Meanwhile, we have seen Shrisha on the line a couple of times. Last time, I think it was the 2nd floor execute itself. Taha did manage to eliminate Shrisha. So this time, the Lion will have to be extra cautious, extra careful on how exactly he wants to deal with any roamers that are there. Because again, this is MRCZ. Roamers are going to be present. So live droning takes place from Athar when already a defender has been spotted. Now we need to see how KIRA deal with this. Avid with the bulletproof shield goes in first, looking for an angle. There is Ayan, and sadly for Ayan, no means of escape. He can't go up the stairs unless he escapes right now unseen by anyone. But he's holding the angle and he sees one player, and yet again it's Deathamur, the first person to be eliminated. Osa still present, but it is going to be Ayan who will be killed off. So 3 people had to be brought in to get rid of that one Jaeger, but still a roamer eliminated. I think KIRA will be seeing that as an advantage for themselves. But yeah, time has been used up, and you still have MI7 and that C4 on 1st floor.
Ooh, toss and a miss. And turns out Shrisha will definitely catch MI7 off guard while he was too busy using the explosive ordnance, which will give KIRA Esports the advantage that they require. Control on trophy is theirs. But do they have an info on Taha's whereabouts? I believe they have right now. Oh boy, it takes a lot of damage and Shrisha wins it. Good way for KIRA Esports to secure this back triple kill as Shrisha deals the major damage to MRCZ's defense. Now Hasib, he wants to contest his angle while Vortex, he's been concussed and he will get the kill nonetheless. A headshot for that too, and a third to follow it up all the way from the Solarium stairs to secure a win on attack for KIRA Esports. A well-coordinated attack by first forcing the Jaeger to be in a very difficult situation. We almost did get to see Taha, on his way towards the Snowmobile Garage to give, or should I say, provide protection and make sure that they would have major advantage or a trade. But turns out the timing was a bit too late for MRCZ to bring this back, and KIRA Esports will nonetheless get the win on attack.
Yeah, they will. And earlier when MRCs were looking really, really good, that's when, we were talking about the 5-1 score being there. I specifically said that rationally 5-1 would be the outcome of this half. But no, KIRA have pulled it back. They've managed to get 2 rounds. And this time, if they can get the third, if they can win on first floor Baron Gaming as well, completely equalize the first half, they are still very much in the fight. Yes, they'll have a slight disadvantage, at least statistically, going on to their defense and Chalet being on equal numbers. But I think KIRA can absolutely deal with that, and I think their own plans will indeed start being successful in the defense because their attack is working so far. With the exception of, only a couple of things, one can really call this a flawless attack from KIRA in the last round. Yeah, the couple of exceptions being really like Death Hammer being that opening casualty yet again, not a very, very quick trade, and the fact that they had to use 3 people to get rid of Ayan into its Snowmobile Garage. I know they wanted to secure the kill really, really early, and they managed to. They were successful. But still, it wasn't a flawless round to a certain extent. KIRA can improve things, but this kind of gameplay is still good. If they can, keep on replicating this, the 6th round shall be theirs, and they should be looking forward and, equalizing the entire half. As for MRCZ, okay, even if there is a slight disadvantage, don't, just send yourself for kills. Don't constantly keep on going for them. This is what went wrong. One person died, then another fell, and it was still a 3v4. They could have pulled it back, but no, MRCZ just completely went for kills, and it all went wrong, sadly. This time, yeah, they're playing a lot more restrictive. That's good to see, but we're still waiting on who picks up that first frag.
Yeah, we just have to wait and watch and see whether if MRCZ could secure their first opening pick. They've been successful in almost all of the first half. But this time, there will be some slight implications because KIRA Esports slowly decide to bring this back up. Hasib, knowing that there is one player all the way from the side of piano window, is just waiting for the perfect moment. Or maybe KIRA Esports are waiting for that drone work to give them proper information. Currently, there's a lot of timing wasted around, and Hasib is still being impatient. Will secure one. An immediate refrag will be made from Vortex while he's patiently waiting all the way from the rappel. He will secure one more, but I mean both Ayan and Hasib, and turns out KIRA Esports, they're looking very strong.
Yep, MRCZ yet again, they go down the same road. Okay, it was a trade, it was a 4v4, but then 2 more of their players just died. They openly peaked angles, and mercenaries need to realize this is the same lesson they should have learned from yesterday. They will not always swing wide and get some kills, When it's working for them, it really is. But now is the time I think they got to stop it. KIRA are countering these kills. They are winning back in these duels, constantly getting rid of these defenders. A 2 versus 4, it's doable, but really too much pressure on these defenders. They will have to pull something miraculous out of the ordinary. Taha already damaged and now isolated, eliminated, leaving Din all by himself. Avidvi gets the headshot, and yeah, look at these shots from the side of KIRA Esports. We are seeing the crosshair placement. It is really, really solid, very precise, very accurate, leading to headshots time and time again. And yeah, everyone pitching into this round, Vortex started things off, Avidvi was there, Tharv as well. Everyone contributed, which is what eventually led to the round win. So for the side of Mercenaries, now heading on forward into their attack. Still, it's attack. If MRCZ want to be aggressive, they surely can, but they need to be aware. Their own tactics can be used against them. KIRA themselves can go for those, late roams and lurk plays.
Yeah, I have to agree on that, CCV. It's 3-3. KIRA Esports securing 3 rounds in the first half, and that too up against MRCZ is a good sign for KIRA Esports, indicating that they could still bring map Chalet into their own hands. And since this is a map being picked by MRCZ, currently ending things off on a 3-3 might face some repercussions if KIRA secures the win. A win on this map, which could have a lot of problems because this is the lower brackets. If they lose this match, that means they will be eliminated out from the SA Nationals and quite possibly having a chance to go up against their arch nemesis Hunters LFO or up against Shaheens. But with the action phase coming to play, round number 7, let's see whether if MRCZ would bring this back or KIRA Esports make a comeback on this map. We're able to find out. KIRA Esports will currently be the one on defense, whereas MRCZ on attack. We will see a spawn peek being made from Vortex, interestingly enough, all the way from the Windows side. That Amar finds one of the players from the Windows side of library. He doesn't have the proper information just yet. But if one of the players decides to vault in from the window, they are more likely to be dealt with a major damage from the MX4 Storm. So they really need to be careful. Since they don't have any frost, they don't have to worry about removing the frost mats out from the window and then pushing from the window side. So MRCZ, they'll just clear it out with the help of the attack drones, knowing that nothing is present from their end. They'll just push in, get control, and make sure that the alibi has been taken care of.
Yeah, and I believe Taha is AFK, so I think he is having some technical issues as well. So hopefully he joins back as soon as possible. But yeah, this is not a good sign for the side of MRCZ. This is KIRA Esports now looking to get the lead for the first time on Chalet. And not having your ace of all people, not having your only method of hard breach is going to be an insurmountable task to, then defeat the defenders. 90 seconds there for Mercenaries. And how do they proceed? Well, now, without hard breachers, you got to focus for kills. I mean, it's very, very simple. Soft breaching can and will happen. You've got Hasib, you've got, even Din as the Zofia. That's all well and good. Can you clear out the roamers? Absolutely you can. Drones are present and you've got those, active players as well. But, okay, seems like Taha is back in. That is really good. He is in the server, and now Mercenaries can start off, with their own proper execution and their own vertical clearance, because really the bomb site being first floor kitchen and dining means that Mercenaries need control of half wall, need control of bedroom to push in, but the defenders are looking to prevent just that. Still 50 seconds on the clock. The attackers have found no way to break through what KIRA Esports have set up on the second floor. The attackers have found no way to set up avenues. They tag Deathhammer significantly. The alibi very low on HP, but still no kill. Atharv goes down, but Vortex gets the first, and KIRA Esports still hold on. Look at these defenders. Look at the angles they're holding. They're still pressurizing the attackers. They still want to go for more kills. Hasib is going to be the man of the hour, getting a triple kill from behind, and before you know it, the entire round falls the way of MRCZ.
My goodness, once MRCZ made their push, it was just all out. But let's not forget the sides on kitchen and Shrisha. Oh boy, unfortunately he gets caught out of the hands of Taha. My god, MRCZ, you saw all 4 players holding out from second floor, desperate, making sure that MRCZ wouldn't gain control, and they succeeded in wasting so much time. They only had a minute left. You even saw Din getting down, mainly because of that huge peak being made from from the side of KIRA Esports. That did secure it down, mainly because they were focusing on removing that deployable shield. But all in all, once they made the push, my goodness, I did not expect to see the end result of that with Hasib just pushing from the piano side, gets the opening, and next thing you know, he's in towards the bathroom, removing the rest of the players on the side of KIRA Esports. And my god, what a total shutdown it was. KIRA Esports, they had no idea that this could happen.
Yep. No, KIRA Esports, they just weren't on the lookout for Hasib swinging wide, getting 3 kills, and really, wherever Hasib came from, either it was Solarium or it was bathroom, where he got the defenders and really no defender was watching. Could have been Solarium entered through trophy. You go up the Solarium stairs and you pick off some of the defenders. That also could have happened. But no matter where he came in from, a true clutch from his side. That was the entire round that Hasib 1 out for the side of MRCZ. They really weren't looking and shouldn't have won that round if KIRA, were watching all of the angles. But Mercenaries found the one place, the one avenue through which they could push in, through which they could, just completely find the key to success and win out the entire round for themselves. And they themselves have taken the lead. This is the most important point. Early in the round, KIRA were looking to be the ones to get the lead for the first time ever in this matchup, but Mercenaries overturned that. Mercenaries are like, no, that is not happening. We are the ones who will be in the lead. There have been times. Yesterday we saw MRCZ take the lead against Hunters as well. The score was 4-4, went to 6-4. Hunters still made that comeback on the map of Oregon. So you cannot count KIRA out of it just yet, but you still need to wait and see what kind of playstyle MRCZ are looking for.
Yep, on round number 6, we did see MRCZ pull up the same thing like they did on round number 1, but KIRA Esports at that time, they adapted to it. They made sure that if there was an aggressive piece, it will be taken care of. And Mercenaries, they were in a very bad state in the first half. 3-3, and now, as we proceed with round number 8, Mercenaries will be in the lead. Now, the main question is, can they be consistent about this? The way how they pushed on kitchen and dining room was just so well done that it really, was, a shocking moment for KIRA Esports, knowing that, like, how did they get past our defense? We've succeeded in wasting a lot of time. It was just 1 minute. How can they just easily push in, remove all of our players out? And it was just a very, confusing moment for KIRA Esports to know exactly what happened. And with the timeout being requested from Mercenaries, I'm pretty sure that they're trying to, have a game plan is to see whether if KIRA Esports do try to adapt, how would we counter back with a, with a counterplay that could be made from there.
Yeah, you gotta wait and see if the counters being established and sorry. Yeah, we gotta see what kind of counter measures will be set up, and of course what will be improvised during the round, because that's also one of the major qualities of actually all 4 of the teams that we have really in the playoffs, right? They can improvise a lot. I particularly remember asking Shaheens this question during the interviews as well. By the way, everyone watching, haven't seen the interviews, I've plugged them enough, but again, the Esports Club on Instagram, R6 Esports on Twitter, you can get the interviews, you can know a lot more about your favorite players, your favorite teams, their personal lives and their professional lives. But yeah, I remember asking this question to Shaheens as well, right? How many improvisations are you looking to make during a round? And they're like, yeah, we are a very dynamic team. If their operator changes, we can make them. We can change a lot over the course of a specific round if the need be. So, and I feel like personally that is applicable to all 4 of these teams that we have in the playoffs. And yeah, KIRA, MRCZ, they're looking for something similar. Right now for MRCZ, they've brought in the Finca. They still want to get rid of, all the defenders that are there, get that vertical control once more that we saw Mercenaries fighting for a lot in the previous round. Last time they managed to get it, this time as well. Okay, vertical control will be established very, very soon, considering the half wall breach is done and the bulletproof shield is now going to be destroyed. But without that entry fragger being there, responsibility yet again falls down to Ayan to, get that breakthrough and again move forward.
Yeah, important utilities being destroyed from the explosive drones. Both the deployable shield and the bulletproof cams will be destroyed, which means that now MRCZ can now just freely push in towards the place on second floor. And turns out MI7 just rips him apart.
He gets a free kill.
3 kills just from holding from the window side. He gets away with 4, and Avidvi once again left all by himself. He decides to go all the way from Solarium Stairs. Not quite sure if it's a good idea, because Hasib is still waiting for that to happen. My god, once again, KIRA Esports, they just fall apart from the same push that both Hasib and MI7 did for the past few rounds, right? Window, bathroom window, MI7 secures 3. Hasib, he does the same thing, but instead of being in the window, he's in the bathroom side. And I've got to admit, like, where is the information from KIRA Esports? Why aren't they playing accordingly to this?
Yeah, once more information. Also, it's communication, and they're both sides to communication. I mean, I hate to start a topic of the business studies chapter that
Oh,
I'm studying
no.
currently.
Oh, no.
But when you have communication, there is a sender and there's a receiver, right? Okay, that's the only part of the chapter I'm going to mention. But in all seriousness, even in a professional matchup, right? Even yesterday, I think I had talked this very briefly, is that you could be a person giving all the info in the world. Oh, there's a Jaeger bottom red stairs. There's an alibi on top of those same stairs. Can you go and kill both of them? Your teammates, if they don't listen to you, all of that information is useless. Which is why I always, tell people, and I am a stickler by this, that whenever people say information is king in Rainbow-Six-Siege, that's not the entire statement. It's whenever information is, information is king when it's utilized, When you can act on information, then it can be really good. So for KIRA Esports as well, right? If one of the players, if one of the players is telling his teammates, there is someone here, can you go kill them? There is a player pushing up library stairs, can you kill that person? Your teammates also need to act on it. So when MI7 got those kills, I feel like communication just wasn't good. And even right now, a third death hammer on second floor got picked off one by one, no trades whatsoever, and I feel like KIRA really didn't have a clue where these kills happened, really.
Yeah, and this is getting even much more worse, CCV, because look at it. Early round itself, MRCZ have secured 2 kills, and they still have 2 minutes left. They have the entire control on library. Cook's grenade been coming out from Den, but Shisha, he is still present from library. He will secure a kill, but a Cook grenade from Asib will catch out a Widwee. Control from library is theirs. And now, once again, 2v4, KIRA Esports, they are slowly falling apart on defense. And my god, I've never seen MRCZ be so good. Ayan, once again from the window. No information given from KIRA Esports. And now it's Vortex, blinded by the lights, about to go in for the knife. But Ayan just said, no, it's too much. You know what, it's too much. We know that KIRA Esports don't have a lot of information. Let's not disrespect them. Let's just go in with a respected kill.
I'm not going to lie, that still wasn't respected too much. I mean, poor Vortex as well. We've all been there, the Candela
Yeah,
effect.
we've been there,
Even if you want to destroy the Candela, it doesn't sometimes. It still bursts, and at that point, you're gone. Because in other games, if there is a flash, you usually can't destroy it, and so you just have to look away. Even the flashbangs we have here in Siege, if there is a proper flashbang grenade, you have to look away. Candelas, you can destroy them. But if you miss your shots, unfortunately, like what happened to Vortex, it can be game over, and really, it can be map over for KIRA Esports. Forget how the previous rounds have been, very specifically from a very micro lens. If you think about the macro side of the situation, KIRA haven't won a single round in the second half.
Yikes.
They ended the half 3-3. And since then, Mercenaries on their attack have won on every single bomb site KIRA have opted for. First floor kitchen dining, 1 out. First floor, bar and gaming, 1 out. Yet again, they went for first floor kitchen and dining. That also was a victory. And once more, KIRA opting for 1F. So no basement, no second floor. KIRA are sticking to the bomb sites they know best. But sadly, these bomb sites haven't been working. I feel like when your opponents reach match point, that is the stage where you can try something different, even if you know it's very risky. What's it going to be? Because trying the same thing for KIRA may not work out. If they're going back to kitchen and dining, there is that possibility things just don't work out for them, and they eventually lose this round, eventually losing out on Chalet, which granted, yes, is the map choice of MRCZ, but KIRA would really like a map win, Even against Shaheens, they didn't manage to win on Villa, neither on Theme Park. Now against MRCZ, they're struggling. It's not looking like the best of signs for KIRA Esports.
Oh boy, not quite sure that, shooting like that would be a good idea. Well, Din was just, vaulting in, but turns out, it was a Gemini replicator. Turns out I bamboozled myself. But all in all, you could say that the information being gained from library is so good that KIRA Esports, at least on the bright side, they have information related on, players' appearance. All the way from library, they're not going in for a peek or two, but turns out Ayan just says otherwise and just removes a third instead. Once again, early peek at the hands of Team Mercenaries as they are on point with this. Every single round, KIRA Esports are down with 1 man, which would put themselves in a very bad spot. 4v5 every single early rounds is much more of a danger state for KIRA Esports.
Yep. The early rounds, the late rounds as well. can be something that can hinder at KIRA Esports. Now, MRCZ, they're like, okay, we've eliminated a third. That's one of the roamers gone. Pretty sure everyone else is near the bomb site. You can even see, Deathamer as the alibi. He's fallen back to kitchen and dining. So, keeping that in mind, that yeah, MRCZ are just going to be like, we'll focus on the bomb site itself. Let's get the breach done. Let's, focus on planting the diffuser. But this is where they encounter a lot of retaliation. And finally, KIRA starts swinging and KIRA start landing. Two of the attackers now gone. Without the Finca, without the frag grenades, now Din has to make use of the ones he's got remaining. The one frag grenade he has. Flashbangs are there, and you've got Hasib with the MP grenade. So there is a lot that can be still brought out from MRCZ, but still they need that breakthrough. They need the one kill. There is Deathamer on towards basement. He is present right behind, the trash cans towards Snowmobile Garage. He is watching those angles, but no, MRCZ, they're just way too scattered. KIRA Esports, they will hold on, they will get kill after kill, and they should live to see another day. Unless Taha and Hasib, the two brothers, they've got something to say about it, because now it's the two defenders who are isolated. One in basement, you have got Shrisha inside of the bomb site. He needs to stay alive. 15 seconds for this patch-up. He gets one. Where's the diffuser? Can it be picked up?
It's in the site. It's all the way in the site. Hasib can actually just recover it. He could just go in for the plant, but there's no amount of time. Deathamer can just play accordingly, and turns out he will do so. But Hasib, he's already secured for post-plant. He can just hold the angle. Does he know the information on Deathamer? He does. Oh no! Danger zone from KIRA Esports as Hasib. He still has the information. He's not dead just yet. 36 seconds. And it's a trade! Oh my goodness! It's a trade from MRCZ. Oh my goodness. Oh jeez, it was a 2v3. It was a 2v3. Hasib secures a post plant. It was 5 seconds.
Yeah, smiles on the face of the smiles on the face of MRCZ really gave away just how big of a win that was. And yeah, really honestly, that trade, I think it was the biggest surprise twist, better than any murder mystery movie out there. But this was just a lethal, I wouldn't say murder of KIRA Esports. They had the fight. The first half was looking good. But then, Baba, as soon as the side swap happened, when one thought KIRA were improving, when one thought KIRA were down from a 0 to 3, they came back to a 3-3. Everyone, including myself, my prediction went wrong. I said it would be a 5-1. KIRA proved me wrong. I was like, okay, I believe KIRA can do a lot more now. But sadly for them, they just got shut down. As soon as they went on their defense, MRCZ on attack looked way too strong for KIRA to be able to deal with.
3 times have I seen KIRA Esports go with the same site and lose 3 times. Even with some slight alterations or adaptations being made from KIRA Esports, it still wasn't enough. MRCZ secured a 2v3 post plant, while Hasib didn't have to focus about anything. He just secured with post plant, and next thing you know, Deathamer was like, uh-oh, looks like I'm in trouble. Can I get this 1v1? No. Ended up with a trade. It was just, my goodness. KIRA Esports, first half, I've got to admit, they've made a really great performance in the first half while they were on attack, but turns out it just fell apart on defense. Once MRCZ went in with their attack coordination, it was just chaos all over 3 times. Like I said, KIRA Esports, they usually go in with the same side.
Yeah,
even if they lose round number 7 at the same side, KIRA Esports are like, you know what? All right, I understand what the mistake is.
Yeah.
Let's go with the same side once again.
Yeah.
And this really cemented MercenarieZ on securing even much more further rounds on attack, knowing that they will go in with the same side. Usually, when it comes to other teams, they would just swap out the side. If kitchen is not working, then all right, we still have bar and gaming room.
Even
if that
second
does not work,
floor.
even second floor, or better yet, you still have basement snowmobile garage, despite the side being still in favor for the attackers a lot, and Hunters being only the one to secure that particular side on defense.
Yeah.
KIRA Esports still, they could have at least swapped the sides, but they still kept insisting on the kitchen side where they had lost more than 3 times.
That is true. This comparison, I personally made it, and I've heard everyone else, players and casters also talk about this, that really, KIRA and Hunters are the polar opposites when it comes to defensive rounds that you're losing out. Hunters will change the bomb sites time and time again, even if they're losing out. We saw that yesterday on Oregon.
True.
KIRA Esports, they want to, just improve their defense on a particular bomb site. We saw it yesterday, we saw it today, but sadly, it just wasn't meant to be. Let's now have a look at the numbers, I think initial kills are something to be talked about a lot, because out of the 10 rounds we saw, in only 2 of them, KIRA got the initial kill, and that was Vortex. So they only had a 20% share of the opening kills. And again, when I put it like that, I feel like a lot more of the people will understand just how staggering of a statistic that is. KIRA Esports, in only 20% of the rounds played in the entire matchup, managed to get the opening frags for their side. Otherwise, for the rest of the 80%, it was MercenarieZ getting the opening kill time and time again. This is not a huge factor that allowed MRCZ to win, but one of the reasons that essentially led to the 7-3 victory at the end.
I mean, just by looking at the stats itself, 3 opening picks from Ayan, 2 from Taha, and every single player that you see from MRCZ have already secured an early pick. First and second half, MRCZ were in control this entire map. And KIRA Esports were always down with a one-man down, especially in the early round. They had no idea how to proceed with the push. And even though there were some great efforts being made from Shrisha, sometimes, good performance being relayed from Vortex, it still wasn't enough. And although Chalet being a map which is still favoring quite a lot for teams like MRCZ, Shaheens, and also from Hunters LFO, KIRA Esports, the only last chance that they have right now is the second map. And I'm just worried for KIRA Esports. Because MRCZ, you've seen how tip-top shape they are in the playoffs. Granted, on group stages, they've had their major problems, but in the end, they're still qualified for the playoffs. Hasib is still present. So does Taha and Ayan, who's been so deadly, especially with the performance when they went up against Hunters LFO. So in the lower brackets, KIRA Esports, how can they even secure around the second map itself, which is map Villa?
Yeah, yet again, that's the thing about Villa, is that yet again, it's a map both of these teams know thoroughly. There is no off-guard chance for, KIRA Esports to be like, okay, what if we try this? Maybe MRCZ won't predict it. No. That can work on Skyscraper to a certain extent. That can work on Bank, Cafe, those kind of maps that aren't always played. But Villa, alongside Chalet, alongside Clubhouse, these are the staples of South Asia. We have seen these maps so many times. Even in Oregon, you can bank it, under the staple of South Asia. And then you have Theme Park, one of the maps that's played enough, but not as much. But regardless of that, my point being, MercenarieZ know Villa. That's it. KIRA Esports, they will have to fight against MRCZ by hook or by crook. They can't leave it out completely. They can't do what they did on Chalet, keep on going for the same strategies. Because considering MRCZ are starting out on attack, Villa is considered generally a bit statistically to be defender-sided, but the way in which MRCZ have been attacking, the way in which they get the bulk amount of kills, right? The multiples, the groups of 2 or 3 kills that they get on attack. It's Ayan, Taha, Hasib. These guys just one by one. They get a couple of kills, and before you know it, KIRA, half of their team is eliminated from the server. These kind of plays can happen on Villa as well. These kind of plays can be something hindering at KIRA. So keeping that in mind, I think KIRA definitely need to ready themselves up mentally and in the server for Villa. But definitely all of these players need to make sure they are ready for Villa, and you, the viewer, as well, go have a snack, go grab a drink, ready yourself up. Till then, us right here at the Esports Club, we'll be right back after the short break.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. On the back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that best we fight back faster, believe sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best we fight back faster, believe sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. I want you to tell me something new. I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that best we fight back faster, believe sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best we fight back faster, believe sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that best we fight back faster, believe sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best we fight back faster, believe sooner than this? Don't you wish I would?
They were looking better, But eventually, MercenarieZ did close it out. 7-3 was the final score. KIRA just didn't manage to get even a single round in the second half. And keeping that in mind, like I had said, prior to us going in break, is that MercenarieZ, they know how Villa is played. They know how to play on that map. Everyone does. It's a very, very common map. It's a very standard map. What can KIRA do differently to change this? Because really for KIRA, this is one of the core problems they have, is just communication. And that's not something that can be solved inside the server. That needs to be worked around over the course of a long, long time.
Yeah, for KIRA Esports, despite having a very shaky start, it's still happening the same thing once again with MercenarieZ. But now talk about map number 2, Villa, which is a map being picked by KIRA Esports. This will be their one final chance to see whether if they could stay in the SA Nationals or unfortunately bow out of the competition. So let's take a look at the map, Peter, once again. Chalet still at the hands of Team MercenarieZ as they'll secure 7-3. And now, the moment of truth for KIRA Esports. Will they secure map Villa and put us to decide as Team PAK?
They can secure Villa. They absolutely can. Will they? See, that's again a tough question. I'm still not putting it past KIRA Esports to win on Villa. There is that possibility. They managed to do it. There is that likelihood. They indeed defeat MercenarieZ because it won't be the first time. But even in recent memory, right, if we think about the last time we saw the side of MRCZ face off against KIRA Esports on Villa in the group stages, what had happened was KIRA Esports on Villa, they had the 5-1 lead. MercenarieZ pushed then the map in towards overtime.
Oh, geez.
So KIRA Esports, yeah, that matchup was not a good showing. MRCZ have also won a 4v5 matchup against the likes of Militant Esports. They pushed it into maximum overtime and they won it against MLT back then. When they had a 4v5, they didn't have Taha, they didn't have Hasib. Ashrit was playing as one of the players. They had Din, Ayan, MI7. MI7 wasn't also having the best of days. Still, they pulled it off. So Villa for MRCZ recently has been a map where miracles happen. If MRCZ start off on a stronger foot like they did yesterday against Hunters, for KIRA, there's very little hope, honestly.
Boy, let's just wait and find out because the matchup will definitely be on our screens right away. Map number 2, Villa, KIRA Esports, their final chance to stay in the SA Nationals of the lower brackets. And for MRCZ, they're also hoping for the same thing because they want their revenge matchup up against Hunters LFO or Shaheens, in which we'll have our matchups after this match. But for now, let's focus on map Villa. And we will take a look at the ban phase itself, see whether if Team MercenarieZ could go in for the usual targeted bans or the standard bans as we expected it to be the most. Thatcher and Valkyrie ban are the most highest ban rates in the entirety of the South Asian Nationals, including group stages, including fall, summer, spring, you name it. Thatcher and Valkyrie are the most banned operators on both attack as well as on defense. The only difference is, will they go in with the same standard bans or would they go in for a targeted ban? Because Shaheens, they usually went in for a alibi ban for Death Armor. So what do you think about this, CCB?
They could. As for MRCZ on attack as well, yesterday that banned Lion against the likes of Hunters LFO because Rattler likes to play it. Today we saw Shrisha on the Lion plenty of times when it was left unbanned on the map of Chalet. So perhaps MRCZ are looking for that Lion ban because again, these guys, they want that roam to be set up. And honestly, it is a likelihood we will see the Lion. But no, MercenarieZ are like, okay, last time we saw Flores and KIRA Esports made good use of it. This time, Flores, just like how he's used on Chalet, on Villa as well, he will be removed. His services will not be needed. MRCZ prevent him being picked. And as for the defenders, Mira, I suppose, no. Oh, this is a very solid ban because Azami is one of the key operators of that trophy statutory defense. True. She is heavily present in the meta of Villa. So for KIRA Esports, the kind of defenses they were going for against Shaheens on Villa yesterday with the Castle, Azami, Vamai on statutory and trophy will have to be changed drastically. So MRCZ are going for some really, really solid bans, and overall, again, these guys look very, very happy. I said this yesterday about Din, and I'll say it again. If he's not playing, competitive Rainbow-Six-Siege, it looks like he is attending a stand-up show based on how much he's smiling.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, round number 1. Here we go, folks. MRCZ on the attack, KIRA Esports on defense. Let's see how map Villa favors for KIRA Esports. They'll be the one heading in on defense. Second floor, AVG will be the site. And like you said, CCV, banning the Azami would give at least some breathing room to MRCZ to have a successful push towards Aviator in Games Room. But they still have to make it as fast as possible. Now, since Twitch has been banned, Twitch is the only operator that can detonate Vulcan Shield.
Yep.
So Goya's Vulcan Shield will be so powerful on those doorways that it could deny the attackers for a total of 15 to 20 seconds in total just by those fires. So for MRCZ, it's a very huge task for them to secure that particular site. But maybe on first location and dining, they shouldn't have a lot of problems. But with the ban that we've seen from the Azami and maybe a cook nade possibility that we might expect to see either from Hasib or from Ayan, we'll get to see that in the action phase.
We can see that. Yeah, the multiple things, MLCG can do with their utility as well to, flush out some of these defenders in KIRA Esports. Considering they've only brought out Jaeger as that anti-utility operator, no Vamai for this round at least, means that KIRA Esports will definitely, have to consider in the factor where these kills are happening and where the utility is being thrown. So already, one Vulcan Shield destroyed. Mercenaries want to go for the standard execute they were looking for. Even yesterday, I think they wanted to go for these study executes against the likes of Hunters LFO. When the bomb site is second floor Aviator in games, you don't really enter, or sometimes you don't go for that trophy clearance and statutory roam clear. Rather, you enter from study directly and you want to apply that first floor pressure. But right now, it's Hasib who gets the opening kill. You still have Vortex in the form of the other roamer applicable, but his position is now known. He's got no choice but to go to Memorial Room. The attackers will be on the hunt for this Melusi. So survival for Vortex becomes ever so important. He's now got the support of Detamar as well. There are not many players on the bomb side. KIRA are investing heavy manpower up top, but it's still working. It's still working. They get one kill and they want to hold on forward for this round.
You still need to be careful for Death Armor though, because he's still in towards the basement stairs, now all the way from the second floor Aviator's room, where he's trying to make his last defensive hold. But no, the pixel angle from Atharv won't be able to succeed, and Taha will secure that kill nonetheless. Once again, a 2v4. Death Armor being very aggressive all the way from towards the study room, and off angle that could help him gain the kill, in which he does, securing the securing the diffuser at that too, which would force Team MercenarieZ to secure it back and ensure that they have control on study room. But the time is in itself still favoring for KIRA Esports, and Death Armor is very much careful on the place towards study, because they know that there is one player pushing in towards that location. Den sees the shots. Does he know the location of Death Armor? No, he does not. Good peek and a good confirmation on the kill to secure a double kill. Put themselves on equalizer 2v2, but it's a 1v2 as MI7 secures one. And now it's all down to Vortex, but he needs to secure this 1v1 gunfight to MI7. Does MI7 has the perfect information? No, but KIRA Esports does. With the help of the bulletproof cam, all he's got to do is he pops the Vulcan Shield. Vortex, he's forced to fall back, but he's still in a safe condition. All the way from the door side, MI7 goes into the place and secures the kill. My goodness, using the utilities to themselves will secure MercenarieZ their first win on attack. My god, look at the smirk on MI7's face. Just look at that smile.
That's when you know that again, that round shouldn't have been ours, but we still won it out, so we deserve the win, don't we? That's probably what MRCZ will be telling themselves, and absolutely they deserve the round win, especially how MI7 proceeded for the 1v1. A lot of back and forth. Honestly, this is how, Chalet as well should have been. This is what I was really expecting from both of these teams, kill after kill after kill. 5v4, then a 4v4, then a 4v3, then from a 4v3, KIRA pushed it to a 2 versus 2 yet again, and then the 1v1. It's really, you don't know if you are going to get the kill or if you're going to be, brought down. MercenarieZ won't have the strongest advantage. Oh, well, again, as per round 1, doesn't look like MRCZ have the strongest advantage when it comes to kills. This is unlike what happened on Chalet, right, where they had the 3-round winning streak, because they were just, again, wide swinging angles and things were going their way. KIRA are a lot better in the gunfights, in picking and choosing them, and of course when they're opting for the duels as well, they are going their way a lot more. I mean, again, that final gunfight, had it gone Avidvi's way, it would have meant KIRA Esports have a 1-round lead and MRCZ would be trailing. But regardless of that, KIRA will be like, okay, we were so close to winning a round. This time, let's win it, and this time we shall equalize the score. It's not, it's not all lost. It's only a single round. We can move on forward, and nice to see KIRA, changing their tactics as well. They opt for a statuary and trophy. No castle brought out this time. And oh sorry, it's still Aviator Games, my apologies right there. But yeah, KIRA will be focusing on that heavy roam, and this time it's on second floor. It seems to be working.
Yeah, removing Den with the C4 is actually a good way for them to, disable those soft breaching capabilities. So for Mercenaries, they have to make do with the help of Ash's breaching charge. Vulcan Shield will be popped out just by removing the barricades of the windows. So they should need to wait for like a 10 or more than 20 seconds. But wait a minute, Taha is already deep within towards Sanctuary Room, removes 2 players off, while Death Amar tries to secure the situation at hand. Forced to fall back, but at least he will decide to trade it back. But Ayan, he goes very aggressive, but no, he just responds back with a flick. Headshot to remove Ayan. 3v2. This time MRCZ, they are not looking good.
Yeah, yet again, Mercenaries. They just went full send for these kills, and once more, they gotta pace themselves. They need to realize not always will kills go their way. This round now, KIRA looking really adamant on winning it. Hasib, on the 90 balcony, he is repelling. He is watching the window, looking for a kill, hoping he finds someone. Deathhammer is indeed very low, and no way for him to heal back up. But still, it means these attackers, they will have to find kills one way or another. There is another defender holding 90, and there is one inside of the bomb site. So the 2 defenders, they're alone. They can't necessarily go for trades. Rotations will be brought out. Mercenaries, just like the previous round, they've got plenty of time to work with. Do they have information in the form of drones? Well, there are 1 drone each. One with MI7 and 1 drone with Hasib that they can work with. But I think they're looking to brute force their way in. Just open these lines of sight, push in, go for the kills, and then move on forward. It's really a matter of isolating the gunfights. And there it is! A Thurv has now been eliminated. It's all down to a Whitby. He finds the gunfight, and once more, it's a Whitby stuck in a 1v1. But this time his nemesis is going to be Hasib, who pushes the angle. The smoke knows. He's got 1 gas canister. He's got the SMG-11. He's got the shotgun. Hasib, he's got the angle, and he finds him. What an off-guard kill, and what a way for Mercenaries to get yet another round with a 1v1.
They're just catching them off guard. My god, what is this aggressive play from Mercenaries? Once it was Taha who secures 2 kills, all the way from Stature and Trophy.
Yep.
And then Ayan just said, oh, you just took down my teammate? Well, I'll follow you all the way deep down within the first place side. Although he did get, whipped out with a 360 frag that Death Amar just did. Absolutely amazing shot. But my god, the aggressive play style that I'm watching in from MRCZ, catching players off guard, playing at an off angle, pushing through the smoke, knowing that it does deal a lot of damage, really did caught KIRA Esports off guard, mainly because KIRA Esports, they never really used to this aggressive plays, right? They usually expect like, okay, look, they're still in study room, I've still placed my smoke gas canister, so I'm pretty sure they would not push in towards the site, right? Well, wrong. Still in vault room, Hasib is still pushed in, and also he's playing as the Ash. Hasib usually plays as the support, but in round number 2, Hasib just decided, alright, it's time to bring in the violence. And just gets 2 kills like that as the Ash, huh?
Even yesterday, we saw Hasib on the Ash for like 2 rounds against Hunters on Oregon. And just like you, Baba, that also really caught me by surprise. This time, he's on the Iana. So, very radical changes being taken up by the side of MRCZ. And, I mean, it's still... Okay, so that's team kill number 2 of today. That is team kill number 11 of the playoffs so far.
You still keep count on that,
Yes.
huh, CCV?
Yes, team kill number 11. We may have great statisticians, keeping a track of scores and all and uploading to social media, but this is the one start that is completely going to be kept track by me. But yeah, 11 team kills. Why? How did this happen? I'm not even going to question it.
I'm guessing it's the default cam that he's trying to
God.
remove.
In the playoffs.
It's the common team kill that everyone never expects it to happen.
This shouldn't happen in the playoffs.
This happened to me like 20 times, alright? I kid you not. At the time of Operation Red Crow, I have been encountered with a total of 20 team kills where I got myself team killed just because one of the player had to remove a default cam. It happens. It just happens.
I mean, it does happen. Shouldn't Shouldn't be, and then Dethma right now caught off guard. Oh, Taha, as Nog wanted to be sneaky, got 1 kill. Sadly, couldn't get more. But yeah, for MRCZ, what was the previous one? Yeah, very radical changes being made deep into the South Asian Nationals as well. In the playoffs, they've started, giving Hasib more of the entry fragging. I guess that's because of his recent performance. He has been outperforming a couple members of MRCZ recently, so it can be because of that. But still, things have been working so far. This round, a little more difficult to work with because again, yeah, Ayan was gone. No utility used. That's your Ash, who was unfortunately team killed at the start, which means the attackers are at a heavy and significant disadvantage when it comes to manpower and utility count. So they still have to, pave the way through it. And they're looking to do so. Hasib has got a frag grenade, launches it into the hallway, clears it out, and I think he can repel in. He's also got his teammates to cover for him. This is good. MRCZ are making solid progress, but they've only got soft breaches. No hard breaching gadgets, nothing to work with. So they will just have to find, kills to essentially secure this round.
Yeah, Vulcan Shields popped from MI7. But talk about time, they don't have much, 30 seconds. They still make a decision to push in all the way towards the hallway, while Hasib will be holding an angle from the study window. See whether if he can get a pick or two from the side of KIRA Esports. And turns out MI7 gets caught out from Vortex. This is looking good from KIRA's end. They still have good amount of denial. C4 still present from both Shrisha and Atharv. Here comes a Widby. Beautiful shot with the SMG-11 to secure a kill. Has the shotgun. Decides to play close range, but he will be detected. Oh! Shot from the headshot, as a Widby will secure the kill and also the win from KIRA Esports. And my god, Atharv, look at that face, man. It's just he's so heavily concentrated. I mean, man, KIRA Esports, I'm pretty sure that they're very angry with with the way how MRCZ played with their playstyle, right? 2 times where they had succeeded their 1v1 clutches. True. And now, round number 3, KIRA Esports, they're here to get revenge.
They absolutely are. KIRA went for Aviator in game. Sorry, KIRA Esports went for Aviator in games for the 3rd time consecutively, and this time it finally worked for their side. So finally, they themselves should be looking for an objective change, and I think they may consider, going for first floor, maybe because they just don't want to go to second floor just yet, statutory and trophy, because again, that Azami ban can really hinder at them. That Azami ban can really mean, it's going to be a different setup, but no, they opt for statutory and trophy nonetheless. Rather, Shrisha is going to be playing the Echo. So I guess they're going for the astronomy hold. With the bulletproof shield, you situate the Echo behind it, and then Echo holds Astro for you, and you really don't extend into bedroom. Rather, you completely block off bedroom, and you try to keep it you try to essentially keep it logged off. You have an anti-breacher, a Cade, a bandit, a mute in this case. But still, since Thatcher is unbanned, means that there's no need for Cade really. You can just have the mute jammers, delay the attackers for a little bit, and then everything proceeds as normal.
Yeah, the secondary, even with the usage of secondary EMP charges, you need to be very precise and have proper information on those Kite Electroclaws. But since you're playing as a Thatcher, all you gotta do is just, throw the EMP and just turn off every single lights on Villa. That's how powerful Thatcher's EMPs are. But yeah, focusing on round number 4, as we get to see the players on side of Team MercenarieZ spawned in towards the fountain side as they're slowly making their way in towards the place on second floor master bedroom, which means there will be tons of angles being made from the window side, and also Ayan, who will think about getting control on first floor laundry. This way, they could at least go for an attempted cook nade from astronomy, because usually you'd see the Echo go in for a just for a watch from the yokai drone. So he's got to be careful. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get naded out, because if he does, then it will be problems from the side of KIRA Esports, and also an early peak advantage from MRCZ. But if you focus on the way how MRCZ is proceeding with the push, they are heavily relied on getting control as Ayan proceeding with the push all by himself in towards the bathroom. Initial frag is key and very important. So if you just remove the players out from astronomy, then things will look very well from the side of MRCZ, and turns out it will. Headshot. There goes the player in towards astronomy, and now they will make their main focus towards the side.
Yep. You can push into Astro. Shrisha is still there contesting a beautiful headshot. He now knows where Ayan is. Ayan's going to be swinging wide. He can be concussed instantly. But no, Yokai has been destroyed, and the attackers They have made solid progress so far, but again, problem is they can be C4'd from below. Oh no, actually there are no C4s there present for the side of KIRA Esports. So KIRA may just be focusing on the flanks, you know, either from red stairs or from astronomy stairs, and then holding off the bomb side. Shrisha is playing that entire anchor. The MP5 is really working wonders, and then he's got the support of Vortex behind him. So yeah, not as heavy of a first floor presence. Everyone is rotating back into the bomb side. Mercenaries also probably need to realize this is the time they need to get a move on, and yeah, that's why they sent Ayan down astronomy stairs, see if he can find a defender or if he can push up red stairs in of itself, get someone. Ayan is also tagged. He's going with the gunfight. Does get the headshot? Yes, he does. Shrisha gone. A third falls, and now it's all down to the Melusian alibi. The two operators generally considered as the flex and the roamers. Now they need to hold this bomb site for their team, hold the round before MRCZ take their third. Vortex going for kills. Now he's the only one that's alive. Possession. No one runs out of bullets onto the pistol, and it is Hasib who secures the final frag. And once more, Mercenaries, yet another round to their name.
Yeah, man, Taha really just shows how he just revived the Ash's aggressive plays, man, especially with the R4C, all the way from the bathroom side. And what was that one tap that he made all the way towards the trophy side? My goodness. Team MRCZ, they are unstoppable right now, 3-1. Round number 5, KIRA Esports, they've only secured one round in round number 3. They'll make the decision to go in with the same side once again. Second floor trophy and statuary room. KIRA Esports, is this a good idea to go in with the same side that you guys have lost in the previous round? Because, man, this is definitely going to hurt them a lot, because you still have Ayan with the Ash. So you got to be very careful on the bathroom side and make sure that you have ample amount of control in the first floor, knowing that you still have the echo that would give you max amount of information and the ability to deny a default plan that had been made for the attackers.
Absolutely. Yeah, the echo is there. He can help out the defense. The concussions can be there. He can prevent the diffuser from being planted. But yet again, it's really coming down to the kills. I mean, there was a point where MRCZ could not move forward, you know. There was a point in that previous round where KIRA Esports were looking so good with their defense. Like, sure, a trade had occurred. It was, I think, a 4v4. MRCZ, they had a couple of their members in bathroom and majority of them in towards bedroom. And they were still just, you know, running wildly, looking for that initial kill, looking to yet again find a breakthrough. Eventually, Ayan pushing in towards astronomy, getting that kill onto Shrisha, and then a third following suit meant that, yeah, MRCZ had made the breakthrough and they could push into the bomb site, eliminate Amar and Vortex. But again, had that not happened, KIRA's defense would have held on forward. I feel like Mercenaries need to be a little bit more careful with how, you know, the mid round is going to go, because the only problem of executing Statuary Trophy from the bathroom and bedroom side is you are very restricted. You don't have a lot of, you know, room to play with. And yet again, Death Amar capitalizes off of that as soon as he sees then he is gone. Then not having the best of days in the server, really surprising. After 5 rounds, 0 kills for him, and he has died in every single round. So that is something Mercenaries will be thinking about. But still, you've got the 4 teammates who can definitely carry his weight for the time being. It's just up to KIRA Esports to, you know, continue the streak of kills.
Yeah, Retama, since he's the one who opened up the opening kill in round number 5, and making sure that he has the advantage in man count, this should be looking very well from KIRA Esports' end. But you still got to be afraid of Ayan and Hasib, because somehow, some way or the other, MRCZ always gets the best of it. Even if they are at a major disadvantage of a 2v4 or a 3v5, things would not look too well in their favor. Taha's location has been compromised from the Yokai drones, which hasn't been destroyed. So you could say that KIRA Esports have ample amount of information towards the second floor site, and the roamers are slowly making their way, especially Death Amar, who needs to get all the way from the main stairs. But no, Ayan secures 2 kills, while both of them were just so busy rotating back towards the Astro room. Oh no, this is just written dangers all over it, and once again a team kill from Awidwi, and Ayan is still kicking. Triple kill. The whole side control is theirs, and now Awidwi, oh man, 1v2, they have clearance, the trophy room is theirs, they can just proceed with the post plant. No C4s, and Hasib will just get the kill nonetheless. My goodness, MRCZ, especially for KIRA Esports, what is happening? I mean, why did you guys both of them rotated back from statue? Why?
Yup.
And Awidwi with the team kill.
Yup. Number 12. That's team kill number 12. So, yet again for KIRA, under pressure, they're just not able to hold off. And I mean, this round reminds me a lot of, the 2 rounds on attack we saw from MRCZ on Chalet, the kitchen and dining executes, where things were looking so good, but it was really pressurous on both of the teams. Like, the pressure was building. And then on Chalet, Hasib was the one who went in from bathroom or went in from solarium, picked up 3 kills. This time it was Ayan. Point still stands. It's that someone from MRCZ just does it, and KIRA are left just stranded, wondering what just happened and where did that player come from? How did they get 2 of us, 3 of us? And of course, amidst all this confusion, there are other problems that arise as well. Yeah, the team kill also did happen, which further, put KIRA in a tougher spot to get back into the round. So keeping that in mind, for the side of MRCZ, yet again, they've got 4 rounds. They can essentially push for a 5-1 on their attack on Villa and then go to their defense. With how this entire matchup is shaping up, Mercenaries are looking to end on Villa very, very rapidly. We saw the same thing yesterday when these guys were against Hunters LFO, and today against KIRA. It seems like they want to finish the job. Can KIRA delay this? Can they get at least a 2-4 scoreline? Because that is necessary. A 3-3 would still be fine. A 4-2 is needed. But again, Taha, sneaky, and he does it. Gets the first.
Oh man, Taha is on the prowl. He's finding any single prey that he can just find in his line of sight. And for Death Armor, who is still trying to contest this window from Astro window, it's a very important angle for the attackers to, shut down the entire rotate being made all the way from Trophy and Statuary Room. They've got to figure out yet another way for them to ensure that they have a victory in round number 6. And turns out Ayan, oh boy, already in Statuary Room, he destroys Death Armor with a headshot. 3v5. And even the MRCZ, they're just pushing in. They somehow get away with kill. Once again, double kill to remove a Widway. The trade has been met. 2v4, Vortex and a third. The only 2 players left for KIRA Esports to barely hang on the side on second floor ABG. And turns out Taha is right from behind, and so does Hasib. Oh boy, first half, it is 5-1. KIRA Esports, their whole defensive hold is shattered.
Yes, it is. Everything defensively gone, and KIRA Esports as well, right, looking a bit distraught. I mean, even from yesterday, I think KIRA have been in this phase that they worked so hard to push themselves into the Nationals and the playoffs of the Nationals, sorry. They have been one of the premier teams of SAR6 for a very long time. Like, I still remember, I mean, this is a very personal note, but I feel like it's one of the, it's South Asian Nationals. I feel like I can talk about this. Yeah, one of my initial Rainbow-Six casts was a KIRA Esports, tournament. It was a charity tournament. It was like a community tournament. Happened all the way back in 2022. My point being, KIRA Esports have been in SAR6 as an organization before I have been here. And that's, again, something to think about personally. And I feel like other people watching can also get context from that. But with all of that, yes, they've made they've made it into the playoffs. Still, their performance isn't what they want. Their performance isn't, something that's representative of what they'd like to be. Even in the interviews of KIRA, they were very, very honest in acknowledging that their recent performance has been a bit lacking and they need to improve. But honestly, this is not the level of KIRA you'd expect. Definitely not at, the Nationals or the playoffs of the South Asian Nationals. I'd still give them the same advice I'd given to, Militant, Team UWU, Won't Stop Peaking, all of those guys, that stick together as a team and of course, just keep grinding. KIRA, of course, knows it's far better than I do, but yeah, there are some things where, things are just going haywire at this point, Then finds that entry kill, gets his first of the entire matchup, gets traded out. Ayan is now gone, so Mercenaries are getting a little too complacent. KIRA can punish them for this. And honestly, they should. MercenarieZ need to take a step back. Otherwise, it's going to be very lethal for them in round number 7.
Yeah, MI7, he doesn't want to stop at all. He has the information on one of the attackers, and turns out Trisha's been dead from Hasib. Okay, looks like the trade game from MRCZ is working out so well. And a Widby, he really needs to be careful. He has at least the information, and it will be relayed with a confirmation on the kill. 2v2, equal risen. KIRA Esports are still trying to maintain the man count, but turns out they forgot about Taha. 1v2, 0v2. MRCZ will secure round number 7 and also match point, series point for the lowest bracket, ladies and gentlemen, because MRCZ, if they win this, they will proceed into the next phase. Well, they have to wait for their next opposition team, whether it could be either up against Hunters LFO or Shaheens.
Yeah.
And to include the conversation that you were talking about from KIRA Esports, this is the same team that they defeated Cyclops Athlete Gaming on map Villa. It was 8-7 overtime match point. Back then, IND used to be a part of the team on KIRA Esports, and they made a fantastic performance. 8-7 on the APAK relegations, I believe. It was 8-7, and I know Team KIRA Esports have their fair share of problems. But back then, KIRA Esports used to be a menace back then. They defeated MercenarieZ at that time. They used to have a strong, performance while they were going up against, Hunters LFO. But all in all, talking about this performance, I'm pretty sure that KIRA Esports won't be happy about this.
No.
Not at the slightest bit. This is 1-6. MRCZ are just shutting down every single strategies that KIRA Esports are putting down to them, both on defense as well as on attack. And now on map number 2, MercenarieZ, I'm pretty sure that they could just end things off on a 7-1 here.
I mean, they can. They're looking to do so. Unless there is some miracle out there, some god that has listened to KIRA Esports and their fans, and we go to overtime. But again, all of those things, if you think about it rationally, it can happen. I mean, again, anything can happen. Tomorrow the earth can get swallowed by the sun for all we know. But rationally, no. KIRA getting 5 rounds consecutively is very difficult. If MRCZ keep on making mistakes like these, then you never know. But this is MRCZ. What are MRCZ doing? And how is it working? They're just wide swinging. Look at him. Oh, okay. Again, not many times will I really want a player to, die in the servo, like not get kills. But then that was outrageous. I'm sorry. You need to get punished for that. These kind of plays are hyper aggressive, and these are the same kind of plays that should be punished in a professional setting. This is not, this is not your pugs. This is not rank matches where you can do anything and make it work. There will be consequences to your actions, and if your actions are as outrageous as what Din was trying right there, it's going to be a quick death and the opponents will retaliate. So it's good to see KIRA Esports have retaliated back. MercenarieZ also coming back to their senses. They're like, okay, let's all stick in the bomb side, but I feel like it's too late. Only 2 defenders alive now, and KIRA Esports in the meanwhile can continue to barge on forward and get that side control, but it's still a lot more easier said than done. One isolated gunfight for MI7. He swings, he peeks, he waits, he sees, he wants another. Can he find it? Barely spots a player. Now he backs off.
Yeah, it's a 2v4, and that is definitely a magic number for MercenarieZ because they've been in this situation countless amount of times. And for KIRA Esports, they should not be, they should not let their guard off, not a single second. Because MI7, it could still be strong. Oh boy, here it is. No mercy, MRCZ, as MI7 secures 1 more kill. It's all down to Srisha and Vortex to bring this match back, and they only have a minute left for them to do so. Diffuser confirmation has been dropped. The MI7 knows exactly where the diffuser is, so KIRA Esports, they'll be heavily relied on frags. They have to make an aggressive push. They even have the information from the red ping. Srisha's gone. It's all down to Vortex. 1v2. And MI7, he's just toying around all the way from the master's bedroom. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, MercenarieZ will secure map number 2 Villa. 7-1. A dominating performance as they will proceed into the next phase. And unfortunate for KIRA Esports, they will bow down of the competition. My goodness. 2v4. At this point, I need to make a hashtag called 2v4 is the magic number for MercenarieZ.
I feel like that's a pretty long hashtag. But what definitely was not long, Lindy, was this entire matchup. More specifically, this map of Villa. Because MRCZ, they finished it in 8 rounds. In 8 rounds, a playoffs match of the South Asian Nationals. MercenarieZ done. That's it. They came on well yesterday. They defeated Hunters LFO 7-4. Today, KIRA Esports stood no chance against them. And sadly, ladies and gentlemen, this means KIRA Esports shall indeed be departing from the playoffs of the South Asian Nationals. They'll be getting 4th spot. They will be indeed going home with $700 to their name, but still a performance they won't be too glad of. Let's have a look at the highlights and let's see, what kind of performance we indeed saw. But again, to wrap it up, to have that summary in a single line, MercenarieZ looking really, really... it's not even MercenarieZ looking really strong. MercenarieZ are playing at the same level they did yesterday. They just made sure they didn't have too many mistakes from their side. It was really KIRA Esports who just didn't show up in the server, sadly.
Yeah. Most of the first half that we witnessed from MRCZ was just crucial 1v1 situations that indeed went in the hands of MRCZ. Most of the hyper-aggressive plays that we've seen from MercenarieZ was just too much. Too much for KIRA Esports to handle because they were catching off guard every single time. KIRA Esports stuck with the same side for more than 2 to 3 times, where they did ended up getting confused, where they did ended up with Ayan securing more than 3 to 4 kills, where he was still uncontested. There was no trade games happening on the side of KIRA Esports, although we did see some of the trade games happen on the side of attack, but they haven't secured a single win on the second half at all. Even with the push that you see from Din on defense, the way how, both the players were playing to it accordingly, both MI7 and Din, if one of them gets picked out, a trade game will happen nonetheless. This was supposed to happen inside the building, not outside where you're supposed to make runouts and spawn peeks, but Team MRCZ shows us how it's done, and they say nothing is impossible.
MRCZ went wild with their runouts, with their plays. Sometimes they really should have been punished for it, but sadly for KIRA, I think everything kind of got to them, the pressure of being in the lower brackets, them knowing how their recent performance has been, them knowing that this is a do-or-die matchup and still they're not being able to perform at the level they want. Everything, at least that's what I think, got to KIRA Esports. And any of the smaller mistakes that were happening previously were now amplified because of the context of the situation. And just really a couple of rounds that shouldn't have gone the way of MRCZ. There were so many of them. The 1v1s, KIRA could have secured those. They could have at least made this a 7-3, 7-4. Even the final couple of rounds where MercenarieZ just went completely for kills. Like they thought this was a death match on the map of Villa. They were looking for frags time and time again. Even then, KIRA Esports should have been able to punish the hyper-aggression, the spawn peaks, the runouts, the double, triple runouts, whatever MRCZ were planning. But regardless of all of that, it's the aftermath. What's happened has happened. One can only, say best of luck to KIRA Esports and hope they'll have a better performance later on in the next competitive year of Siege. And of course, they grind it out in this off-season. They really play all of their scrims or their dry runs, or they have their practice. If they want to go for roster changes, I feel like we may see a couple of roster changes after the South Asian Nationals gets over. Once, everyone has, everyone is past that stage, then maybe some teams pick up a couple of players, maybe some teams drop a couple of players. I don't really know who or which team, but I anticipate that. But still, even if roster changes are made in the side of KIRA Esports, that's perfectly fine. Just really look for that team synchronization and team synergy, because I feel like that's one of the keys with which KIRA can, secure more wins in general.
KIRA Esports, all in all, I have to agree on this, CCB. Despite them, not being able to secure a final spot in the South Asian Nationals, you still got to give them, you still got to applaud them, because they had struggled all the way from summer series and fall series. They've secured a spot in the SE Nationals. They've given a tough fight in the group stages, and also they've secured a spot on the playoffs. You still gotta give props for KIRA Esports to making it this far. But all in all, like you said, I really cannot wait to see what KIRA Esports has in store in our future matches. But for now, we just still have to bow down. 7-1. MRCZ, they are showing no mercy at all. 9 kills to Seeb, 9 kills to MI7. He was the miracle for the final round. And on the side of KIRA Esports, we have with the 8 kills, so did Death Armor. Death Armor's performance was really good while he was playing on defense. As the alibi, he makes sure to get those opening picks. But unfortunately, once MRCZ decides to push in towards the site, that's where KIRA Esports had major problems on their end. And Ayan, oh boy, how can I just not talk about Ayan at all? His plays as the Ash R4C, somehow he gets away with a kill or two. And Taha, playing as the Nook, gets away with a kill or two as well. And all in all, it always ended up with KIRA Esports having less amount of information on MRCZ's whereabouts, which really did cost them a lot of rounds on both the maps.
Absolutely. So many of these rounds could have gone their way, but sadly for KIRA Esports, it wasn't meant to be. It didn't, and now it's over, right? And yet again, one needs to imagine like what exactly will be going on amongst KIRA Esports right now. I feel like just after the loss of a specific match, most players indeed go for like a little bit of alone time. They don't spend too much time with each other because anyways, right, might as well get your mind off of it, focus on something else, and then later in the day. And this is what I have seen from many esports teams in a couple of esports titles. I could be wrong about KIRA Esports. Maybe they don't go for that. Maybe they have a different like plan or whatever they do. But still, without all of that, no matter what happens, KIRA Esports need to bounce back from this, and they need to have heavy discussions. Now, although we definitely do need to have heavy discussions about the player right in front of our screens, the player spotlight, and boy oh boy am I really glad to have this player in the spotlight. Hasib deserves all the credit and so much of the improvement that has happened in the side of MRCZ. I mean, again, username Hasib wants peace, but as the age-old, the dragged-out joke goes, he needs anything but that. He wants the opposite of peace in the server as well. As soon as Hasib has joined back in for the playoffs, Baba, I know you have been discussing majorly about this as well.
Yeah.
So you know what? You talk about how Hasib has been a huge asset, or like someone really important for MRCZ.
Just like I said, most of the matches that we've seen in the group stages, Hasib wasn't available at that time.
Exactly.
So it was all down to the one and only caster / analyst / coach / player Ashrit to take in the form of Hasib's role play, and that was playing as the smoke. So since they had a really tough time in communicating when it comes to securing the kill, they did somehow secure the spot and towards the playoffs. But now seeing Hasib back on track, you get to see the major the impactful performance that you see from not only from Hasib, but also from the rest of the teams that you see from Taha and Ayan. They get to play to it accordingly. They know the synergy on how Hasib plays accordingly with them. They know how to Taha and Ayan knows exactly how to go in for an aggressive plays. Hasib gives great amount of information, and plus when it comes to securing the win, Hasib knows when to get the job done. And I'm pretty sure for today he just woke up and chose violence.
That's every single day, man. Hasib, I mean, he's on par. His personal performance is on par with Ayan. Even better, actually. Ayan died 10 times in this entire matchup. Oh, sorry, in the two maps. Meanwhile, Hasib only died 7 times. So, keeping that in mind, it means that Hasib was longer active in the server. Survival rate was better. And I have always said this, and I mean, everyone in MRCZ and a lot of people watching as well know, Ayan and Din are supposed to be, the two entry fraggers, the two star players, because they're the most recent recruits. Ayan used to go by Murtazim. We remember his place from back then. Din is a recent recruit from Militant Esports, and he's also been having exceptional days. Today, okay, he had a quieter one, but still his team did more than enough to help, get that victory, move on forward. But Hasib was on par with these guys, and this new radical change that I called it of MRCZ, giving Hasib that Ash Iana, putting him on entry, I feel like it can be a major part of, or like a permanent part of their entire composition. And I am really excited to see this. So yeah, MercenarieZ have been making a lot of changes under all the changes that have happened under the guidance of Ashrit now properly being as that analyst and coach. Things are looking better. Yes, yesterday MercenarieZ lost to Hunters, and they lost that BO3, went to the decider map, but today they've improved so much, and tomorrow as well, right, they shall face off against the losers of our second matchup of the day.
Yep, it would be either up against Hunters LFO or Shaheens, which in fact will happen after a short break. But for now, talk about the matches that happened from KIRA Esports. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated out from the South Asian Nationals. With MRCZ proceeding into the next phase of the lower bracket finals, they've just got to wait and watch to see who will it be their next competitor. Would it be Hunters LFO or Shaheens? And talk about all of the players though. We talked about Hasib, we talked about Taha, we talked about Ayan, but we almost forgot to talk about MI7. He is the boss of 2v4 clutches, man. I'm not joking. Every single time when I see MI7 be at any 2v4 situation, beat up against KIRA, beat up against, Hunters, he always secures a clutch no matter what. And that's the main reason why I call him the king of clutches. 2v4, if MI7 is still alive, I'm pretty sure that clutch will definitely be in favor for MRCZ, man.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember, the 1v1 he had against Vidvi. I think that was round 1 or round 2. Yeah, round 1 it was only. That's how we started the map of Villa. Very well could have gone Vidvi's way, but MI7 bursted. That Vulcan shield destroyed it, pushed Vidvi off, and everything followed soon. Regardless of that, KIRA Esports sadly out of the Nationals. They'll be taking 4th spot. MercenarieZ moving on forward. Their matchup will be tomorrow. But everyone watching, we have another, I've always said this, but a banger matchup ready in store. Our next matchup is going to be Hunters LFO facing off up against Shaheens. Don't miss out on that. Definitely stay tuned. In the meanwhile, while we are indeed going for the break, definitely go down the description, check out the GPUs from Zotac if you want extra frames for your favorite games, and if you want a newer game and definitely a very interesting, very complicated, very intriguing one, Siege is the one. Get it from Ubisoft. And if you want more entertainment, Loco is definitely your hub. But right here at the Esports Club, we'll just be back after a short break.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. I wanna tell me something new. I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Okay. 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 Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
myself for a while.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm staying faith, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
Back, 'cause I don't wanna be the one. 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 Back, 'cause I don't wan
live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
A fantastic evening to all of our viewers at home as we are back once again to the South Asian Nationals here at the Esports Club, of course, presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotae Gaming, hosted here at TZ, just like we said before, and of course alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, and we are back once again, Baba, for yet another exciting Hunters match. Of course, we just had the game with KIRA Esports earlier, where KIRA unfortunately have to drop out of the playoffs because of an 0-2 loss. MercenarieZ winning both maps with, I wouldn't really say relative ease. A lot of rounds were very close, but still a 2-0 is what will be recorded in the history books. Now, of course, we'll be shifting gears and shifting focus as well as we go to the matchups to see exactly the game that we will be casting, folks. And the gravitas of this match cannot be understated. It is Hunters versus the Shaheens, a revenge match as well for the Shaheens after what happened to them in the group stages. Baba, I think we all remember that very, very well, don't we?
Yep. How can I not forget? Group stages, Shaheens. They went up against Hunters LFO. Both of the matches did go at 7-1, 7-2 scoreline. In fact, even Envy was pretty adamant on saying that our performance when we went up against Hunters LFO didn't quite work out well. So hopefully we might see them, get their revenge back in the playoffs itself, because this is the upper brackets finals after all. The loser of this will still have a chance where they will go up against Team MercenarieZ. But the biggest question will be, which will be that team who will go down and which will be the team to proceed all the way to the grand finals. And I've got to say, Hunters LFO, when they went up against Mercenary in the first match, it did go all the way to the deciders, and they have finally managed to secure the spot in the next phase. But now, talk about Shaheens, I've got to say this will be even much more bigger challenges that they need to face here, Jack.
It will be, yeah, you are correct. Shaheens' challenge today is going to be even greater, I should say. Because sure, Hunters had a pretty bad start yesterday, right? I think even they wouldn't want to sugarcoat it against the Mercenaries, losing map 1 4-7 as well, as it were. So yeah, all things considered, they'll be firing on all cylinders right off the get-go today. So let's have a look at the Hunters team intro. All right, that was, of course, the Hunters team intro, folks. Of course, the team that we are all looking forward to, as it were. But their opponents, no slouches. Let's have a look at the Shaheens.
There you go, folks. That was Team Shaheens, and now they're here to secure the spot in towards the grand finals. But unfortunately, there will be only 2 teams who will secure the spot. And I've got to say, this best of 3 competition will be a tough one for both Hunters and Shaheens. And I've got to say, the map vetoes itself will be an interesting one, knowing that Shaheens, they always pick maps which are off meta wise. They don't pick Clubhouse, they don't pick Oregon, they even don't pick Map Villa, but they do go in for the usual map picks like Skyscraper, which was being picked by Shaheens by quite a lot. And then we have Hunters LFO, which are usually the ones which you could say that they've mastered most of the maps, but they always focus on what kind of counters that will favor a lot from their end, instead of focusing on which maps are the strongest. So they usually heavily rely on counters and see what kind of playstyles that Shaheens have got in their stores. And also we'll take a look at the map videos itself to see what kind of maps do we expect from both the teams.
Absolutely, the map veto, folks, coming live to your screens right now. Hunters versus Shaheens, and all right, we've got a couple of interesting decisions here.
Okay.
Villa from the Shaheens, an unexpected pick. Attack first will be Hunters on that map, and I think Shaheens are banking on the fact that Villa might be a little weak for the Hunters, given how they started against MercenarieZ and MercenarieZ, mind you. Yesterday, they did take a 4-0 lead before Hunters were able to put even a single round on board. So we'll have to see if that remains the case today, or if the Hunters have since improved. My bet is on them having improved quite a bit going into today's matchup. So we'll have to see if the Shaheens' pick on Villa has something secretive going into it. And Hunters, in the meanwhile, again, a very safe pick, Baba. Like yesterday, they went Oregon against MercenarieZ. Today, they're going Clubhouse against the Shaheens. I'm not sure what's going on in the Hunters camp, but they seem to be willing to save whatever strats they have on Skyscraper, Bank, and Border, so on and so forth. The maps we've seen them play so often, they seem to be wanting to save them for a potential grand finals run, but they have to get there first, right? And they have to win this match for that. Theme Park is, of course, our decider map. So all 3 maps tonight, pretty defender-sided to varying degrees. We'll have to see how Hunters and Shaheens perform on all of these maps.
Technically, you could say that Hunters are going in for a safety net on map number 2. So if things go south, you still have Clubhouse, which could have a 50-50 chance for both Hunters and Shaheens to see whether if they could, manage to secure a lot of rounds or just force them down as best as possible. But talk about Shaheens going on a map called Villa. This was unexpected coming in from their end, because usually you'd see Shaheens either pick Skyscraper a lot, or maybe we could see them pick Chalet, Oregon, but never have I ever witnessed Shaheens going on a map like Villa. It's going to be very interesting to see what kind of game plan does Shaheens have up against Team Hunters, and I'm quite intrigued to see what kind of counters do we get to see from Hunters end too. And taking a look at the band maps itself, Hunters LFO, they don't want to pick Cafe. Not a single bit. It's the first map band you see, and it's Cafe band from Hunters, and Shaheens will go out on a Chalet band, because usually they did get to see that very example when they saw Hunters go up against MercenarieZ, right? Chalet, second map, which was about to be in favor for Team MRCZ, but turns out they just pulled a 180. OT, Hunters wins map number 2, and then suddenly on map number 3, Villa, 7-2 in favor for Hunters LFO. So Shaheens are usually going in for those counter picks, and I'm pretty sure that even Hunters are doing the same thing by banning Skyscraper on the third ban phase itself. So talking about the moment in hand, map number 1 is Villa. Shaheens, at this point, we haven't seen Shaheens play map Villa at all in the group stage itself, because it was usually either being picked on map number 3 or it was banned from them itself. Phalanx, on the other hand, they used to play Villa a lot, which I could understand why Shaheens would just usually ban that specific map in the first place. So I still have no idea on what Shaheens are trying to do on map number 1, but it will be an interesting sight to see on how Shaheens have improved and progressed, especially the huge loss that they had to witness up against Hunters with a 7-1, 7-2 scoreline.
Yeah, that 7-1 that the Shaheens had against the Hunters in group stages, no less, that definitely is still going to be rubbing off on them at the moment, of course, because as we all know, Shaheens are not a team to take a loss like that lying down. No, sir. After beating KIRA Esports yesterday, they look as good as ever, poised for yet another victory. But it's the Hunters they're going up against, folks, and we've seen this matchup a couple of times now in a BO5 Grand Finals, where, of course, Hunters were the ones to lose 0-3, if you recall correctly, Baba. Pro Series Fall Edition, that was, yes. And finally, of course, the last time they fought each other, group stages, here at the Nationals itself, it was a 7-1, 7-1, the one that we just talked about, of course, all our viewers will remember as well, that the Hunters took, ultimately winning a 2-0. Can the Hunters repeat this? Honestly, it's hard to tell, right? Because the Chains have improved a lot since then as well. Hunters, well, they had a bad day yesterday, right? But it could just be that it was just one bad day. Hopefully, it's not a sign of anything big going on in the team, right? Maybe miscommunications or arguments or whatever have you. Those happen, right? But I would say that Hunters, being the kind of roster they are, having stuck together for so long, right, together as a team, as a group of friends even, that they would be able to get over it pretty quickly, as it were. The only real change that the Hunters roster has had over the years being, of course, the departure of EX7, who's out pursuing his own things in life. We wish him all the very best, of course, and the inclusion of Rattler Sins, who, of course, plays a pretty flex support-ish role, similar to what EX7 used to do, but in his own way, of course. And that is one of the greater things about the Hunters roster, right? That even without EX7, or sometimes when Sparko's busy, right, they have to sub Venpai in. And whenever they do, Venpai takes the same role as Sparko, but does it his own way, with his own style of going for breaches, his own way of calling the shots whenever he needs to, so on and so forth. So Hunters as a team are pretty malleable, right? And they can adapt very, very well to whatever is thrown at them. And I feel like that's something that the Shaheens have to be worried about, because Shaheens are a little bit more rigid, I would say, than the Hunters are. They're flexible, they can adapt, but at the same time, they have shown issues with repetition, right? And, of course, issues with consistency. So I think all things considered, Shaheens have a few things to worry about tonight, some of which were, of course, on full display against the Hunters a couple of nights ago, again, in that group stage match. So if they've learned anything from that, and believe me, they will have, then this matchup will certainly be quite different compared to that one, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. Talk about Shaheens, since you talked a lot more about Hunters LFO, Shaheens, on the other hand, you could say they were more of a new team once, we had our summer season, right?
Yeah.
Shaheens, we had an amazing players currently from Pakistan itself. We have players like IND, you still have Mahdi Ali, you even have Doctor, who is currently a well-known player, and they did head off, especially if you talk about IND, used to be a player back when he was, competing as a team in KIRA Esports. You also had Doctor, who was with MRCZ. So you have some certain players who used to be on teams like MRCZ, Hunters LFO, and now they are Shaheens are currently in their own team in which they are, in which they're having an excellent performance. You even have Caesar, a really well-made support who can also deliver a major frags from the opposition team, playing as the castle. You saw the same example on when they went up against KIRA Esports, right? Playing as the castle, securing good amount of kills while having one of the most difficult guns in the game, the UMP, with a low fire rate, somehow succeeds with not only succeeding a clutch, but also wasting a lot of time for KIRA Esports. So Shaheens, on the other hand, you have some well-known players and talented players at that too, especially when you take a look at Doctor as well. His explosive performance, his initial frag outs, his style when it comes to getting those highlight reels is always the best thing to take a look at from Shaheens' end. So I'm very excited to see how well would they go up against. I want to see a good comparison between Caesar and Rattler. I want to see good comparison between Doctor and Sandy.
Oh yeah, that
and
one.
I have to see the way how they would compete against each other to see who is the best when it comes to getting the initial pick out and who would be great when it comes to while playing as the support role. And when it comes to support role in Hunters LFO, you have both of them, right? You have Sparko and Rattler. Despite Rattler being very explosive playing as a smoke, he is an expert when it comes to landing those headshots with the SMG-12. So Sparko, he usually gives smoke at the hands of Rattler because he's an exceptional player at doing so. He even let him play as the Sledge as well, in which he does an amazing plays as the cooked nade. And the synergy that we have from Rattler and Sparko, the way how they communicate together, the way how they say that yes, since you guys are going in from 1x place, we will make sure to provide you we'll make sure to give you good amount of support in Y position, where both Sparko and Rattler work together as a team to provide support for both Sandy and Jittery. That's exactly how Hunters work from place to place, and the strategies that they involve always relies on both of them. So it's more of like a perfect circle. If you take a look at Shaheens, since they are more of like an explosive team, they usually go in for those individual gunfights. And granted, they win a lot of individual gunfights. 1v3s, we already saw that example from IND. 1v3, all by himself. Of course, there were his support coming almost all the way from Red Stairs on map Villa. You'd usually get to see Shaheens go more of like an aggressive approach. Maybe sometimes they don't go accordingly for crossfire angles, but once they do it in an excellent way. So for now, folks, let's not waste any time at all and proceed with map number 1. Villa is here, and now here comes the deciding factor to see whether if Shaheens will get a spot on the grand finals or will it be Team Hunters LFO. So let us proceed with the ban phase as we get to talk about the match which will happen on Villa.
Here we go. Hunters LFO with Sparko, Jittery, Sandy, Rattler, and of course Beat coming in, and Shaheens, of course, Envy, Mighty Ellie, Doctor, Skywalker, and Caesar. The 10 players in the lobby, all ready, all willing to give it their absolute all here and now, folks. This is just like the Hunters Mercenaries game. This is another pre-finals, finals-esque match, or as CCV like to call it yesterday, the premature finals, as it were. But regardless, this is a game that warrants to be its own finals. And you can see the bans coming out already. Nook, which will immediately be a targeted ban by the Shaheens. There's no two ways about it. Nook, we've seen come out from Jittery. We've seen come out from Sandy. Even Rattler has played that operator. Hunters love Nook. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
And they love making those sneaky plays with that operator. That's why Nook gets banned. There goes Flores in the meanwhile. In Villa, Flores is still a very powerful operator, of course, but because mute jammers have so many corners, right, that they can be put into, jam the Flores drones outright, he's not too much of a threat, but he's still a pretty major one. Now, with Nook and Flores being banned, that does still leave Thatcher in. That's a big point to remember for later on, as the first defender banned from the Hunters is going to be Azami. That is once again a ban that will be aimed at crippling the defense of the Shaheens, because Shaheens love Azami. We've seen it before. They've got some really strong angles that they play with that defender, with those Kiba barriers. As the final ban for map number 1 comes out, it is going to be the mute. There you have it. The complimentary ban for that Flores one from earlier. And folks, this attack and this defense is going to be very different from what we're used to. No more sneaky Nook plays, no more Flores Rateros destroying everything inside, no more mute jammers being used as anti-breach or anti-information. None of that will be in play. Instead, it's going to be a lot more standard siege play, as it were, from both of these teams. Second for Aviator, Games Room, the side of choice. And with that, round 1 between Hunters and Shaheens is set to go.
There we go, folks. Round number 1, Villa will be the map. And last time I remember, Hunters LFO had a lot of issues when they went up against Team MercenarieZ. So I'm pretty much sure that Shaheens wants to use this map as their first advantage, because Hunters clearly showed a lot of weakness in this particular map. So Shaheens wants to give this a go. And I'm actually rooting up for them. I'm seeing how well that they could have their defensive maneuvers, since they're the ones on defense in the first half. Interesting use of Mighty Ali bringing in the Bandit, especially on a map like Villa, because you don't get to see Bandit being played on map Villa. You'd usually see either a Goyo's Vulcan Shield or maybe any denial operators like the Maestro to give them information and provide denial both at the same time. So I'm quite curious to know why would be the reason Mighty Ali brought Bandit in the first place. Is it because to handle out the Vault one? Because sure, we've seen Hunters LFO open up Vault time and time again when the side is on second floor AVG, and I believe that could be the main reason why Shaheens had bought Bandit in the first place.
Could be, but mind you, they'll need to be careful of one other operator in this lobby here. That is Envy's Valkyrie. We didn't touch on it in the ban phase itself, but because Mute and Azami are the bans tonight for the defenders, that means Valkyrie. That means Mira. They are in playing. They are going to be in the playing 5 very, very soon indeed. You have a very quick push coming in. Sandy in record time, already in trophy, pushing up to 90. The call-out's going to be there for the Shaheens. Then wait a minute, he's already here. Gas canister from the smoke. That's from red carpet stairs. Needs to be denied. There's another player here as well. The Jaeger will probably be peaked. Not quite. Pings are going off. They know roughly where that Zophia's position is. But that's the thing, Sandy doesn't have to do much anymore because he's gotten this early shot going. Red carpet stairs peaked, and Sandy with the second. He is unstoppable when he gets going like this. Doctor might just be next on the chopping block, but no, it's Caesar who gets that kill, getting it from, of course, the shield facing red carpet stairs. Taking one in return, but that's a 2-for-1 deal there, and not a good one for the Shaheens.
Yeah, an explosive start from Sandy as he would secure 2 kills. Both Skywalker and Envy have been downed out, and now since both Smoke and the Valkyrie will only just give information from the cams and no longer the gas canisters to help them deny the push that will happen all the way from landing zone, now they can just freely focus on the site. They only have a minute and 15 seconds, and Caesar wants to contest this. He will secure the kill with the help of his pistol, and now it's a 3v3 equalizer. Sparko still has the diffuser in hand. It could be best for him to hold his ground and wait for his team to push all the way from study room so that he can secure a kill. Meanwhile, you see either Beat, actually it is Jittery, who is, making his rappel all the way from the balcony side of study room to get that control as best as possible. So currently Hunters are stuck. They only have 50 seconds left to go in for the push. Cooked nade from Jittery. And just like that, the entire vault is clear. They can just push into a second floor aviator's room and proceed with post plant.
Sparko is the breacher as well, but I don't think they're going to be going for that just yet. In fact, Mighty Ali might have the right read here with the C4 on that elevated angle that they have broken open thanks to the bailiff from Doctor that was earlier in the round. Now, there is a player inside the study. They have to know this. There you go. He's going to be spotted. That's Doctor. Once again, the alibi taking damage on this gunfight. Mighty Ali finds Jittery. That's bad, but Ali has been down as well, and Doctor has to do something about this. The Twitch is out of ammo, but Doctor's being peeked left, right, and center, and there you have it. A shutdown from the Hunters. Despite a little bit of a shaky mid-round, they will take round 1 on Villa. Pretty good from them, even though a couple of those peaks were a little unnecessary. For instance, Sandy, I'm not exactly sure the kind of peak that got him caught out, but Rattler as well, coming up red carpet, didn't quite need to aggress as hard as he did ultimately, but still, of course, the round went for Hunters because just like me and CCB were saying yesterday, right, that Hunters as a team are a team that is built upon being reliable, like every single member of that team being reliable, being hyper reliable. In fact, when they're playing, when they're firing on all cylinders, even if you put them down to the 2v2, it is very hard to stop them. They're like a wall. I believe it was with Aggressive when I was casting with Aggressive during the group stages, right? It was a Hunters game, and I remember making the analogy that they were like Jiren in Dragon Ball's Tournament of Power, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
A wall, an absolute wall that no one could just climb up. I mean, sure, things kind of happen differently in the series, but that's besides the point, right? The reference is there. Hunters right now are a wall, and Shaheens, well, they've seen firsthand now what that wall is looking to do here at the playoffs.
I mean, from Sandy, all Hunters had to do is just let him do his thing.
Yeah.
Especially in the early round, who would be on landing zone in the first place? Especially for the attackers.
Not just that, you saw how they breached the trophy reinforcement, right? Just because Sandy was going there. There was a drone in front of him. There was a player on trophy entry, right, the Fox entry window. And there was somebody doing a hard breach on that singular wall to get an extended line of sight, but also to flush the defender who was in trophy out there, who then got stuck trying to contest Fox window. Sandy was just there at the right time, at the perfect time, to take that kill. It was beautifully coordinated.
Yeah, and the best part about it is that they even expected to have at least one of the players play from Red Stairs hallway, right? From Red Stairs, you'd always expect to see Skywalker bring in the smoke, right? The gas canisters, which is heavily relied on denying the push that was about to happen in second floor statuary room, right? Which in which it was working out flawlessly when they went up against KIRA and MercenarieZ, right? I believe I'm not quite sure where they were up against, but I'm pretty sure on Map Villa I saw them use the same strategy with with the smoke playing on Red Stairs. It usually worked out a lot. I think I remember it was Team Phalanx. While the map was on Villa, you saw Skywalker playing on landing zone. They're pushing. All 5 players from Team Phalanx were pushing in second floor statuary room, where all Skywalker had to do was just use the smoke in a way that they could waste a lot of time, and they secured a lot of round wins because of that. But since Hunters going on a very different approach by catching them off guard with the help of the attack drones in the prep phase, all Sandy had to do was just sprint all the way from Fountain to second floor statue, get 2 kills by removing both the important anchors and the holders on statue, and next thing you know, they just secured the kills without facing any issues. Although Shaheens did put up a good fight. It was a 2v2.
They did, yeah.
Doctor almost secured. If Doctor hadn't had any problems from the study window, this could have been a Shaheens round all over in the first round itself. But turns out that did not happen. So hopefully with the pause timer being used from Shaheens, maybe they'll use some good time to understand what exactly is happening. And Doctor, he knows exactly where Sandy would arrive. So this 1v1 challenging gunfight will be able to determine the fate of round number 2. But turns out Doctor decides to fall back. And Sandy, he wants to contest this once again. Aggressive approach. This time Sandy, he is not putting a stop to it, man. He is unstoppable. Jesus! That headshot with Doctor being gone. Statuary control is Sandy's territory, Jack.
And that is the thing, right? Sandy, in stark contrast to yesterday, Sandy's clearly feeling confident today, right? You can see it in the way he's moving, in the positions he's taking, and the way he's absolutely fearlessly going for these gunfights. It truly is a sight to see. Smoke gas canister from lower red stairs, of course, will be spotted. There's the Twitch drone giving away that information. Envy is down below, mind you. And that, of course, could be a C4 kill. Sandy is standing on a soft floor right now. So if the Valcam spots him, that could be a big drop. But Envy is going to fall back in the meanwhile. The C4 has been expended, I think, from the Valk. Either it has been or has been pre-placed. One of the two. We'll have to see for now. Caesar, in the meanwhile, trades places actually, goes down to the first floor to catch any potential roam clear. Now, of course, once again, the difference here from round 1 is already visible, right? The fact that Hunters have taken 1 body, but they are no closer to getting into the site, mind you. They haven't quite opened things up, and Sandy, once again, a bit too overzealous there. Skywalker gets that kill and confirms that kill. Excuse me, of course, the down came from the Bandit, and Skywalker will now make the retreat back into sight. A little bit overzealous. Sandy probably got a bit impatient, saying that where are these clearances? We need them. We need to get into sight. 40 seconds remain, and the Hunters, they'll need to get in here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they haven't revealed Skywalker yet, and that deployable shield that Skywalker is currently playing is so crucial. Oh, Jesus. No, not a good way, but they'll still get the second grenade kill nonetheless. Equalizing it to a 3v3, and now here comes the support from Mighty Ali. He doesn't want to let Hunters set foot in towards the aviators room. They don't have any explosive utilities to deal with. No C4s of that too from the defenders. So they're heavily relied with gunfights. And if this goes to post plant, then that is danger. So Mighty Ali needs to hold his ground, in which he does. Triple kill. And now it's all in the hands of Beat, where he will secure his first headshot, removing Caesar. But does he know Envy's whereabouts? No, he does not. And just like that, Shaheens will secure round number 2. Beautiful plays being made from Mighty Ali, knowing that they don't have any explosive utilities. They had to rely on gunfights, and in that gunfights, Ali will secure his 3 important kills.
That's the thing. I feel like Hunters got way too impatient there. Way too impatient. Sure, at the last 10 seconds, you have to go for the plant. I get it, but they didn't gather enough intel, right? For whatever reason, their intel game was completely stumped in that round. And, of course, Rattler, unfortunately, self-destructing didn't quite help. So that is another something that they will have to keep in mind. Probably just miss the timer, right, on cooking the grenade.
That should be the case, yeah.
Just miss the timer on cooking the grenade. Maybe miscounted the seconds. Happens, it gets to the best of us, so it is what it is. But still, it definitely would have been one of the factors, right, leading to Hunters going down the path they did. Especially Sandy, right? We were praising Sandy for the perfect play, perfectly coordinated play that he was doing for so long. And yet, on that red stairs landing, he played it way too impatiently. I get it. You've been there for a good 30 seconds now, right? You want to aggress, you want to get inside, but here's the thing. You need those grenades from below. You need the time. You need to give your teammates the time to set things up. They hadn't done, Hunters that is, they hadn't done any first floor clearances, mind you.
True.
They just done second floor. So that, of course, was another big issue for them in that round. They got a bit too impatient, probably a bit too overzealous as well, and just thought that, yeah, we can just get in, probably not going to be any problem, but there was a problem. That problem being the fact that Shaheens were very, very comfortable. Now, Caesar's already in a pretty important position, but Indy's going to find a big one. That's Sandy down, playing in a forward position inside a study room, gets the Zofia and shuts Sandy down early. Now that is a huge drop for the Hunters.
Yeah, huge drop as the entry fragger for Hunters have been eliminated very quickly, and this is looking good from Shaheens' end. Knowing that the aggressive plays will be halted for a very long time, now all they've got to do is just focus on holding their ground in towards the side, and Caesar might be able to find the player from the stairs, but no, Rattler will reply back with the headshot. Equalizer is in 4-4, but at the cost of Rattler being in very low on HP. Currently below 50 HP as of now. Information, the shock drone will be destroyed from Doctor, to make sure that none of the information will be gained from the study room's side. Actually, not study room, the statuary room, again, apologies. But talk about the time itself. They still have a minute and 30 seconds for them to proceed with the push. And now all they're doing right now is trying to gather some important players' positionings. I believe one of them will be Doctor. Information will be given. So does the Gemini replicator being destroyed. And Envy, what would be his response? Currently playing very aggressively towards the courtroom window. So what is the game plan from Shaheens? Knowing that Hunters LFO won't make an attempt of holding an angle from master bedroom window, they have to find another way, and that way is all the way from Astro window itself. Establishing line of sight with the help of the inverted rappel, making sure that the players would push all the way from 90s hallway, knowing that they've cleared out Caesar. No, there won't be any problems from the first floor, but Sparko, he decides to contest the master bedroom window, and turns out Jittery will win the important one, and that is removing Doctor, who was currently holding from statuary room.
C4 from below, but Mighty Ellie misses the mark. That C4 unfortunately isn't going to do much, but the rappel on Sparko is found. Envy playing that aggressive position, gets one, but Jittery fires back immediately. Skywalker goes down. There's a player probably in the bathroom or rotating around. Yes, and Jittery will go down. Envy takes that kill. Can't quite rotate into the side. The plant is or was happening, but it is no longer. They can't go for it quite yet. Mighty Ellie's position is probably given away. The Goyo on Astro Stairs has to be found. Shots fired. Beat is taking damage, but that's the exact prompt that Rattler needed. Gets that kill. Ali going down. Envy now the last one. The plant has to happen, but where is it going to be? We're close to 15 seconds. The plant is happening now. Rattler has to protect no matter what. The pings are out, but Envy choosing not to aggress this right now. He knows that the post plant will afford him more time, if anything, to try and play the situation correctly. The alibi with a very low HP on bedroom door. All it takes is the right peek from one of these two, and there we go. Rattler will take the kill. Envy to fall, and Hunters now take their second round. Once again, well played, even if, again, mind you, the mid-round from the Hunters is getting a little sloppy. They're giving away a couple of bodies that shouldn't quite be given away, right? A couple of those kills, a couple of those positions that are a bit awkward for them, not quite what they probably want, but they're getting the rounds. That's what matters for them. And the more rounds they get, the more confident they get. The more confident they are, the better they'll be able to commit. So it's a good thing in the long run. The domino effect will be in place, but they cannot afford to lose rounds to the Shaheens as well. As we've seen, that has happened once before already on second floor Aviator, when Shaheens decided to repeat the site. This time again, Shaheens choosing to repeat second floor Trophy and Statuary.
I've got to admit, for Envy in round number 3, he had done an exceptional job for forcing Hunters to push from landing zone. He didn't even let any single player from Hunters gain control on second floor master bedroom, mainly because Envy was still present. He was the only one. There was no support from the team, there was no crossfire angle being placed, he was all by himself, and with the help of the alibis prismas, Envy did succeeded in confusing a lot of information for Hunters. And even though that he succeeded in holding out his ground, forcing Hunters to push from 90s hallway and also all the way from landing zone, unfortunately, once Jittery made his presence known, removing Doctor off from the important angle from statuary room, it's just started to fall apart because trophy room was entirely compromised. They didn't had any more players to hold that particular angle, which Hunters LFO used this to their advantage. Now talk about round number 4, IND. He's still making very aggressive attempts. Oh boy, very risky. He needs to fall back. He's actually thinking of dropping down from the hatch, but is this a good idea? No, he'll be dealt a lot of damage, but oh boy, he will fall back safely. No, trophy window. There was an angle. Sandy misses it. Sandy misses the important kill. That could have been an early pick advantage. That would have been IND gone, but he's still alive, Jack.
That's the thing, the sledge as well on the balcony. Rattler not quite being able to, finish off his plate with IND scurrying away very, very quickly. Indeed, Gemini will give away Doctor's location, but of course Doctor means to be there. He wants to be there, as it were, as a Goya canister has been used up. That's the one on Red Stairs Landing. That's going to waste a ton of time as well. Those canisters, the flames from them last a significant amount of time, as Rattler has approached very quickly in the meanwhile. That's a nice drone from Beat as well. That's going to pretty much watch over the entirety of Classical Hallway, the bend on 90, main stairs, and anybody on the balcony half of Study Room. So good drone indeed for flank watch later on. This is some of the stuff that you love to see from the Hunters as well, that they will just do everything in their power possible to be able to stop any flanks, any disadvantageous situations from cropping up. For the time being, though, they gotta get themselves closer to site. They don't have a body to their name yet, and that is probably going to be a massive issue. The OSA pushing up pretty aggressively, I feel like, is going to be the case here. Deploying a talent shield maybe soon. Beat has already used one. You can see he's only got one remaining in his counter on the bottom left over there. And indeed, this is a nice angle to have all the way from first floor dining room, looking up through the laundry hatch into bedroom to the open window. He could find one. He's waiting for it. Maybe a grenade could come through that window. Potentially, no, a drone instead. That is the Yana, but no, Sparkle goes down. Caesar gets a kill. That's a big one. Wait, Jittery knew? All right, he's in for 2. Can't quite get the third, though. Caesar shuts him down. And that's once again the UMP coming in, but Beat finds one. Rattler finds another. Caesar once again is stuck all on his lonesome. Has to find the planter. Has to find these kills, but Sandy comes around. And it is the Hunters with 3. Sparko is ecstatic with the way that round went. I'm sure Caesar definitely gave him a little bit of a heart attack with how the castle was playing, but it didn't matter, not to the rest of the Hunters. Jittery, what a peek. There had to be a drone downstairs. I do not think for even a second that Jittery did not know that there was, no one downstairs. He knew. He peeked it. He got a beautiful headshot, jumps in, finds Doctor as well. And we know how much of a menace Doctor is in the late rounds as well. Beautifully done from the Hunters. They are 3-1 up, and Shaheens, Villa is a defender set of map. There is no two ways about it. Shaheens are 1-3 down. They cannot take a lead on this advantageous half. And if Hunters win another one, Baba, Shaheens are in a spot of bother.
Are you kidding me? They were down with 1 play. Sparko was down. How did Hunters get away with a win? It's just 2 kills from Jittery. Next thing you know, the whole site's been broken down.
Exactly. The thing is, right, I feel like what they did, Jittery getting those 2 kills caused a bit of discord, right, in the Shaheens camp.
Yep.
Because for one, the player beneath the hatch, Mighty Ellie, I believe it was, right, playing the Alibi, or was it Envy?
Yeah, it was Envy was playing in the Alibi. He was playing from the first floor.
Yeah. Looking up the laundry hatch, right? I'm pretty sure Envy would have been very surprised. The fact that Jittery peeked him like that and got the kill, and immediately walks in getting Doctor. That's 2 people now actively trying to report on Jittery's location, right? In the midst of all that, as the Shaheens players are trying to settle down, Caesar did find Sparko. And he did go on to find Jittery, but at the same time, Rattler and Beat got kills of their own, which then made the situation even worse. They couldn't quite figure out what was going on. And I feel like Hunters used that discord to the best possible advantage that they could have. Now in round 5, the site is back to Aviator game. Skywalker, this is a big kill. Jittery is down. This Thorn has just done a massive job here.
And now he's currently in trouble because he needs to get back safely, but he wants to contest the angle in which Sandy will punish him. Equalizing to a 4v4, Skywalker's location was revealed. He had no other choice but to fight back, but he will get the important pick. Jittery, with the Ana being gone, the replicators won't be able to give a lot of information, so they have to make do without it. Now, since when it comes to the site, which will be into a second floor aviator's room, the push that the attackers will make, Hunters LFO, my goodness, he's taking a lot of damage. So is Sandy, who is currently still contesting from the angle. Sandy, once
still
again,
gets away with that.
Are you kidding me? This is the third time I'm seeing Sandy engage in that particular same gunfight, and he wins it, all of them, except for one where Doctor did initially get the frag, but he's low on HP. He was just 5, and somehow Sandy will get the important frag out because that is Caesar all the way from the landing zone. Now they can push him towards the side easily, but how can they deal with Envy now?
See, the thing is, not just Envy, but you also have Mighty Ellie, who's expending a lot of bullets elsewhere, right? From down below, I think, probably drones and other things that are giving away his position. He is the C4 player as well, mind you, and that Twitch will be taken care of. Envy trying to bait on this main door right now. There goes the smoke gas canister. Sandy, there we go. He's going to get taken out. Envy with 2! That's a big one as well. Finding Sparkle, your breacher gone again. Not just that, but your diffuser carrier. Sandy was playing a forward position, and Envy did get the call out on that once he retreated back to his shield. That gas canister did such a good job right there, but he's got to be careful. The shots from Rattler could be big right now, but the shots from the smoke, Rattler has to be careful of as well. It's all down to Rattler and B, the last two standing, the two flex supports of the Hunters. They can do fragging of their own, but they've got 25 seconds to do it. We've got one approaching in the hallway in the meanwhile, and Beat will join his teammate in 90 as the barbed wire needs to be taken care of. There's a player out towards main stairs as well. They will get that, but they have to be careful to not line up awkwardly. Shots fired from inside, and there you go. Mighty Ellie from across the hallway will get the kill. Shaheens put a second on board. Better late than never, because they really need it around here.
Yeah, they were desperate in a need of a win. And I've got to admit, Shaheens, they have done an amazing job in holding out the aggression. But oh boy, does it get south real quick when that happens, man. Sandy and Jittery. Once Skywalker removed out Jittery, that was such an important kill for Shaheens, knowing that they won't get even much more information with the help of the Gemini replicators, the grenades which could have helped them in destroying those deployable shields. Maybe we could have seen Jittery just gain control of Piano just by, removing out the windows outside, cook grenade, remove out Envy while he had like 3 smoke gas canisters with him, right? The only strategy that Shaheens had changed was instead of Skywalker playing in from red stairs, Shaheens let Skywalker play in much of a roam role. Since he is an amazing when it comes to playing as the flex role himself, he decided to play in a much more aggressive approach. He succeeded in doing that. Second, Envy was the one playing as the smoke. Instead of playing from the red stairs, he played from the side itself. Knowing that Azami has been banned, deployable shields and, the ADSs were more than enough to give them the protection. But how would you eliminate one of the, players who has a lot of explosive material? And that is from a spawn peak that Skywalker did succeed in removing out one of the important players. That was the main reason why Hunters LFO had a lot of problems getting control on the aviators room. And the best part about it is that Shaheens, they didn't even use the Goyo.
Yeah, they really didn't. And now they are. Mighty Ellie is back on the Goyo. But here's the thing. They've gone back to Trophy. And I don't think that that's a good idea. Trophy, they have lost twice now. Yeah. They've got the Goyo, they've got the Valkyrie. This is the same lineup they had, mind you, for Trophy statuary, for the 2 runs that they ended up losing. Hunters seem to have an idea of this, and if I were in the Shaheens' camp right now, I would not be going back to this site because we've already lost it twice, right? I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, trying to think like they do, right? And maybe the thinking here is that they can probably get away with the round. They can probably get away with a big round at that if they play their cards correctly, because every single time they were able to push the Hunters back a little bit. This time they're playing on the back foot as well, reserving bodies, reserving their lives, so that even if they lose map control, they can retake it as soon as the need arises, which is again a smart idea against the Hunters. You give them early peaks like that and they will punish you every time, 9 times out of 10 even. But of course, we have to get to that first peak first. Doctor's taking damage in the meanwhile. Not exactly sure what that happened. Sandy low on HP, probably because of the Goya canister. The fight in Astro through bathroom is probably what did all that damage. Wait a minute, there's an attacker in Memorial, but no way Jittery heard that. And no way! And he walks away with 2. Sandy comes in to find Doctor, and once again it's a spot of bother for the Shaheens. Caesar, again the one to get the first pick for Shaheens in this sight particularly, but oh, Jittery caught on the reload, couldn't quite manage to get himself in a better position here. Rattle looking for the kill on Caesar, can't quite do it. This time it could just happen. 2v5 could just come out. Caesar's low on HP, position given away, Beat comes in, gets the kill. Envy looking at the upside down rappel on a bedroom window, could probably get it if he wants to, but there's Beat in Astra as well. Sparko jumps in, it's caught, it's a 1v1. Beat gets that kill. Envy, regardless of the effort, is shut down, and Hunters will make it 4-2 in the attacking half of Villa. It is Shaheens' map pick, and Hunters are here on a mission today. They are not giving any quarter. The rounds that Shaheens took, they took purely because they outplayed the Hunters. No two ways about it. However, Hunters outplayed Shaheens 4 rounds. For 4 rounds, Baba. Not 4 rounds straight, but 4 rounds. They have momentum, and Jittery, the fact that he was able to get the audio cue of the impact going off on top of Memorial, Memorial room.
Yeah.
Goes up into Memorial, decides, I'm gonna peek it, and finds the Wamai? Are you kidding me? And then walks out. The reactions, right? To go out, he probably had a call that someone was in art station or piano room, right? To go out, peek it, get the kill, and walk away, all before the roamer down below had any idea what was going on. Insane stuff. And Sandy following up with a kill on Doctor as well. Hunters, if there's one thing you can say about them this round, they are reading Shaheens like a book, and they are getting away with it. Now, Hunters are on the defense. Villa is the defenders at map. There's no two ways about it, right?
Yep.
Hunters on the defense, they're 4-2 up. Shaheens, this was their map pick. And the more rounds they lose, the more I'm inclined to think that they picked this map purely because of what Hunter's performance was against MercenarieZ yesterday. And that, again, we've seen it time and time again. If you think Hunters are weak on one map on a particular day, it's purely because they were probably having a bad start on that map and nothing else.
True.
There is no guarantee that they'll be similarly weak in that map tomorrow. And Shaheens are finding that out right now, the hard way.
Oh man, this is going to hit them hard, man, especially the first half. Coming to an end on a 4-2 scoreline. This time Ideally have some good information, but can he carry out with a kill? The way how the Smoke has been playing aggressive, and I just realized it's Jittery playing as the Smoke. You don't usually see Jittery playing as the Smoke. You usually see him play as the Alibi, or even more so, you could have seen him play as the Azami most of the time, but Smoke... And that to playing in that position where you usually see most of the smoke mains play on the side. Apologies. But this time, I'm actually quite intrigued to see what exactly is going to happen. Sandy will secure the second.
Boy.
There goes the denial. Skywalker and Doctor, both of them are down. And Caesar, he's going to go and do it in the hands of Sandy.
That?
He's on it for the ace. But no, here comes Jittery for the protection. And now Shaheens are like, what is happening? Why are we down to just one player? It's just insane. Sandy and Jittery just held out the fort all by themselves. And Sandy just did most of the work. So did Jittery protecting the team. It's just... My goodness, my God, Hunters. They're in on a new level here, Jack.
Shaheens have requested the timeout. You can see it in the top right. And boy, howdy, do they need a timeout right now. Jittery with the shotgun really wants to go for a peek. Look at him. He wants to jump out and everything. And he might be able to get that. Nope, he's going to gas it off instead. Diffuser's right here as well, of course. So there's a reason to be protecting this part of the map. As he's got the SMG-11 in hand. Of course, we know how handy he is with this thing. Shots are fired. Sparko now knows where he is. Oh my goodness, what even just happened? I think Envy got a mini heart attack because of the number of shots that were missed over there. But I'm pretty sure Sparko did as well. Nobody expected that to quite happen. There's a player running around outside. That's Jittery. Okay, just, having a lot of fun, as it were. And Envy, in the meanwhile, has to do something. But no, Sandy will get the quad. Finally finishing off the round. And there you have it, folks. Hunters on a mission right now, as they have got themselves into a 5-2 situation. Sandy, my goodness. If there's something about Sandy, right? Sure, he performs well most of the time, right? He performs really well most of the time. But today, Sandy is just on something else. He's on a different league. Of course, he's going to hydrate as well, probably sweating a lot over there, right?
H2
I
is
don't
important.
even want to know what that towel behind him smells like at the moment. But as the timeout, of course, has been requested, Shaheens, they need it. Look at everything that's happened so far. Sandy 11-5, Jittery 9-6. Jittery, of course, with a higher score, probably because of his support, right? The kind of support that he's been doing so far. And Beat and Rattler don't need to do much. They did, bring a couple rounds very close for the Hunters, which then, of course, Jittery or Sandy then brought a home, as it were. And Sparko, he's just been pure support. Pure support and nothing else. He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, although we just need to, exclude on the ones where he did get himself picked out from Envy. But
it has happened, right? But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Sparko hasn't had to do too much of the fragging work, right? Support and all that, that's all he needs to do, because the rest of the team is clearly picking up the pace. And if you look at the scorecard from the Shaheens' side, well, it's not looking too good, is it? Doctor so far has not had a kill.
Oh, boy.
That is Doctor's probably very angry about that, right? He's probably livid with himself that his performance so far has been like this. And Skywalker as well. Those two are usually top frags for Shaheens. Tonight, they have barely gotten off the mark. Mighty Ellie and Caesar and Envy, they've had to do what they can. And at the same time, despite all of that, they took 2 rounds. But despite that even, they've been getting outplayed by the Hunters who, like we said before, have just been playing on a different league today.
Yeah, for Shaheens, Envy and Caesar are currently the ones who are trying to, put, or should I say, put a lot of pressure towards Hunters LFO. Although it is working out well in the mid rounds and late rounds, but once Hunters figures out the weakness of Shaheens' defensive hold, getting a surprise pick like that, even put Envy was like, how does he know? How is Hunters getting away with a pick like this? Even the whole players inside of Shaheens are very confused as to knowing how Hunters knows the whole weakness of our strategies, and they're using it to their advantage every single time, especially on mid rounds. Even if it's a 2v4 situation, they even with Beat and Jittery being only the 2 players left for Hunters to secure the round, they succeeded it without facing any issues whatsoever. And now, with round number 8 being in play, Shaheens are currently in attack. And for Hunters, they only require 2 rounds of defensive wins to secure map number 1, which is a map, mind you, picked by Team Shaheens. And the way how Sandy and Jittery is popping off in the first and second half, I'm just worried for Shaheens, man, in round number 8, because things are about to get heated up in the action phase itself, folks.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you for that either. Shaheens, they need to pick up the pace here. They need to match footing with the Hunters on some level if they want to get away with a couple of rounds here, because they need these rounds, right? They can't go without them. Hunters 5-2 up. Shaheens need 3 rounds just to equalize. Hunters need 2 to be able to finish off this entire map, as it were. And again, Shaheens brought the Hunters to Villa. Hunters, in a way, probably saw this decision by the Shaheens and were like, oh, okay, we see what the thinking here is, as it were. Jittery, okay, that's an interesting place to be peeking out from. A little tiny window slit on the first floor bathroom, looking up at anybody rappelling above him. That is the 90 window that he's particularly looking for. Sandy, in the meanwhile, will be droned out, but he's inside the site, so no issues whatsoever for him. Jittery reinforcing his location in the first floor. All things considered, not the worst thing to do. And really, Hunters, once again, they've got so much control in the map. As I say, that Doctor will open his book, and that is going to be Sandy down. That's a huge drop as well. A kill that was very, very much required. Flashbang out, and here comes Rattler with the smoke grenades, immediately firing back as much as he can. He's got to be careful of Astro Window as well, and he is doing so. Of course, Astro Window is one of those windows that can be very deadly if there's somebody there. But Shaheens don't have anyone there, I think. No, they don't. And that could be a bit of a issue for them, because Astro is such a place that you need to lock it down. Another gas canister from Rattler, wasting as much time as he humanly can right now. Drone has given away his location. Shots may be fired towards him. Once that the gas goes away. Oh, the grenade just barely missed him. I think that was from the bathroom or maybe from down below. Either way, it doesn't matter. Shots fired again, and he's going to use up his last canister. 50 seconds now. Doctor taking a bit of damage through that, and he's peeking down below. Caesar taking damage. You've got the shots that are about to be fired. Caesar so low, going in and out of that smoke. The grenades. He got that shot! Mighty Ali down. There goes your Ash. Caesar's mighty low on HP, and the smoke gets away with it as well, equalizing the body count. What a time to do it. There goes Envy as Jittery finds one more down below. Rattler's got the shotgun, doesn't get the shot off. Doctor gets a good peek out, but 3 of them are stuck in the bathroom. They need to get into Astro, and they're trying to do exactly that. Jittery's got the longer angle on the rotate. Beat's got another angle looking in to Astro as well, finding Caesar. Skywalker and Doctor, the last 2. There goes Doctor. Skywalker's the last one, taking damage right now. About to face the Wamai, but the Y runs away. Skywalker is the lone one in a 1v3. Has to find something, but no, Beat will shut him down. It does not matter who you take first. You have to get the Hunters out of the equation, every single one of them. Otherwise, they will still shut you down all day, every which way to Sunday. I hope we got that shot from Rattler, because my goodness, you know what I think happened, right? Because that almost looks like an impossible shot, right? You know what I think happened, Baba? It was a matter of frames, literally frames, right? Like 2-3 frames before the air jab registered as having blown him back, he managed to get the shotgun shot off, and it hit. Like, the timing was so tight there. And he gets away with that as well, because no one else is in bathroom, right? No one wants to be there when the gas canisters are going off.
Speechless.
Insane.
Absolutely speechless. And do you know how lucky Rattler is right now?
Oh yeah, don't
The
get me
cook
wrong.
grenade.
Yeah.
There were 3 ADS. There was the Aruni Surya gate. So much protection, and yet there was a good counter from Shaheens.
From down below, yeah.
From down below, and somehow Rattler survives. Smoke gas canisters, deals a lot of damage, and then Rattler decides, you know what? I'll just face it head on. Pushes all the way aggro, doesn't even care if there's a Nomad air jab.
You know what they say, right? When you're playing shotguns in Rainbow Six, you need to commit if you want kills. That right there is peak commitment.
I have to agree on that, Jack. The commitment that you see from Rattler, although he always plays as the anchored role, it's always, man, it's always a sight to see. And my God, I've never seen Hunters LFO be in this form in such a long time. And I'm pretty sure that Shaheens are also, definitely panicking right now, knowing on how, peak performance that Hunters is showing right now on defense, and that too in their own map pick. Caesar, on the other hand, a beautiful frag to remove Rattler out while he was very busy holding out all the way from the aviator's room, which means that Sparko has to, make sure that they would at least waste a lot of time. Caesar, a brilliant performance, but here comes Beat and Sparko, and that too, it's a pistol kit headshot.
Hold on, what?
Okay. Even I'm also confused. Even I'm surprised to see exactly what is happening from Hunters' end. But Envy, on the other hand, catches Jittery off guard while he was so busy focusing on towards focusing on rotating back in towards the site. But my God, this is a 2v3. Shaheens shouldn't have any problems with it, but now it's an equalizer. 2v1. Sparko! Triple kill. Dada is on fire right now. 6-2. It is just Skywalker left in a 1v2 situation. What can he do? My God, Beat with a shotgun. No, it won't happen. It's still 1v1. Vertical lines of sight. Sparko has the high ground, and Skywalker, my goodness, this is like deja vu all over again. 116 seconds. Post plant is in. Sparko, what would be his response? He will fall all the way back from the main stairs, but still Skywalker really needs to be careful, because one shot to the body will secure Hunters the victory on Map Villa. He's got to be safe. He's got to go in for the plant. Sparko is just sprinting. Skywalker still afraid, still dazed, because he has every single information from the team. Sparko, one single kill to secure map number 1. And you could see the frustration. You could see the panic from Skywalker, because he's not allowed to plant whatsoever. My God, this 1v1, Sparko is just playing it so safe. 35 seconds. Skywalker, what is his response? He can't even plant, because he's still afraid. information is so much still at the hands of Hunters, and my god, he's still panicking. There you go. Plant is still going in. Sparko still in the side. He is going to commit to it because there isn't a lot of time for him to go through. And there you go. Headshot. Map number 1. Hunters will secure a map pick from Shaheens. What is happening, folks? What is happening? I am speechless right now.
Now, Baba, I don't know if you quite realized it, but that last site was Living Room Library.
I just realized, my goodness.
That last site, folks, was Living Room Library, as it were, of course. Let me just put this away here. That's the thing I take notes on, of course. But Living Room Library, that was the last site that they played, Hunters. Of all the things, I was watching and I was waiting for, like, you know, when I would get my turn back again to just point that out. Because you were in a flow and Hunters were in a flow and I didn't want to interrupt that, right? So, just amazing stuff. Don't get me wrong, that Living Room Library hold, folks, that did not work. It had to be Sparko, who was that one roamer off somewhere else on the map, who would be getting that clutch, right? And Sparko fantastically played. I mean, 100%. Baba said it best, right? Dala was on fire right there. Let's go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about that, as it were. Mind you, of course, you guys didn't see it, right? But the round, like after we ended on what, 7-2, right? So that's 9 rounds. After round 8, Baba was standing up. He was so excited, right? It was an insane game. 7-2 might not seem like a big difference, might not seem like a close game, but let us remind you, folks, a lot of the early rounds, and even the last 2, were close. They came down to 1vx's nearly every time. Shaheens were pushing. Unfortunately, they were not able to string their performances together. They weren't able to turn it into a cohesive multi-round performance. They could only take 2 rounds, and really, even those 2 rounds, like Hunters, they slipped quite a bit. Shaheens outplayed them 100% in those 2 rounds. But again, had Hunters kept up the momentum like this, I don't really know if the Shaheens would have been able to do much about this. What a play from the Hunters. Once again, in stark contrast to map 1 yesterday, Villa between Mercenaries and Hunters. Mercenaries brought out Villa, and they went, what was it? 4-2. No, I think
they went
5-1.
nuclear, Jack.
5-1. No, Mercenaries were 5-1 in the first half against Hunters yesterday. Yeah. Eventually winning 7-4. Today, Villa, first map, Hunters 4-2 up, 7-2 victory. And arguably speaking, Shaheens is a very different team from Mercenaries, right? Yeah. Mercenaries plays methodical. Mercenaries plays with drones. They play with information, all the like. Today, Shaheens, they had those bans as well, right? Nook and Mute. Hunters loves denying intel to their opponents. The counters were
good from Shaheens, yeah.
Exactly. The counter bans were great. And even then, it didn't matter. Think about that for a second. Hunters on the attack. As we go to the match summary, folks, Hunters didn't even have access to Nook. It did not matter. That is the kind of gameplay on display here today, folks. And the scoreboard will reflect it. Beat and Jittery going 89% on cost, 9-3, 10-7 respectively. Beat had a great game. 9-3, 1.55 survival rating as well. 89% cost. Is there nothing that man couldn't do? Jittery as well, 10-7, 89%, 1 entry kill. Sandy, 11-7, mostly focusing on the killing, you know, getting the kills as it were. 67% cost percentage, reflected in that, of course. 3-2 on entry, of course, best entry fragger in the lobby for this first map. Sparko and Rattler just hanging back, playing support. 5-6, 44, 56%. Overall, pretty good stats. Sparko a little quiet, I will say, but that last round, he more than made up for it with that triple kill in the final the final leg of the last round. Shaheens, in the meanwhile, I mean, it is very clear where some things went wrong for them. Envy 10-7, Caesar 8-9, and those two really were pulling the team on their shoulders. Mighty Ali 5-7, but couldn't really do much on support. Skywalker and Doctor having the quietest maps I have ever seen out of those two. 3-9 and 2-8, 56 and 44% respectively, and a sub 0.5, or in the Skywalker's case, 0.5 survival rating. Hunters really, like in some rounds, you could see Hunters making a beeline for them as well, right? They know Skywalker and Doctor are massive nuisances. Get them out of the equation, and the round is more than likely going to be yours.
Still gotta give props to Envy though. He had done so much work
yeah.
while he was on defense. You know, even playing as the roam role, he eventually did give a lot of chances for Shaheens to hold that ground, but it still wasn't enough because of how Jittery and Sandy were just playing to it accordingly. Sandy was more of like an explosive start for the early rounds where they have to focus on neutralizing the aggressive plays from Sandy. And then second, the drone works that you've seen from Hunters LFO was just so good that it was difficult for Shaheens to even neutralize them. And this is what happens when you ban mute, folks. This is what happens when you ban mute and let those attack drones just roam freely all around the map. And this is the main reason why mute has been picked almost every single time, because he is so important in denying a lot of information for the attackers. And just by looking at it, Hunters had so much information on attack. Almost everywhere. Jittery, if you have the Envy who's just playing from the laundry side, the amount of great angles that he had, Jittery was like, well, I still have you in my sights. No matter what kind of angles that you have, I will still destroy you no matter what. But all in all, the match is not done yet, folks, because map number 2 will be an amazing one to look at, because Shaheens, I'm pretty sure that they will come back. But for that to happen, we'll be taking a short little break and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
A warm welcome once again, folks, back to the South Asian Nationals presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotai Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner logo. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back for a very exciting fixture that we have just finished map 1 on. It was Villa, it was electrifying, it was exciting, and it truly did show us the beauty of this game that is Rainbow-Six-Siege. We are talking, of course, about Hunters versus the Shaheens. Map 1 was Villa, Shaheens had picked it, and it was a 7-2 to the Hunters, who are going to be feeling absolutely confident about this next few maps, or I should say the next map, as it were, because we don't know if Decider map will actually happen, folks. If the Hunters keep playing like this, Baba, I don't think we're going past Clubhouse at this rate.
I mean, I still have some hope for Shaheens, all right? I still got to give them the appreciation. I still got to give them the efforts on how great that they try to have a strategic plan to counter Hunters on a map like Villa. And turns out, no matter what kind of counters that Shaheens did, it didn't work out, not a single bit. And because of that, Hunters are now heading off to map number 2, which is Clubhouse. Now, since Clubhouse is heavily, the most played maps in the South Asia region, I'm pretty sure that Shaheens and Hunters, both of them, will be having an equal ground. The only difference is what kind of bans are they going to make out for. Now, since we on map Clubhouse, you usually see Bandit being brought out a lot, mainly because of Thatcher sometimes being banned or not banned both at the same time, because of how powerful OSA would be on both the sides on second floor gyms. So there could be a lot of bans related towards an OSA ban, which could lead to Bandit being in play, and also we did get to see that wonderful example from Mighty Ali on how powerful he could be. So I could say for Shaheens, there is high likely a chance for them to bring this back and put us to deciders, but knowing the explosive performance from Sandy, Jittery, I just don't know, man. I have no idea. I mean, the way how they've played right now on map Villa, it's just, how can Shaheen bring this back? How could they? I mean, that's the biggest question, right? 7-2 on map Villa. What damage could Hunters do on map number 2? That is the main part that Shaheens needs to be careful about.
Here's the thing. Shaheens picked Villa, right?
Yep.
And they lost 2-7. Now, of course, sometimes it happens that a team who wins their opponent's map pick ends up losing their own map pick, right? It's happened before. MercenarieZ, KIRA, even Hunters have had nights like that. So we're not entirely sure, folks, and we're not saying that, there's no way for the Shaheens to lose, because there is, to win, excuse me, because there is still that chance, right? There is still that chance that they take Clubhouse and we end up on Theme Park anyway. And Shaheens are a great team, don't get us wrong. They are a team to watch out for.
Amazing team, yeah.
Just because their Villa performance was not quite up to the mark does not mean that they could not pick things up on Clubhouse and then go for a massive, massive play. But we will have to just wait and see how they play on a Clubhouse. Clubhouse is, after all, a map, like Baba said, pretty much the most played map in South Asian Rainbow Six, even surpassing map like Oregon. And of course, that means that more and more things are going to be in place. Again, something that Aggressive really likes to talk about, right? I know I'm bringing him up a lot lately, but he casted so much with us in the group stages.
Yeah.
And he made a couple of great points. One of which was that Clubhouse is a map that really is steeped in the fundamentals of Rainbow Six. Breaching, roam clearing, clearing utility, all that stuff that you learn as you're getting good at the game. The fundamentals of Rainbow Six, Clubhouse really wants you to emphasize on those things, right? And Clubhouse is a map that players need to make sure that their fundamentals are on point, as it were. So we'll have to see how Shaheens plays on that map, because ultimately speaking, Shaheens, great team, great on their fundamentals, but something that happened to them in the last map that we didn't quite talk about was just how kill hungry they seemed, right? This is a bit of an issue for the Shaheens, is that they kind of chase kills a lot. And it's not that they do it once or twice or something like that. No, a lot. And that becomes a bit of an issue for them, especially against a team like the Hunters, who will bait out that kill-hungry tendency, who will bait you out, who will actively, constantly put players, dangle them in front of you, saying, hey, here's a player, here's a kill, you could equalize the body count, you could get a body count advantage, come and take it. And we saw that happen, Envy, great performance, but Envy too himself fell prey to that a couple of times. And Doctor and Skywalker weren't even able to get off the mark in the map, which is of course extremely rare for them. Hunters had a full shutdown across Villa over the Shaheens. They held Villa with an iron vice grip. And now, of course, we'll have to see how things go for Clubhouse. Hunters are a team that is so strong in their fundamentals. In the South Asian region, of course, they are so strong in their fundamentals that they can then, build on top of it, right? And their foundation is so strong that they can not only build on top of it, but whatever they build ends up becoming really strong as well.
Yeah.
Because it plays off the fundamentals, right? Think about how Hunters had adapted the space station roam strat. Right, on Clubhouse. Since it's the map, might as well talk about it, right? The extended roam strat with Mute, Mozzie, and Castle, right? They adapted it, they took out Mozzie, they brought in a Rooney, and then Azami later on, and they made it their own, right? In their own way. Sure, a large part of it is still derived from Space Station, but Space Station also came up with that based on how, redirecting attackers, putting, kind of putting them into positions where defenders can then take them out one by one, which all is based off of positioning, lines of sight, all that stuff, fundamentals of Siege. Space Station used that, and Hunters basically took it, made it their own, and they've been dominating Clubhouse since. Okay, maybe not dominating, but they've had a good grip on Clubhouse since as well. And they got more strats as well, right? They've got those weird one-off, single round only strats that will never work a second time. But they don't need to. They got the round. That's all they needed to do, right, with that strat. So I am very excited to see what the Hunters have for this map, what they are going to be bringing out, because let's be real here, folks. Win or lose, a Hunters match is always entertaining. And I think you can agree with me on that one, Baba. Hunters, they know how to make a map worth watching.
Yeah, well said on that, Jack. Hunters LFO, this time, the performance that we've seen right now is just, it's off the roof. Especially in the South Asia region, where Shaheens used to be Shaheens used to be the underdogs in the situation, right? Group stages, we saw how powerful Shaheens were in their powerful performance. Just like you said, they were kill hungry in most of the times, and certain moments where we did get to witness them on, I could give an example on map Border, where we did had a 2v1 situation. I'm not quite sure exactly who in which Shaheens were going up against. It was a 2v1 situation where it was Skywalker and Caesar. Caesar was the one planning the defuse on map Border. The site was on second floor. It was just Jaeger left in a 1v2 situation. Skywalker was always, he was around like 5 or 6 HP and making a decision to be very kill hungry on, removing the Jaeger. Turns out he lost the gunfight, and also Shaheens had lost around both in the same thing. So being kill hungry is exactly what the main weakness is from Shaheens. But if you take a look on map Villa, you could see how patient they were. Of course, there were some certain rounds where they were kill hungry, but in the previous 2 rounds, you saw how patient they were. They were waiting for those certain proper crossfire angles that they were trying to bait Hunters in a way that it did really work out well in their favor, especially the example on second floor ABG, the way how they changed the strategies by letting Envy play as the smoke and Skywalker playing as the Thorn by being in a very aggressive stance. His main goal was to at least remove one player who had the secondary grenade. And because of that, Envy was so safe in a way that he had all 3 ADSs, he even had good line of sight, the smoke gas canisters, which really forced Sandy to get eliminated from the gas canisters itself. the strategies that Shaheen had played from landing zone was just absolutely perfect, and Envy delivered such an amazing performance, both playing as a flex and also as the initiator roam. But turns out, no matter how many times that they try to change their strategies, Hunters are always one step ahead, mainly because of the information that they gain from the attack drones. And just like I said, because of banning Mute, and of course Mute is a very strong counter to the Flores, that does not mean that Mute's main job is only to deny Flores' drone, right? It can also help in denying a lot of information from the attackers, and since Hunters knew it and they were the ones on attack first, they decided to use it to their full advantage. And guess what happened? They got outplayed every single time, no matter what kind of strategies that they placed against. So Shaheens, they have to be careful when they make targeted bans like this.
Absolutely. Targeted bans are great because they give you, as a team, required edge, as it were, over your opponents, right? And banning Nook and Mute against Hunters is actually seen as a good idea because both are operators that Hunters love to play. Both are operators that Hunters hate going up against at the same time. But Hunters on Nook especially, great idea. Here's the thing, Iana is still there. Jittery doesn't need Nook all the time. Sandy can just get on Zofia and do the same destructive thing that he was doing as the Nook. The thing is, Hunters as a team, and this is something that we've talked about before, and I kind of want to talk about it again. Hunters as a team, the reason for their success isn't just that they're good on certain maps and certain operators. It's not just that they pick those maps and ops constantly. It's because they have variety. It's because they're good at many things. Each and every player of the Hunters can do each other's jobs to a varying degree of success. Some more so than others, right? Take, for instance, Sandy. We've seen support Sandy before, right? At some point he had played it when he wasn't, playing all that good, when he was on the back foot. He did support, he did a pretty decent job on it, I won't say that he didn't. And even now, he continues to give his team a lot of support, regardless of whatever op he picks, right? Jittery instead has taken the back seat, and he's kind of become a more flex player role, going on frags whenever his team needs him to, while he IGLs at the same time. Now that is a lot to do for just one player, folks. And that is how versatile Jittery alone is. Beat, who we normally say is the support flex of Hunters, if you give him the chance, and if things go correctly, then Beat will end up taking Jittery's place as the top fragger. Same with Rattler. Even Sparko, we saw in that last round on Villa, Sparko was in a 2v3, right? He got 2 kills sitting on main stairs. That is all he did. He was downstairs on the first floor, got a kill, walked up main stairs, got red carpet stairs, got another one, right? 2 kills. His teammate goes down, he's in a 1v1. He does not approach Skywalker aggressively to kill him. He's just making noise. Skywalker had a whole minute to plant. Folks, that is something...
A whole minute, yeah.
A little over a minute was left on Skywalker's hand to plant. And when did that final kill happen? 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Why? Sparko was just running around making so much noise, and Skywalker had no idea where the Jaeger was coming from. There were no drones. All of them were shot or taken care of.
They were yellow pinged as well, yeah.
Exactly. Or in no position even, right, to find Sparko. They were in other positions of the map because those are also important. So Sparko's information not known. Skywalker's trying to find the kill or go for the plant. He doesn't know what to do. And since it's a 1v1, Sparko can just appear out of nowhere. But Sparko plays it absolutely perfectly. He knows he can just hold back. Skywalker's panicking. They're in a 2-6 down situation. He's going to look for the kill, or he's going to waste the time and then go for the plant in a position where he cannot get off it anymore. Beautifully done. That's the thing about the Hunters. And even then, sure, Hunters have picked Oregon and now Clubhouse, right, as their map picks against MercenarieZ yesterday and now Shaheens today. But let that not distract from the fact that even if you as a team take Hunters to Skyscraper, Bank, Cafe, or Chalet, anything like that, they will still have some sort of strategy for that map. I mean, they brought out Bank, right, against MercenarieZ in the group stage match. Sure, it was 7-5. But Hunters were the ones to bring it out, and they still won it, right? That has to count for something. We haven't even seen them bring back our Bank back out yet. We haven't seen the Skyscraper yet. Think about that.
Yet.
In the best of 5 grand finals, should the Hunters get there, which more than likely they will, think about the kind of stress they could bring out on maps like Skyscraper, on Cafe. We haven't seen their Cafe yet. On Bank, which we've seen once and once only. Stuff like this is what makes the Hunters a great team. And stuff like this is why other teams still continue to fail before them. Because they aren't as versatile. They don't have as many stress. They don't have as many known maps. And sometimes against the Hunters, if the Hunters have a bad day on one given map, the next day the team facing them will be like, oh, okay, they had a bad day on this map against this team yesterday. Let's play that map.
Ta-da.
Need I say more? Need I say more? We saw what happened, right? We saw what happened.
Yeah, we saw what happened,
Hunters was, if I recall, back in Summer Edition, right? Hunters versus KIRA. The first time Hunters brought out Border as well. The first time was in Spring, but then in Summer Edition, Hunters played Border again against KIRA and lost. They had a bad day on that map, right? The next day, I think it was either Won't Stop Peaking or Phalanx, like a couple nights later, decided to go Border against the Hunters. It was a wash.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Hunters left nothing to the imagination.
I remember that.
Or tonight, for instance, Hunters lost 4-7 to Mercenaries on Villa yesterday. Shaheens saw that. They thought, okay, Villa they're probably weak on because they focused on too many other maps. They probably won't be able to handle us. If they can't handle Mercenaries, they can't handle us on Villa. Let's go to that map. 7-2. Hunters, 7-2.
7-2, yeah.
You have to think sometimes, right, that maybe just picking your own strong map is better than going for the map that the opponent team may be weak on. With the Hunters, that maybe becomes like, are they even? Right? That is something that needs to be thought of a little bit more. And, Shaheens, it was a calculated risk, but unfortunately they didn't quite do the math correctly. So it is what it is. Still better than us, though. If it was me and Baba playing against the Hunters, we'd probably willingly pick Skyscraper just to see what they could do.
I usually have gone up against Jittery, in just usual ranked
in like
match.
ranked and stuff,
I still remember I was playing map Clubhouse, and I remember I checked at the opposition screen, and I just saw Jittery written in the all chat, and I was like, oh no. Oh no, what is he gonna do to me now on map Clubhouse? And the best part about it is that I actually used to watch Jittery streams most of the time.
Oh, yeah.
So I learned this one good drone spot where you can just place a good drone onto its garage. But for now, folks, enough about that. Let's just focus on map number 2. Hunters have secured map number 1, and now here we are. They are in series point if they secure map number 2 as well. Let's not waste any time and proceed to map Clubhouse. Hunters will be on defense, Shaheens on attack, and let's see what the bans would be from both the teams.
Let us see indeed. The bans from both the teams are going to be coming out in just a second here. And I'll tell you what, folks, it's going to start things off with the Thatcher ban. I mean, no real surprises right there, I guess, Thatcher on Clubhouse kind of just goes without saying. So that's your first ban taken care of. That's what the Hunters might do. Hunters are on defense this map, and Shaheens will be banning... Oh,
Jesus. Okay. Sledge ban.
Sledge. Actually, no. Actually, that's a good ban. Verticality matters a lot, right, on Clubhouse. And there's a lot of soft walls and floors that Sledge can take care of.
Grenades.
More so than that, grenades, exactly. Grenades are a big thing that Sledge can use. So what they've done is they've divided the roles, right? One player will have to now bring the grenades. The other player will have to bring the soft breach.
And that the only soft breach is none other than Buck.
Buck or Jackal. Jackal's available.
IQ
all
could
that,
help.
or breach charges, right?
Yeah.
But another player has to bring grenades now. As in the meanwhile, there's an alibi ban that is specifically targeted towards Sandy. No two ways about it.
Yeah,
they
true.
want to keep Azami, and they wanted Sandy to be nerfed. That is all the reason they needed to ban the alibi right there. And finally, Valkyrie will be banned. Hunters, they did have some trouble against the Valkyrie, right? So I don't blame them for that. But with that being said, the bans have been taken care of, and we're going to be going straight into round number 1. Basement Church, Arsenal Room, the side of choice. Hunters on the defense first are now a go.
Standard ban versus a targeted ban. The biggest question of it all is that who would be victorious on map number 2? Let's not forget that this is a map being picked by Hunters LFO, so they have a reason behind this. Side would be on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, where the players from the side of Hunters bringing out the echo from the side of Beat. So you have those two yokai drones that can give you ample amount of information. Now the biggest question of it all is that since Sledge has been taken out, they can only rely on good, operators that can have good soft breach capabilities. And I believe Shaheens will make a decision to bring in the Ash this time. The Ash that has a total of 3 breach charges, and you have those 2, breaching charge that can help you, open up lines of sight in a long range. So technically you have good certain lines of sight that can be opened up from the Ash, but it's limited. It's not as effective as the Sledge's hammer, but at least it'll do, knowing that Shaheens have made specifically a Sledge ban because of it. Now the biggest difference is that how would Shaheens be able to survive the first half an attack, knowing that they've made such important targeted bans itself?
Now,
go ahead.
Here's another thing, right? Since you're talking about utilities and whatnot.
Yeah.
If you look at the attacker side, Skywalker with the Ash also has breach charges, right? And so does Mighty Ali. Now, normally Ace would bring a Claymore, right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
they need that soft breach. They know the site is down below, so they attacker repicked, they changed everything that they were bringing out, and they've got themselves a couple of those breach charges, 6 to be specific. Then you have Ash's own secondary main breaches, right? Her gadget, as it were. So that's good stuff, tons of soft breach from the Shaheen side of things. But again, utility can only get you so far. At the end of the day, Rainbow-Six-Siege is still, surprise, surprise, a first-person shooter. My goodness, Sandy! He just walks up to the breach, casual as you please, and gets away with one. Doctor fires back in the meanwhile. That is Jittery gone. Sandy's taking a real risk right now with these gunfights. He will fall back. Jittery has been taken care of, but here's Rattler, who finds Envy the Lion. Not sure where that kill went off from, but that is another big drop right there. Caesar taking damage, but he will be the one to find Rattler. Again, our trade is in. 3v3 is the body count scoreline right now, and it's been equalized, but no, Caesar finds Sandy finally getting that Melusi out of there. But guess what? Sparko and Beat, both 3 armors who can take a couple bullets extra as compared to your regular roamer, are still alive, still fresh. One of them has a C4 as well, so there's plenty to watch out for right now for the Shaheens. But this early half of this round, definitely they are the ones to have won a significant chunk of it.
Yeah, this time Shaheens, they have a very great advantage, and I just like how they're fighting back, the way Hunters LFO were proceeding with their aggressive approach. But in this 2v3, it's still favoring for Shaheens, but it could go sideways if Hunters gets the best of it. They still have the C4, they still have the yokai drones to deny a lot of lines of sight, and actually not the line of sight, denial of default plan. But turns out one of the players will get flashed out of his mind, but he'll still be alive nonetheless. Beat still looking out from the breach, so is Sparko, still waiting for the drop down to happen from the kitchen hatch, but turns out they haven't removed it. Another flash that would force Beat and a blinded state, but actually gets the kill too. Really a job well done, triple kill, and Skywalker will also get the headshot. A beautiful round to start things off for Shaheens as they'll secure their first round. And also apologies if I got too much excited from that moment, because I actually thought that Beat did secure a kill off while being blinded off. But all in all, an impressive performance as Shaheens are starting to fight back, and I can't wait to see what round number 2 has in store for us.
I gotta say, good round from the side of the Shaheens as well. Hunters, maybe a little bit too over-aggressive, I think. We can kind of agree on that part. Going out a bit too far away from the site, a bit too many things being done by them, not enough things in or around the site, allowing Shaheens plenty of room to isolate gunfights and get themselves in the advantage. So that's something to watch out for going forward into the next round, which is going to be in second for Gym and Bedroom. That is an interesting side pick, I will say, because overall, Gym Bedroom, I feel like Hunters probably have this side better than CCTV. CCTV is a bit more contentious, right? Teams can really take away CCTV from the defenders. They need to clear cache, they need to clear construction along with the main breach. It's a little difficult, but it is possible ultimately, and that is what Hunters will be banking on. They've got their setup towards CCTV as well, kind of like the standard setup that you see towards that side of the map. The extension into cache room, into the proper CC area. Of course, you've got Garage Catwalk. That is going to be another point that the Shaheens will have to watch for. And all that will coalesce into one big roaming strategy. But wait, Rattler, the smoke is all the way down in the basement. That is interesting. You have Sandy here as well on first floor. Could get droned out, given that Stocks is one of the common entry points for attackers on this map. There's the drones. The open hatch has been spotted, so the request will be going out that, hey, somebody might want to go downstairs and check if there's a roamer on the bottom floor. Meanwhile, that Wamai, I feel like Sandy's position has been given away. The drone should have seen, at the very least, the lower foot level, breaches in that wall. So that's something to watch out for. Indy's taking a ton of damage in the meanwhile. Beat will set up the final mirror window as the breach on Jacuzzi wall has been taken care of.
Yep, Jim's wall been opened up, which means Beat will make sure to not let a single player from Shaheens make their push all the way from the particular site. They've also got to be careful from all the way towards logistics. C4 being tossed out will be exploded and will secure and remove at least one of the bulletproof shields. But that's exactly what Shaheens are trying to do. They want to waste a lot of utilities in the early to mid rounds to make sure that once they make an attempt for the push, there won't be any explosive utilities for the side of Hunters to go in with securing the round nonetheless. So one of the C4 has been expended. Envy is still low on HP. A lot of time's been expended in the early rounds, and kind of see that the players from the side of Shaheens are slowly making their push all the way towards the second floor site. But all in all, we still have Caesar, who wants to repel from the window side of main stairs, which is a good thing because you can block the entirety rotations being made from Hunters. Cooked Nade won't be able to find anyone at the moment. Still having problems with Beat holding down from the bathroom side. And let's not forget, they still have the Frost Mat trap. And if one of the players from Shaheens get caught from that trap, then it's going to be very devastating from them.
That it will be. Mind you, there's also a vertical angle that the Mira can watch. Plenty of things that player Beat has to do. Skywalker now taking damage. That's another vertical angle, but here comes the grenade from below. Doesn't do anything actually because Beat is standing on solid ground. The ADS is also still there, but that floor breach, I should say, allows for the mirror window to be broken. But you know what? That's going to help me, says Beat, as Sandy goes down. In the meanwhile, ideally gets one kill in return, taking one back. Skywalker coming up the main stairs. There's going to be a lot happening right now. Does he know where Sparkaway is? I don't think so. And Jittery's going to go down because of Skywalker. But wait, that's a double down. In the meanwhile, Beat with two. Rattler with the smoke grenade. And it's all down to the last one standing. Beat quite literally toying with it. He gets the knife to finish! Are you serious, Beat? Right about now. My goodness, what a round. He's all smiles as well, folks. Why wouldn't you be as well? What a way for Hunters to win round number 2. That right there is defense done right. And as you can see, Envy is again apprehensive because, again, all things considered, Skywalker coming up main stairs, genius move.
It was
exactly.
Good, yeah.
He got one. But then comes in Beat and Rattler, smoke grenade and a mirror running around all over the site. It's so hard to pin down through all the smoke. The Lion goes down while trying to drop in logistics. Beautifully done. Just, again, the positioning. Hunters are so strong in it.
I'm pretty sure one of the players from Shaheens got caught from the Frost Mat trap. Caesar, because he was full on HP, right?
Actually, now that you say that, that's probably what happened.
He got caught from the Frost Mat trap.
Probably.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure that he got himself caught out from the bathrooms, the Frost Mat trap, because they were heavily focused on removing the utilities from Hunter's end, right? And they've done a fantastic job. Even Skywalker has done an amazing job, using that vertical line of sight to at least to try to counter it. Even the coke grenade from Doctor was well done too. But once they went in for the push, my God, Hunters. It's like they had a plan within a plan. If plan A doesn't work, there's always a plan B. Now round number 3, back as we see Hunters go in with the side basement church and arsenal room, the same site where Shaheens had secured their attack round, and with Sandy being as aggressive as ever, he did secure by removing out the hard breacher first. Now what shall be the main difference here in round number 3? As we see the exothermic charge from Ideally to open up the walls that will connect towards second floor gym jacuzzi. And we see a cook grenade from Doctor to see whether there would be any tricks being made from the bandit, but turns out there won't be any. But Sandy is playing very close from the beach. My goodness, the drone hasn't found him. Oh no, the double! But
wait,
there's actually no one. There's actually no one.
Okay,
This is good, but he still gets a kill anyways.
There you go.
Doctor is gone. So does the true attack drones, and Sandy will be happy about this.
Oh, more than happy. There goes Mighty Ellie as Jittery comes in for the support. And again, they are so hard to catch. This duo Jittery and Sandy, but one's head may get exposed through those gym equipment. Caesar is watching that window for that exact reason. But again, you've lost Doctor, you've lost Mighty Ellie. Two very important players are currently gone, and that of course is bad. But you know what's worse? Losing Skywalker. A little bit unfortunate that Sandy didn't quite see that Caesar was there on that big window of pool table, but it doesn't matter. That's 3 players for 1 defender. There's still a Kaid inside a kitchen. Think about that for a second. Sparko is playing such a forward position for a Kaid, no less. Envy's position given away. Rattler trying to take shots, but they are going to try and aggress the site. I feel like Envy wants to do that, but the Echo Drone will now give away that location. Rattler taking a bit of damage as well as more shots are going to be fired. Maybe there's a player in garage. They're thinking the diffuser, did they pick it up? No, they did not. And here's Rattler on first floor, finds Envy as unfortunately Caesar trying to aggress the site will get no dividend. Basement Church now goes to the Hunters, and once again, folks, we've got ourselves in that position where the Shaheens were just completely denied everything.
It's trouble in paradise for Shaheens, as no matter how many times they tried to find a solution, Hunters would just bring it back with yet another problem. And they're like, you know what? Solve the equation of x plus y. What's the answer for it? I'll wait, but you only have 3 minutes. That's exactly what happened from Hunters' end, alright? Hunters were like, solve the equation, and Shaheens are just trying to like figure out exactly on how to counter Sandy. And once they removed Sandy, they're like, now how do we focus on removing Jittery? Alright, Jittery's been removed. Now how do you deal with Beat and Sparko, who are currently in the site?
Or alternatively, right, they get Sandy, they're trying to focus on Jittery. Whoa, there's Beat.
Oh man, Shaheens. I've got to admit, I still admire their perseverance. The way how they're trying to counter, the way how they're securing wins. You still got to admire the way how Shaheens are still trying to get those kills as best as possible, but they're still getting outplayed from Hunters no matter what. And that is hurting them, man. This is really hurting their morale from Shaheens. And look at Mighty Ali, he's just fed up. He's like, you know what, I'll bring in the mountain this time. Let's see how Hunters deal with the situation. Yeah. They brought in the mountain.
Okay. It's going to be garage-centric. This push, 100% garage-centric. Not now, but later on in the round, they are going to try to take garage with Envy, because Envy is pretty much the only counter in terms of projectiles, right?
Yep.
To Jaeger. In that, the Capitão's smoke and fireballs do not get caught by Jaeger. That's important, as that will be what flushes Jittery out, I feel like, out of the garage stairs. But oh dear me, there goes Iriana. Sandy gets that first kill. I think that was from the pool table window that he broke not too long ago. Yes, indeed. And again, what do you really do here? These players are so active across the map. You have, I think that is the Ace Doctor trying to go for a breach, but no, you have the Electroclaws put in those awkward positions, and no one has a secondary, secondary EMP, I should say, excuse me. There we go. Keeper barrier is broken. Mighty Ellie is pushing up as Envy finds Sandy. That is a big drop. The Montaigne is actively giving away the position of Jittery right now, and Jittery has to be careful about this. Shots fired from garage window, but of course unable to get the kill. Jittery is actively trying to bait the Monty, I feel like, by not paying any attention to him. There you go. What? But he gets the knife!
No!
And he gets the door player!
No!
No way! He just did that! Envy comes in with the Capitão bolts, but it's too late. Diffuser's dropped as well. And
no, this is not happening! This is not happening!
Gets the trade, but that's all he can do. He's in a 1v3. The Banshee has given away his position. The call from Jittery will already be in, and Sparko and the rest can breathe easy for another round. For now, of course, mind you, Skywalker can still bring this back. He has the skill, he has the fragging potential, but here's the thing. How much can he realistically even do here? Breaches the soft side of the garage wall, trying to go in, but you have the mirror window as well, facing into CCTV. Shots fired towards red stairs, but he can't find anyone. They're just hiding. They don't need to do anything here. Rattler comes in, Beat comes in. Both of them will simultaneously peek. Oh my goodness, he's looking at the cam, shaking his head. Oh, that right there is Hunters in full swing. This instant replay, mind you, I want to see this. Oh, it was, so you know when Monty swings his shield, right?
So Monty went in for a melee.
Yeah, he did.
That's
Because
what
he
happened.
was close enough, right? He was close enough. I don't blame the Monty player for doing that. But there's a good moment where Monty is fully exposed, right? And the shield's hitbox is like moving, right? So it doesn't really cover much of anything. That's the moment Jittery got his knife off. And that is why he got the kill. And the doctor decided to peek just to cover the mountain. Instead, he got shot from over it. And then in the middle of the fireballs going off on catwalk, Jittery got the capital. Confidence, Mama. Confidence.
No, remember I said that I was playing a ranked match with Jittery in the opposition team?
Yeah.
You know how scared I was?
I can imagine.
Now imagine how Shaheens would be scared once they see Jittery make a triple kill like that on Garage Catwalk. The strategy was so good, Shaheens. They pushed, Montaigne was still giving ample amount of information, but somehow Jittery bobbed and weaved.
They went for the...
He float like a caliber, sting like a bee.
It's float like a butterfly, actually. But Jittery went
I love
in...
English.
Shaheens went in for the old reliable, right, when it comes to Clubhouse. And they thought, yeah, okay, nothing else is working. This strat, nobody plays it. Nobody really plays the Monty stat on Clubhouse anymore, right? So they were like, yeah, okay, let's try it. Why not? It could still work. One Jittery is all it took. You know how Jittery said on Twitter a couple nights ago that, yeah, he's going to pick up his performance for the playoffs? He's doing exactly that. Skywalker now taking a gunfight. That's Sandy that he just damaged a little bit, with Sandy still on stage, mind you, trying to get a kill towards the pool table players, as Beat will set up his final mirror window nice and quickly. It is gym bedroom once again, of course, so no surprises right there that this is the area that things are happening in. Renee's going to come in. No, actually, he's going to break the mirror window and pre-firing through that risky decision. Beat will be down for his overtly aggressive intentions over there, but he's still not out, mind you. Somebody could go revive him. And there's still a player down below, Sandy Tabe, making all sorts of ruckus at the moment. Skywalker is still distracted with him, and Beat is back on his feet, so that kill hasn't gone off. Big stuff here by Hunters just by denying that first kill. That's all they're doing. They're denying that first kill, and they are making Shaheens nervous.
And if Sandy won't secure this kill off from the Zofia, you could say that Shaheens have got everything covered. They've done a fantastic job of using those smoke grenades to block lines of sight. But Sandy, oh no, Skywalker was unaware on Sandy's whereabouts, and he'll give away, and he will get away with an important kill. No trades being made. And Caesar will miss the opportunity, or does he though? He does not, but he still misses the opportunity nonetheless. Sandy is still alive, and he is still dangerous for Shaheens. He still wants to contest the angle, and he'll secure it! What is happening? Sandy is still in form. No matter what is happening, double kill. And now it's 4v3 with Madi Ali finally second a kill off from Rattler. Let's not forget the side is still on second for gym and bedroom. So they have to make all the way towards the side. And here comes the denial. Jittery with the headshot. Doctor still needs to figure out a way. Sandy still gets away. What? 10 HP. Madi Ali will still get the kill. 2v2 equalizer. Sandy, he's still low on HP. One single bullet will just confirm the kill off from Shaheens. Here comes the impact, dealing major damage. And finally, Doctor will shut Sandy down. 1v2, but the diffuser is still dropped. Sparko, he has the information. All he's got to do is just play to it accordingly. 1v2, he is full on HP. But the main problem is he doesn't have any denial explosive. Default plan is in. Shaheens have good information. Mighty Ali sees the head and he will get it nonetheless. Shaheens will finally secure the win after a devastating performance being made from Hunters. The explosive performance that we've seen from Sandy is just so powerful. And finally, Shaheens will secure the win. A desperate win of that too, especially in the first half.
Folks, you have to be here to believe the kind of energy we're getting from the Hunters and Shaheens right now, especially from the Hunters. Once again, maybe a bit too overzealous, maybe a bit too aggressive in a couple of those gunfights, but how can you even blame them? 3 rounds in a row by playing that same way over and over again. And Shaheens, once again, not really able to respond until now. They've finally taken their second round. But that, of course, puts them on the same place where they were in Villa. It was 3-2 going into round 6 as well. They will have to be so insanely careful going forward from here. It's Basement Church once again, and this side is 50-50. Shaheens won it in round 1, Hunters won it in round 3. So we'll have to wait and see how the two teams try to play this particular map. You've got the Echo once again from the defense. Hunters bringing in that operator, of course. Sandy with the Malusi, of course, in the absence of the alibi, is going to be playing that defender. There's a mute in play to deny information. Sparko using the Kaid, as it were, Artilla to protect the hatches. Jittery with the Aruni Surya gates. Nothing too particularly different. And I'm surprised we did not see Hunters' version of the SSG Rome, but that is an interesting place to be, Sandy. I'll give him that. Creative as well. I don't see anybody on the bar pool table stairs prone like that, but it's a very tough spot to get players out of. It's very hard to see that corner as well. You have to be looking for a player in that area to be able to find them. But it's not just Sandy. Like you said, right, while they focus on Sandy, they end up losing sight on Jittery. While they focus on Jittery, they end up losing sight on others, but they're going straight down to the basement. This could be huge right now if the information is not given away. Somebody's there for the flank watch, and they might have heard the movements coming in. You have a breach as well happening elsewhere, but they are going to be storming the site.
Oh boy.
Big right about now. There's a player in blue, potentially two. They're coming back. There's a rotate made. Shots are fired, and they know full well where these attackers now are. The aggressor's trying to come in, but they're taking damage. Doctor gets one. That's beat off the board. Huge drop right now, but Sparko comes back with one. Sandy with another. That's two down. Skywalker fires back. Sandy going down. 2v3 now with Mighty Ellie getting another kill. Sparko trying to find one. Can't quite do so. Very low on HP. Jittery coming in. Wants to find the planter. Can't quite get the location. He's trying, but it's a post-plant situation. Skywalker taking damage right now as well, but no, Jittery goes down. Sparko, the last one standing. One on main stairs he knows about, but of course there are others inside the sites that he has to be so very careful about. He wants to cross, but he can't. Well done by the Shaheens, seeing that the Hunters had pretty much abandoned site. Well, not abandoned, but their onside defense was a little weak. They went in straight down main stairs. They aggressed, and of course, they did the right thing as well. Hunters a little flummoxed because of the way the round went, as it were. They probably weren't expecting Shaheens to do that, right? Because the last time they went to Basement Church, Shaheens were very intent on the roam clear. That's where the Hunters found them. This time Shaheens said, you know what? Roam clear didn't work. Let's rush the site. Now, with all that said, folks, tactical timeout has been taken. It is from the Shaheens' end, as they will be, I mean, they need it again, right? They need this tactical timeout. Yeah. Hunters have once again made them afraid to push in certain situations, afraid to play in certain situations, because again, the Hunters are just like that. They will shut you down left, right, and center if you're not careful. And of course, that is exactly what has happened so far. Hunters have shut down Shaheens in so many ways. Shaheens, the 3 rounds that they have taken, great stuff. And they are going defense second. So they have the Clubhouse defender side advantage. Now, the ball is in the Hunters' court. How do they play from here?
Shaheens, I mean, this time they're not putting a stop. I mean, they're definitely putting a stop to it, you know. The way how they use their strategies, you know, bring in the Montaigne, the aggressive push that we've seen on Basement Church. It was an excellent choice that Shaheens did, that it did ended up winning at least most of the important rounds on a map like Clubhouse. First half, let's not forget, Clubhouse is a heavy defender-sided map, but since we just keep saying that every single time, it usually favors also on the side of the attackers if you've done the coordination right, especially for the attackers, that is. Usually when it comes to a site like Second for CCTV, you'd make sure that you go in for a split angle hold in which you could catch some of the defenders off guard, and that's the main reason why Clubhouse is considered to be one of the most balanced maps as you can ever see in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. Ever since they've, included the construction room. Back then, construction room wasn't even a thing on map Clubhouse, right? And for the attackers, they had good angles, and if the deciders do decide to go in for a run hard, their location would be immediately revealed. But not in this Clubhouse. This is a good map for both the attackers as well as the defenders to hold their ground properly, but turns out we have a pause being requested from the side of Hunters because one of the players had a major disconnect, so we just have to wait for them to arrive at the right moment. But talk about Shaheens, knowing that they have so much strategies on Clubhouse is definitely a thing that Hunters needs to worry about. Because, nor did they expected a full-on rush from Kitchen, nor did they expect a Montaigne push from Garage Catwalk, but they still got away with at least a win or two. But in this Clubhouse, Shaheens ending the first half on a 3-3 equalizer is actually a good thing for Shaheens because they'll be on defense in the second half. And if they secure a lot more on defense in the second half, then we have a higher chances to see deciders.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll have to just see how Shaheens end up playing the second half. Now, excuse me there. Like Baba said, of course, we have a tech pause coming in from the side of the Hunters. I believe it is Sparko who's had a bit of a disconnect. So we'll have to just, not a disconnect, but like probably some sort of restart, something going wrong with this system. Maybe we did see in his cam, right? So we'll have to just wait for him to reconnect. Shouldn't take too long, of course, at the end of the day. Given Sparko and knowing the kind of rig he's got, it's not going to take him long to rejoin. And of course, they can use this pause to just talk about how they lost that last round and what they can do better going forward from here, right? Because they will need to. I mean, it's the Hunters. Yes, they have probably some weird strategies that they are yet to bring out. Let's not get that mixed. But against the Shaheens, you still want to be a little careful, at least, right? Because Shaheens have definitely shown that, yeah, they can push back, and they will push back 100% of the time because it's the way that the Shaheens play. They are not shy about going against the Hunters and giving it everything they've got. They've done it before, right? And Shaheens will still be banking on the fact that they have been, they have beaten the Hunters once at the very least, right? And that was, of course, Pro Series Fall Edition. Now, they've played a match since then. That match in the group stages didn't quite go their way, of course, as we all know. We'll just have to wait and see how the Shaheens continue on from here while we wait for the reconnection from Sparko coming in. Of course, Envy continuing to lead the team, as we saw, of course, as his cam went full screen for just a moment. But, yeah, for now, we'll just have to wait for Sparko to come back. And, of course, none of the picks that you'll be seeing in this screen right now, folks, matter, because we'll just have to wait for the teams to actually come back. And then in the attacker repick, that's where we'll see the actual operators that are being picked right now. Rattler's probably on the fuse, like, if they go Basement Church, might as well. Sandy's probably Monty. If they go top floor, might as well, right? So we'll just have to wait and see about that while we wait for Sparko to come back. Again, it's probably going to be a little bit longer, all things considered, if we had a full restart, as it were. But again, folks, we do apologize for the delay, but this is, of course, something that is out of our control, and we'll just have to wait, like all of you at home, for the players to get back in. And once they do, we'll have the match resume as well, with no pauses whatsoever, folks. But yeah, so far, I gotta say, Hunters definitely played a good round. And definitely Hunters, definitely Shaheens as well, they played a good round as well. I gotta give them that. They played a good couple of rounds there, right? Round 3, not round 3, excuse me, round 4, 5 and 6. Yeah, 5 and 6. They played it well.
Yeah.
And they read the Hunters, they read what they were gonna do, and they played accordingly. So that's good stuff from them. But they need to keep it up. They'll need probably a round to figure out how the Hunters' attack is going to be, and after that, we will see how they decide to conduct themselves going forward from there. As we come back to us, we're just waiting, folks, like we said, for the players to come back. So we'll be, me and Baba, we're going to be here. We're talking about what we may or may not see, what we have seen so far. Shaheens, I like the adaptations from them in this map. It's been great. I want to see more of that from them. I don't want to see them get repetitive in their whole kill hungry ideals again, because they do that. They do that a lot. I want to see them bring out everything they have. I want to see them use every single idea and see how it works. Just throw anything against the wall, because half the time that's how the Hunters play, right? They throw whatever they have against the wall, see what sticks. It's just that they're also a hyper-confident team that knows they'll be winning gunfights. They have that confidence to go for those gunfights in the first place, right? So that's great stuff, of course, coming out from them. And that is one of the big reasons why they end up winning so many rounds, right? But I gotta ask, Baba, given how we've seen these last few rounds go, and given Clubhouse is a defender-centered map to a certain extent, right? How do you feel, you specifically? And okay, let's extend that, everyone in the chat as well, let us know. How do you feel about this second half? Do you think the Hunters can close it out here, or will the Shaheens mount a bit of a comeback going into the later stages of Clubhouse?
Just to start off, this second half could go in favor for Shaheens, Jack. I'm not gonna lie, because although I can understand that Shaheens had a bit of a problem on attack, second half on defense, pretty sure that Shaheens know exactly how to counter in those certain situations. Basement church and arsenal room and second floor gym and bedroom will be one of the most strongest sites for Shaheens. They'll succeed in defending those two important sites, right? Now, talk about the operator specs itself. Sure, they've made a targeted ban where they remove both the alibi as well as one of the attackers, right? The attacker is in Sledge.
Yeah.
So Sledge and alibi, both with both of the operators being banned out, Shaheens should have at least some certain game plan, right, in the second half. So since they're on defense, they have the Mira. They even, Hunters have already banned the Valkyrie, which means only Mira will be available and she'll be very powerful on second floor gym side. So for the Hunters, dropping down from logistics hatch and pushing the second floor jacuzzi room will be a difficult task for any of the attackers to proceed with the execute on second floor gym itself. So I'm pretty sure that Shaheens could secure, and also we just got the confirmation from our admin side that we will be resuming back our round number 6. The second half, actually round number 7, apologies. Second half will be brought back. Shaheens have managed to secure a 3-3 equalizer on a map like Clubhouse, and since the advantage is in their hands, Shaheens, they'll be looking to secure map number 2 and make sure that Hunters wouldn't have the advantage.
Basement Church, the side of choice once again, so expect a couple of attacker repicks to be brought into the fore here. Rattler going into the Fuse. Now that's a pick we've seen kind of on the off occasion, and I like that, right? Because Rattler, I mean, he plays a pretty mean Fuse, right? But the good part, why you gotta do this to me, Rattler? You got Sparko on the breach, man. You could have, fine, whatever. The reason I was so excited about the Fuse, right, is because Fuse does a great job clearing utility, especially on basement side. His cluster charges can go through reinforced walls, and hey, he's back on it.
Oh, he's
and
back.
He's staying in it.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, there
Rattler,
you go.
have my gratitude. If we ever meet, I'm treating you to a drink, okay? But
maybe some momos while I'm at it.
Huh?
Maybe some momos while I'm at it.
Absolutely. That's besides the point. And don't make me hungry. Thank you very much. We're still in the middle of our broadcast. But the thing is, his cluster charges can go through reinforced walls as well. So if you get rid of the electrification, which Fuse can do by himself on the kitchen hatch, he can be the one to also open it with the secondary heartbreak charges. Or somebody gets rid of the electrification on other hatches for him, he can cluster charge it, then open them up. This basement church wall, he can cluster charge it, open it up. There's so much one Fuse can do. It is actually insane to think about, but he needs the clearance to be able to do it. That's where the rest of the team comes in. You've got the Maverick, you've got the Buck, you've got Sparko on the Hibana, and of course you round things out, Jittery on the Nook. Now that's interesting to me. He's primarily, I think the Nook pick is for the grenades more so than anything else, as the first breach will have been spotted. That's on, of course, the jacuzzi wall. And that's the one that the Maverick has made. Beat is still using his, the gas fuel, of course, on the Maverick's blow charge. And there's a cluster charge being used by Rattler as well. I want to see where that is. It is on the blue hatch. All right, that one was not electrified. Kaid can only get 2 hatches after all. So that's a good start, as it were. 1 hatch down, 2 more to go.
Yeah, now since Hunters are taking this nice and slow, their main objective is to open up those important hard breach hatches, which is currently situated in kitchen and stock. Now, since they also have control on second floor, Hunters are usually focusing on, forcing the Romos back into the site and then slowly make their way downstairs on the side being on basement church. Now, here's the big here's the main problem for Hunters. Since that they've opened up all the hatches, they still haven't made any progress towards the tunnel side, in which Sparko is doing as of now. He'll slowly make his way towards the way, but he'll be met with Mighty Ali. The SMG-11 in hand is a very dangerous weapon, even if it is close or mid-range. All it needs to do is just secure a headshot, but how will Sparko deal with the situation, knowing that he's the only player who will make that push in towards the tunnel side? Information will be heavily given, but some of them will be denied from the Mozzie spec. So it's going to take a lot of time for Hunters to have good, accurate information on players' whereabouts, in which they will do right now, but they're losing a lot of time here. 30 seconds as the attackers are trying to make their efforts to push in towards the tunnel side, but they haven't made any progress yet because of Mighty Ali still holding on to it. Hatch drop is still available. available, but still, Skywalker is still there as well. And here comes the first frag. Sparko initially getting the important frag out. Here goes Tunnel, and now Skywalker, he will secure one as well. Envy, amazing job on holding his ground out, and looks like Shaheens have got things covered in towards the side. 2v4, 1v4, as it all goes down to beat, as he's the only player left. Not a lot of time left, and just like that, Shaheens will secure round number 7, Basement Church. And this is exactly what I was mainly afraid of. Shaheens on a map like Clubhouse, they'll be heavily playing on time, and for Hunters LFO, time will be of the essence.
And that's the thing. I want to know what the Hunters even did for a majority of that round. They did nothing. They kind of just stood there, right? There was a player on blue hatch just kind of doing nothing. Nobody came down blue stairs. Nobody came down main stairs. Nobody came down any stairs even. Dirt push was denied, right? And at the same time, everyone just kind of dropped down the hatch, I guess. We didn't really get to see it, of course, but I don't know. I don't like what the Hunters did there. I don't know if that's their ideation for this attack overall.
I believe they took way too much time on
They
hunting
did,
the rumors
yeah.
first, and because of that, they had no proper information because of the Mozzie's pest drones that was constantly
the Mozzie pest
denying
and the meat
information.
jammers, right?
Yeah,
Both together.
and
yeah.
since there was less amount of information, Hunters were forced to, fall back, reposition themselves back on focusing on the objective itself, in which they did take a lot of time. They only had 30 seconds left. Tunnel's push wasn't even done clearly. Sparko had to push. He did secure the kill, but, they were losing a lot of time, right? Because they didn't have blue control. Mid-stairs, no one was actually contesting mid-stairs. They could have just gone from main stairs, hold one of the angles and see whether they can get an opening pick or not. But turns out that also did not happen. And here comes the second problem for Hunters, and that is towards second floor gym/bedroom. The side where Shaheens will be having maximum control in the situation. And for Hunters, this once again will be a difficult task for them to counter it.
Absolutely, as things can go from bad to worse pretty quickly. Sparko sees the mirror window, immediately blinds it, but of course that is intended for, this jacuzzi mirror window. That's not something you see often, is it? A mirror window on the jacuzzi wall, of all places. But of course it can be broken from the inside, and that of course will be your main indicator that, someone's about to contest it. But the breach will probably end up happening nonetheless because, of course, the Maverick can get rid of the Bandit batteries and the Bandit in tow. As in the meanwhile, the mirror window has been opened, and any breach will now be contested with a C4 toss or an impact grenade toss, something or the other like that. But looks like, no, jacuzzi wall has been broken open. Once again, Shaheens have turtled up in the site. 4 players are inside, 1 playing construction now, of course. Skywalker has decided to lurk around that region of the map. But again, big stuff happening from the Shaheens. They are changing things up very quickly, as they do not want to be caught in those isolated gunfights that Hunters are known for taking against them. So we'll have to see how the Hunters now adapt, because again, the onus will be on the Hunters. They will need to adapt to this playstyle, and they will then need to be the ones to try and put the pressure back on the Shaheens.
Yeah, and since once again we will witness Shaheens playing accordingly to time, it's been succeeding in Hunters for having a lot of problems from their end. But turns out Jittery finds the opening, and that too all the way from the window side. Meanwhile, he gets refragged out of the hands of Envy. Amazing job at denying one of the important players, and that too removing Sandy will give them at least some breathing room. But turns out it just come to a very bad halt, because Rattler is still here. He will secure a kill off from Skywalker. Envy, aggressive attempt, but turns out none of the players are present from second floor gym jacuzzi, but instead they're in the other side. Jittery is already in logistics, which means that Shaheens have no idea where Shaheens' location is. They have control on construction. Caesar goes down. Envy is the only one left. Well, not anymore. It's just Mighty Ali left in a 1v3. Second floor gym is entirely been compromised. He still has a C4. He could go in for the denial, but can he find the player? Thermite? No, he does not. Jittery is still here for the protection, and just like that, he will secure the kill and give Hunters LFO the equalizer that they need on second floor gym. And I believe Hunters have cracked the case. They knew exactly what Shaheens were doing at that point. They knew that all 5 players from Shaheens were bundled up, they were turtled in the side, and they were waiting for Hunters to make their play.
You know what I like? Hunters did all of that, right? Breach on the main wall with Maverick and all that, jacuzzi wall broken open. It was a distraction.
Yep.
Nothing more than anything else. That jacuzzi breach was the distraction. Usually what happens, players make noise towards like construction and logistics, right?
Yeah.
To get everybody to peek away from jacuzzi breach so that they can then enter. But guess what? Jacuzzi breach's hallway, that 90 hallway, can be a bit of a death trap, right? because the mirror isn't normally phased, or the player inside the gym, if there is.
Yeah, yeah.
So what's the best thing to do? Turn the main hallway that attackers normally come through into the distraction and go through to the other sides of the map. Jittery came in through construction. You had players dropping into logistics.
Yep.
They didn't even try main stairs. They didn't have to. They probably had the idea that someone was going to be downstairs. That was Mighty Ali, of course. They didn't know that Mighty himself was downstairs. They didn't have to because of their plan, which was to use Jacuzzi Breach as the distraction itself. I'm still hung up on that to a slight degree because nobody does that. Who does that? Hunters, that's who. They played Living Room Library on Villa today.
Yep.
They also did one of the most unthinkable things in all of Clubhouse competitive Siege. So here we are, 4-4 equalizer once again. The Hunters clearly are not going to let Shaheens just walk away with a game like this. Interestingly enough, they got a Decabi in play this time with the secondary EMPs. You've got the Maverick as well to deal with any bandit tricking or Kaid Electroclaw, so on and so forth. Kaid does have his Electroclaws in, and looks like Caesar wants to go for a little bit of a trick on the Kaid's Artillas. That is an interesting decision. We'll have to see how that goes. The Sparko, yep, that little bit of damage was from the electrified wall. He's now verified that the Kaid is there. The drone will verify that Kaid is trying to trick it. The Maverick is going to come in, but no, that's beautifully timed. I think that's going to catch it, but no, the EMP, that denies it. Beautifully done. Both EMPs used up, and the wall is breached at just under the 2-minute mark.
And now what's the idea for Hunters LFO? They've succeeded in breaching CCTV, and now look at the rotate from Hunters. They're just...
Are they doing it again?
They just breached CCTV, and now they're just rotating back to a place even I have no idea of. Maybe they're just pushing from second floor gym this time and provide a lot of distractions all the way towards construction, because Garage Catwalk is one of the most difficult sites to go on to. But wait a minute, Jittery, he wants to contest this. He wanted to contest the roamers. He wanted to deny it, and he will succeed in removing Skywalker. That's one roamer down. You still need to worry about one of the other roamers from Shaheens, in which, actually, no. They still need to worry about getting control on Garage Catwalk, because if they make a push from CCTV, there is not a single doubt a way that Hunters LFO could secure the round. But here comes Doctor, so does Rattler with the use of his marksman rifle to remove the player out from that equation. 4v3, breach will be made. Caesar doesn't have the electromagnetic claws. C4 won't be able to work out. The denial's been present. At 50 seconds, the smoke gas canister has been used. But for Shaheens, all they've got to do is just hold on.
That they do. They don't really have to do too much. Shaheens, they have to wait for the attackers to come to them. And that is the thing here. Flashbangs are coming out. They're going to be sent towards that cash wall. Caesar taking damage. Ooh. What a shot! Finds Jittery. That's one. That's two! Caesar's just done a massive job here on this main construction breach. And that has, of course, put Hunters on a bit of a standstill. It's put the brakes on their approach. They wanted to do this, but Invi will go down as the push is in. And the Kaid has to be careful about this. Rattler's looking for these, but he can't do it. Caesar with the triple. It's all now down to beat the last one standing. He knows full well that there's one in Garage behind all those Kiba barriers, but he also knows about the Kaid. He's got to peek one or the other, and the Garage player will take him down. Mighty Ali gets the kill. It's 5-4 now. Shaheens inching closer to a map win that they are definitely going to be happy to have. But again, mind you, it had to be a great play from Caesar that did all that work, right? The flashbangs and all that didn't flash him adequately enough, and the shots fired were not enough either, as they just couldn't quite hold off that one Kaid. A grenade from below might have done it, but that, of course, is now just a what-if scenario that we will never know. Shaheens, they've pulled themselves back once again, as they are now going to push into round number 10 with a lead. 5-4 to them. Hunters LFO right now. Once again, what is the response?
Yeah, that huge rotate from Hunters really did cost them the round, though. Not quite sure if it was a good idea. Maybe pressuring towards Garage Catwalk would have been a good idea by, opening up the walls, see whether if the whole first floor lounge has been cleared up, because having control on Garage Catwalk is one of the most important things if you're making an execute on CCTV, especially when you want to go in for a default plan, right? So, since knowing that Hunters made a decision for all 5 players to push into a second floor construction wasn't really a good idea. It could have, helped if one of the players was still repelled in from the window side rather than all of them pushing to a second floor gym, because that could have at least helped in cutting off rotations on CCTV. That could have at least helped some of the players from Hunters LFO to secure a kill or two, but turns out they did not do it. Instead, they were hell-bent focused on opening up construction, where Caesar had the exact idea on what to think about it at certain locations, and they secured with an important kill. Sure, Beat arrived at the late end round, securing one of the kills, but it could have been better if there was at least one of the player holding out almost maybe in the mid rounds. You know, it could have helped out. But talk about round number 10. Once again, Shaheens, one more point to secure, you know, a match point, and also putting us towards the deciders map number 3, which could be an issue. But turns out Envy, my goodness, this is an important kill, because that's the hard breacher down here, Jack.
That's a big drop right there. You still have the Maverick, of course, that can do a lot of work, and there is an ace actually, so it's not quite all doom and gloom. But of course, players are taking damage left and right. This Mira is being a nuisance, but there goes Envy in the meanwhile. Playing such a forward position as the Mira is always risky. But in the meanwhile, Sandy just gets in, and Caesar goes down. That's another big kill. Another roamer gone. They still have, you know, Mighty Ali on the second floor, who they need to focus on. If they get him out, then Skywalker and Doctor will be in a precarious position, as they are watching dirt like hawks. Mighty Ali is in the meanwhile watching top of red as well. They want to aggress onto dirt tunnel. Mighty Ali coming down on the first floor, down to blue stairs. He's going to come back to the site.
What?
Wait, there was somebody there? Nook? What? Jittery? All right. He's just there. He's just big chilling on the blue stairs right now. He gets that kill, and that is the roamer that I was talking about gone. Skywalker now in a bit of a precarious position. Hey, you know, playing behind that blue generator, not the worst position to be in, but still, if he gets aggressed on, he will have to pay for it. But again, 2v3, still, 2v4, excuse me, still very possible. There's a player on dirt slowly approaching. That's Beat. He's going to find Doctor as well on the turnaround. It's all down to the lone player on blue. Skywalker now, as the plant is coming off, the pings are there onto where his position is. Shots are fired. Who's going to find him first? It's going to be Jittery. The headshot, the kill, the confirmation, and we are now 5-5 going into round 11.
There it is, folks. 5-5 equalizer. Now you could say that this whole second half could be round ones, Jack, because one round we saw Shaheen secure a round on defense, and then once again we see Hunters secure their round on attack. So it all comes down to the adaptation in the way how Hunters would proceed in their defensive hold. And now this is the side that I was very much afraid of. Second floor gym and bedroom, the site where Shaheens had lost their control, mainly because they were in a turtle hold. And the main counters for the turtle hold is just a single user distraction from second floor gym jacuzzi. And if I just take a look at the operator's composition, turns out Mighty Ali decides to bring in the bandit. No Mira. You know, Mira is supposed to be one of the most strongest anchors, especially on a site like second floor gym and bedroom. Why has Shaheens made a decision to not bring in the Mira this time and just use the castle instead?
I feel like they're probably thinking that the Mira isn't giving them enough dividend, right? Especially with the way how Hunters have played, right? Hunters have always circumvented the Mira window. Because Mira windows, generally, where do they face? They face into breaches, right? They face into important areas. Like, for instance, the jacuzzi wall, which is overseen by a Mira window. Or, on basement, you have one in blue, and probably one watching main stairs. Hunters have circumvented those areas. They've gone from elsewhere, other places entirely. So I think the thinking from the Shaheens here is that, okay, Mira windows aren't really catching the Hunters. We can't really use them because we get flushed out of that position very quickly. So let's not do that. Let's try something different, which is smart. You always want to try something different against the Hunters. This time they've brought in a Frost. That is the main difference here. As Mighty Ali in the meanwhile...
Oh no!
My goodness!
Oh no!
He tried it! He tried it! But unfortunately, not to be. Gets blown up to Kingdom Come. In the meanwhile, as Doctor gets one back, Rattler goes down. Skywalker gets a second kill for the team. That's a big drop as well. Big couple. Rattler and Jittery gone, leaving it up to Beat, Sandy, and Sparko for the final three in this 3v4 situation. This time, you know, forsaking the Mira probably actually helped them be a bit more free. They're not constrained anymore. What a shot! Sparko's feeling himself right about now. Let's be real here. He's just gotten a massive kill. Logistics hatch is now open as well. Sandy is watching construction like a hawk in case anybody gets the bright idea to go for some sort of flank through construction, some sort of rotate. Not to be. There are the frost traps, mind you. Hunters have to still be pretty careful about that. Their drone work has to be immaculate. 3v3, minute 30 on the clock. Sandy cannot afford to just jump in blindly. He knows there's going to be one in logistics, And there's shots fired, and oh, what a shot from Doctor! He gets Sandy, and the logistics hatch is still not quite taken care of. Shots fired again. Doctor is just doing work. Sparko in a 1v3 now. He's got to do something about this. Goes into CCTV. How much can he realistically do here? He's going to get a breach going on the construction single wall. That's going to open up another alleyway, potentially force the defenders out of where they are, just to try and find where Sparko is. But where does Sparko go from here? That's the question. He hasn't taken a single shot yet. He's going to jump in. Shots fired. His position is now known. There's one in bathroom who has obviously done that deed, but he gets one. That's a big one as well. Does he have the diffuser? No, he doesn't. I don't think so. No, he does actually. He could bait with the plant, and he's going to try that. But he's going to flashbang it off first. Goes in, but there's Doctor from inside of logistics. They did not clear logistics, not properly. Not this time. Hunters now have a map point against them as Shaheens has just put them on the blender.
Yeah, beautiful recovery being made from Shaheens, as now they will secure match point for map number 2 Clubhouse. This is crucial for Shaheens in order for them to put themselves back into the deciders, make sure that they have a spot on the grand finals, and this could at least help Hunters, help Shaheens to make sure that they'll be able to get the best possible outcome. But for Hunters LFO, it's also the same thing. If they secure one more round on attack, okay, that's an interesting sight. Bar and stage room. This is...
I think we've seen this before.
Okay.
I think we've seen this before from the Shaheens. We probably have. Because Shaheens, I don't remember who they did it against, but they played the site and they played it really, really well. It's not quite coming to memory yet because it was just one round, right? So I'm not entirely certain yet, but it has happened before. There is precedent for this, and Hunters will be seeing this. So the way Shaheens are going to play this is actually known to me, and you know, like we've seen it before. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They will be upstairs and downstairs. They will be off the site. They're not going to be playing inside at all, and that is intentional. The retake will happen through soft walls, soft floors, but Jittery gets the first one. I think Skywalker went for a spawn peek. Not the best time to be doing that, as Skywalker is going to go down first, and that is an indication that they are going to be playing off the site. The spawn peek, of course, is one thing, but the thing is, players from Shaheens will be above. Sandy's drone is going to give that away. The fact that there is no one in the site, and that is going to be a cause for concern for the Hunters. They can't just blindly rush into the site. If they do that, they're dead. So the game becomes a game of drone clear. There's only one player in the site. Beat's drone has now given that away. He's going to be sending a Rotero to try and take care of the castle barricade. In the meanwhile, there we go. It can, of course, go under the Aruni Surya gate, so no surprises there. Caesar's prepared to run out on that balcony. In the meanwhile, as shots are about to be fired. No! Team kill number 13, it's Sparko this time onto Jittery. Probably the worst one to happen. Oh dear me, Jittery was doing so well in the map too. Sparko's gonna be livid with himself about this one, and this could potentially be the big one that takes the round away from the Hunters. He's gonna go for a breach. I don't know if this is the right idea here, because side can be cleared all they want, but they have not taken out the roamers above. This is not a good idea. And there you have Doctor in the site. You do not want to contest him like that. Hunters, what are you doing? Mighty Ali gets Rattler. And it's all now down to Sandy and Beat, the last two standing. They have to somehow make something out of this situation they find themselves in. Doctor is 1 HP, but he will still have support. Mighty Ali gets that. As Beat finds one. In the meanwhile, there's a Maestro on stage door that he has to be careful about. For the time being, the drone from Beat will give away some important position of the Jaeger, the castle above, excuse me. But Beat, he doesn't even know where the Maestro is, and there you go, folks. Shaheens will win round number 12. Hunters, massive lapse in concentration, massive lapse in judgment. They will lose their map pick, and they definitely did not need something like that to happen to them, folks. Hunters, I cannot... Honestly, I have to tell you right now, Baba, I am disappointed in the Hunters because of how they played this map. This is not the Hunters that we like to see. On Clubhouse, they've had much better attacks than this before, of course, folks. And we've seen it from them time and time again. A lapse in concentration, maybe a little bit of tiredness coming out from them. Shaheens have won map number 2. We will be going to Decider. Map 3 will be in play.
Yep, map number 3, Deciders. Oh boy, I seriously can't wait to see what's going to happen between Hunters and Shaheens. But I've got to admit, Shaheens, the way how they decided to, change their strategies, shifting the side from first row bar and, stage room, really did confuse Hunters a lot. And knowing that, to be honest, I really didn't expect it to see Shaheens pick that one final side, especially on a 5-6 match point. They wanted to include the higher chances to securing map number 2, and they evidently did so without facing any issues. Let's just take a look at the match highlights itself. First half, Hunters were all over the place. They were so confident, and turns out Shaheens, once they decided to head in towards the second half, that was where Shaheens took care of most of the certain situations. Basement church, second floor gym, the way how they held their side was just so well done that they will somehow manage to secure map number 2, which means Theme Park will also be an interesting one to look at, because Theme Park is also one of the strongest map picks for Team Shaheens.
I mean, yeah, but the same also goes for the Hunters, right? Hunters and Theme Park are a force to be reckoned with. We've seen it before, and we will probably see it again. But the Hunters, let's talk a little bit more about Clubhouse and the fact that this is probably one of the sloppiest clubhouses I've seen from the Hunters in a while. And it's not because, and it doesn't have to be like a 7-0 or a 7-1, right, that the Hunters would lose on for it to be that kind of a map for them. It just is the fact that they simply played it sloppily. They did the same things over and over again when they know a team like Shaheens will punish them for it. And yet they decided to go for it over and over and over again. We saw the end result, right, Baba? You and me, of course. It just doesn't work. You cannot get repetitive against the Shaheens. Shaheens have that issue, don't get us wrong. Shaheens can also be repetitive, yes. But guess what? Hunters fell prey to that very same issue. They like, for instance, right, jacuzzi wall breach used as a distraction. They go around to construction, beautiful stuff. They tried that same thing on CCTV. Guess what? It doesn't work that way. There's not enough room to rotate. There's not enough room to make those sorts of plays. And then on Basement Church, they took that site so beautifully. And yet, as soon as we went back to second floor again, it was like the Hunters had just completely lost whatever, momentum they were gathering. They had lost whatever idea they had. They got over aggressive. They started peeking for picks rather than going for a diffuser, rather than going for plant. And realistically, against the Shaheens, you cannot do that. Fighting fire with fire against the Shaheens is not the way to go. And we've said this before, right? When MercenarieZ have played Shaheens, when KIRA have played Shaheens, they've tried those very same tactics, right? It doesn't work because Shaheens are masters at this. They are masters at having absolute control over the aggression on the map. The way you take them out, the way you win against them is by making odd plays, by making them uncomfortable, by making them less confident in these peaks, wherein they go for them, yes, but they can't quite do them with the kind of security that you would have normally by being more confident. Hunters were doing that, and I don't know why they stopped. They just did. They just stopped doing that. And here we are now on a map 3 potential where realistically it was Hunters' map to win and their map to lose. Unfortunately for them, they did lose. That momentum from Villa is now gone, and the stage is effectively reset, and the match has basically turned into a glorified best of 1. Let's go into the match summary here, folks. As it is, as you can see the scoreboard, it's such a close game, mind you, that nobody really had a quiet map. I say that in quotes, of course. Rattler, probably you could make the argument for 5-8, 58%, Envy as well, 6-12, 50%, but both of them still fired when the team needed it, right? So, all things considered, not too bad, but Hunters, again, lapse in concentration, lapse in judgment.
Yeah, absolutely. If you take a look at the early kills that we've seen from Hunters' end, 4 initial picks from Sandy, and 3 initial kills from Jittery. They were literally popping off in the first half, but turns out second half was where Shaheens took things under control with an amazing performance being made from Envy. Although even if he's at the bottom of the leaderboards, he has done an exceptional job on removing one of the most important players of all, shutting down every single opportunities that Hunters tried to gain up more heat, that Shaheens was too difficult for them to control. Envy was there, he doused out the flames and made sure that Shaheens would secure most of their rounds. And Doctor, on the other hand, he'll be on the top of the leaderboards, 11 kills from his end, 58% cost. And I've got to say, in the second half, they played it safe and they've made sure to secure map number 2 Clubhouse, which means map number 3 Theme Park will also be an amazing one to look at, Jack.
Absolutely, it will be indeed. Hunters at the moment, of course, we know how good they are on Theme Park, but so are Shaheens. It's a map that both teams are amazing on. And we will just have to wait and see how they play on that map, folks. Of course, Theme Park, the third map is, well, truly is one of the most defenders' favorite maps of all time in Rainbow-Six-Siege. I mean, I was setting myself up for a joke that Theme Park is one of the maps of all time, but it really is defender-sided when you think about it, right?
Yeah,
Defenders have such a great advantage on the map of Theme Park, as it were. Let's go into the map veto to recap the situation that we currently stand in. Villa 7-2 to the Hunters. After a performance like that, you really wouldn't expect Hunters to lose, but here we are. Shaheens 7-5. Fantastic play from them. And there's only one map remaining now. Theme Park is all that stands between us and the end of this game. All that stands between one of these two teams going to the grand finals and the other going to the lower bracket decider. Which one will it be? Well, we'll just have to wait and find out, won't we, folks? Map number 3 Theme Park, an exciting venture indeed.
An amazing adventure being made from all 4 teams. Unfortunately for KIRA Esports, they had to, bow down of the competition, but I've got to say, this third map will determine who will have a direct spot to the grand finals and who will have, who will go down all the way to the lower brackets facing off against Team MercenarieZ. 7-5 on Clubhouse. Theme Park, where we will see Hunters go in attack first. So attack first is Hunters. Shaheens, on the other hand, will be on defense in the first half. So they've got to make sure that whatever strategy that they have, they've got to make sure that they gain more wins on defense. Just like you said, Theme Park being a heavy defender-favored map. Shaheens, on the other hand, we've seen a great, crossfire angles that have been placed from both Doctor, Envy, and actually Doctor and Skywalker too, right? Especially the way how they've established crossfire angles in Cafe side, Arcade and Cafe, both of them were on like complete lockdown. So I'm really intrigued to see how Hunters would counter those certain crossfire angles being made from Cafe. So most of the time you'd usually see Shaheens go in on second floor bunk and daycare, second floor initiation room / office. We rarely see Shaheens pick first floor Arwin throne room, but maybe since this is Hunters that we're talking about, I'm pretty sure that they will bring Arwin in throne room if both of the sides doesn't work out well in their favor.
It's not just Army and Throne Room. I feel like we're going to see lab and storage as well.
Oh, yeah.
From the Hunters.
I forgot about that.
And maybe even from the Shaheens, as both of these teams definitely have hidden strategies and, overall play styles that we haven't seen yet from them. Again, we'll just have to wait and see about that, folks. Again, Hunters, they gave it their all, but it wasn't to be on Clubhouse. Theme Park, a map of many questions at the moment, as they, both of these teams that is, have to try and again give it their all. This is now a game that is going quite long, probably a lot longer than the Hunters expected it to be, but we'll just have to wait and see how it goes from here. A question, like I said, a map of many questions. This Theme Park, effectively a glorified best of one. Now, mind you, some people might, some might think that, Shaheens got a lot of momentum off of Clubhouse. That actually will not be the case. Why I say that is because the last few rounds were constant back and forth between Shaheens and Hunters. Hunters had a load of momentum going their way. Unfortunately, they were not able to make use of it going into Clubhouse. But Shaheens had to fight. They had to fight hard. Yeah. They have the momentum of now they've won a map, but Hunters have as well. If anything, Hunters lost more momentum than Shaheens gained in this equation right now. And Theme Park, well, we'll just have to wait and see which team ends up building back that momentum, because they will have to. They cannot, just sit back and say, oh, we've won a map already, we'll be able to get by without much issue, right? That's not going to happen, not anymore, because they will need to build up their momentum once again. They will need to put themselves back on that top position. Hunters are attack first on Theme Park. That is, of course, another thing to point out. As Theme Park being the defender center map that it is, Hunters are starting on the disadvantaged position on that map. Now, we'll just have to wait and see how, Shaheens take their first half, and going into the second half, how their performance is to really, cement into this BO3.
Yep, map number 3, Theme Park. I mean, once again, an amazing performance being displayed from Shaheens on map Clubhouse, changing their strategies from time to time, which really caught definitely did caught me surprised as well. Most of the strategies that they used. Granted, some of them did work out, some of them did not. But all in all, Shaheens securing map number 2 means that there'll be even much more pressures being relayed from Hunters as well. But the same thing can also be said for Shaheens too, because map number 3, this is all it. It's just a final map. It's a glorified best of 1, just like CCB said. But also Jack also said the same thing, right?
Glorified best of 1 from CCV, right? So yeah.
So, but all in all, Theme Park will be one of the most difficult maps, mainly because we've seen Theme Park being played a lot in the group stages. Because usually in the previous summer, series, and fall, we only kept watching Oregon and Clubhouse most of the time, right? I mean, you could even include Villa at that point. But seeing Chalet being brought out on Nationals, seeing Theme Park being brought a lot on Nationals as well, really makes us wonder that what kind of strategies does both Shaheens and Hunters, is going to put out. And also, I'm pretty sure it will be an amazing experience for, for the viewers and also the, me and Jack as well. So I just really cannot wait to see what the map Theme Park has in store for us, folks.
Absolutely. Theme Park is going to be an amazing map, as it were. We've talked a lot about it already, and how both teams can go about, progressing on that map as well. Things can happen. A lot of things, for that matter, can happen very quickly. Again, we'll just have to wait and see about that. Now, won't we, as we wait for that map to get started, of course. And all things considered, I know all of our viewers at home are probably very excited as well. I mean, I would be. Why wouldn't you, right? It is a fantastic map. It is a fantastic night as well, as all things considered. The weather, at least where we are right now in the studio, pretty nice. Of course, we've got the AC doing all that work for us, as it were. But, jokes aside, I gotta say, Hunters, in those last few moments, I mean, I said it already, but they did kind of disappoint me with their playstyle. Not because of the mistakes they were making, but because the mistakes were coming from a big lapse in judgment, an error in their judgment. They seem to almost be complacent in the last few rounds that, yeah, we'll win. It's not going to be too much of a bother, right? We're going to get this through, we're going to win, and we're going to get on the grand finals. It doesn't work like that. Shaheens are not down and out yet just because you won a couple rounds, just because you equalized, right? They're not like that. Sure, maybe against KIRA you can expect it. Maybe MercenarieZ might give out after a long game, but not Shaheens. They have players who have experienced long games like this. Mighty Ali, Envy, Doctor. The three are the most experienced in that team, right? And then you have Caesar, who's come in and done a lot of work for the team as a flex support. And of course, Skywalker, the young gunner that they picked up. Such a great player, so much energy, because of course he's so young. All of this makes that team very energetic, very hard to pin down. And Hunters had a winning strategy for so long in that map, and yet they floundered it right at the end. And I mean, I know I'm being a little harsh to the Hunters. Yes, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, you have to say it like it is, right? The Hunters could have done better, should have done better. But big ups to the Shaheens, of course. They, against all odds, they ended up winning Hunters' map pick, where the very real chance was that overtime could have happened. And if overtime had happened, Hunters could have still won. If anything, Hunters could have still won at any point. They were, 3-2 up, then it was 3-3, then 4-4, then 5-5. Hunters could have won from any point from there on, but they didn't because of their errors. They got a bit complacent, they got a bit too kill hungry, too repetitive. Shaheens read into that, and they won beautifully so. So credit where credit is due, obviously. And with all that said, that's pretty much everything we can say before map number 3 itself starts. We're just waiting on a little bit of confirmation about that, folks. Don't you worry. Sit tight at home as me and Baba continue to ramble on, as it were. And although I gotta say, all things considered, it's still a pretty exciting match, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely is, Jack. And although, until then, folks, how about you just check the game Rainbow-Six-Siege? Link is in the description below. And also, make sure that you have the best high-tech gear, Zotac Gaming. Amazing graphic cards right there. Make sure to check the link in the description below. Make sure to follow up our socials for the esports club, even on Instagram, on Twitter, and also don't forget about don't forget to check out R6 Esports SA for more contents related towards the Twitter side. But as we talk more about on map number 3, I still gotta admit, Shaheens, they have done an amazing job on map number 2, Clubhouse, and I seriously cannot wait what they're gonna do on map number 3 here, Jack.
Absolutely, same here. I gotta say, Shaheens, overall, good stuff from them. Great stuff from them, even. I want to see more of what they have in store on Theme Park. Again, we're just waiting for a couple of minutes. I don't think we're going to have an ad break. We're going to be going straight into map number 3. Again, confirmation would be required about that. But, yeah, all things considered, I mean, nobody wants to stop the action, right? Might as well have it continuing while we're still high off of the last game, as it were. And, get going while we're still ahead, pick up the pace, and move into the next map. As for the time being, we'll just have to wait a little bit more. And probably it's the players, right? They're probably requesting a couple of minutes just to regroup and regather, right? Their thoughts, as it were. They kind of have to when you really think about it, because they would have been exhausted after Clubhouse, right? Villa didn't really take much out of either of the teams, so I'm not surprised over there that the game started up pretty quickly. But Clubhouse would have taken a lot of them mentally, as well as, their physical aiming and all that stuff, as it were. Let's have a look at the maps once again, folks, as we wait for, the players to continue getting back in and all the like. As we now just have to wait for map number 3. Once again, a reminder for all of our viewers at home, Villa was picked by Shaheens, was won by Hunters 7-2. Clubhouse was picked by Hunters, was won by Shaheens 7-5. And now Theme Park, the final map, is going to be coming out very, very shortly indeed. This one, of course, the decider map. Neither team really picked this map, but in a way, by banning out all the others, they kind of did, I guess you could say that, as Hunters will be on attack first as well, which means they will be on the disadvantaged side of things. And, Shaheens have defense first on Theme Park. Very good for them. They will be trying to get the advantage as soon as possible. And then, of course, we'll be going on from there as the match continues. Not much to really say about Theme Park, right? Realistically, we've seen just about everything there has to be seen on Theme Park, unless these two teams have something special hidden up their sleeves, which, to be fair, they very well might, all things considered. Again, just a whole game of waiting for now, folks, as you continue to listen to mine and Baba's voices guiding you through all of this. Hunters, I do believe we're going to see some odd plays from them again. Not the kind of odd plays in Clubhouse where they just get complacent and, stop doing whatever they were doing and get repetitive. The kind of odd plays that we know that the Hunters are capable of. Picking weird op compositions that you don't normally see, unorthodox things and all that stuff, especially on the defense.
Yeah.
Lab storage, I fully expect that from them. Maybe even from Shaheens if they're feeling brave a little bit. Shaheens, they like to play a little bit more of what is considered orthodox in the current meta, but at the same time, they're not afraid of, getting risky, as it were, as we saw with that bar and stage pick in the last round. The thing about that bar stage pick, right, if you recall correctly, I did say that what are you even doing, Hunters? Because, one, sure, I've seen it before, right? And I kind of know what's going on when it comes to that pick. But the Hunters had one other issue, as what they did was they droned out second floor. They droned out the roamers. They saw that there were roamers there. They saw that it was Doctor, of all people, inside of the site. Their decision was to brute force the site after failing to get one roamer. That is what really disappointed me there, because Hunters are capable of roam clear, and they should have done it. They knew there were players above. There's a reason for that much setup to be present on second floor. There is no other reason, right? Get those roamers out of there, because they will be the bane of your existence. And guess what? They were. Doctor in the side got the first kill, and then everybody from the roam started falling back, wasting time, getting kills. Hunters can do better, and I feel like on Theme Park they will be looking to do better, but they'll be a little tired as well. After all, it is third map after a long second map. 7-2 or not, Villa ended quickly. But 7-5 and a 7-5 like that, it takes a while to get over, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it definitely will be, because just like you said, it comes down to the player's mentality and also the endurance test on what exactly is going to happen on map number 3. And fun fact for Hunters LFO, this is their second time where they are heading off for an OT. None of the matches, as we've seen from group stages, have we ever witnessed Hunters losing a single map in this whole tournament. Only from the playoffs did we ever get to witness Hunters LFO lose 2 of their maps, right? The first map was on Villa, and now the second map was in Clubhouse. Villa as in when they went up against MercenarieZ, and now Clubhouse when they are going up against Team Shaheens. Now, that is the only 2 maps that Hunters have lost as of now. The rest of the matches was almost a very monstrous performance that we've seen from Hunters LFO from this time. Although the same thing cannot be said from Fall Series, right? Grand Finals, Hunters versus Shaheens. Shaheens had won all 3 maps. It was a 3-1, right? Clubhouse was about to be in the hands of Team Hunters LFO, but turns out that did not happen. Shaheens had secured their first place in the Fall Series, eventually qualifying for the playoffs. Now, when you take a look at the playoffs as well, Hunters, they defeated Shaheens on a 2-0 scoreline. And like I said, they were undefeated in the group stages, which means that Shaheens had a very huge loss, 7-1 and 7-2 on both of those 2 maps. And that's the main reason why they are currently looking for that revenge match. And that is in itself the example that we've seen right now in this best of 3 matchup of the playoffs. Shaheens have secured map Clubhouse. So did Hunters, securing map Villa on a 7-2 scoreline, which means that map number 3 Theme Park, you will expect Shaheens having a very surprising bans coming in from their end. Maybe a targeted ban, because bans like Alibi on defense and Sledge on attack really did put Hunters to pull out their strat book, right? Changing their strategies, changing their method of arriving towards the side, and maybe that targeted ban really did put a lot towards Hunters' attack phase, right? But on defense, they didn't face a lot of issues from them. Sure, they did ended equalizing on a 3-3 score line, but all in all, the way how Shaheens proceed with their defensive hold, playing it as safe as possible, because Clubhouse is efficiently a total hold side. I mean, if you just total hold from the side itself, you have the maximum amount of success by winning most of the rounds on defense. And Shaheens did exactly that, and they've secured the map on Clubhouse, which is evidently a crucial way for them. They're the underdogs after all. And now on map number 3, Theme Park, this is where it comes to a very befitting hold. What could it be? What kind of strategies do we get to see from their end, right?
Well, I'll wait and see, right? I feel like on Theme Park, turtling up is not the way to go.
No,
right?
definitely not.
The thing with Theme Park is, if the site gets compromised, right, through breaches, through like soft breaches, all that stuff, through utility clearance and all that, then it's very hard to actually hold on to the site. The way you really defend the site is by being away from it, lurking around it, extending into site adjacent rooms, so on and so forth, even roaming down below or above, depending on where the site is, right? Roam and lurk is very much important, and the reason they work so well on Theme Park is because the map actually supports it, right? All things considered, Theme Park has so many hiding corners, right? So many nooks and corners that people can just hide in, right? So many avenues of entry and exit and rotate and so on and so forth. Theme Park has it all, and because it's got all of that, right? Defenders can just do whatever they want, go wherever they want. With a couple of extensions and a couple of rotates and lines of sides being made, Theme Park can become very, very hard to attack. Right, it can basically become the Dark Souls for attacker side in Theme Park, right? Yeah. I mean, realistically speaking,
yeah,
you
it
tell
is.
me
Yeah,
if
true,
I'm
absolutely,
wrong on that, right? But again, how the Hunters play Theme Park is an entirely different question, right? Because they've seen it all when it comes to Theme Park. They've played it all, and they've played against it all as well. Being tired will definitely be a factor for them in this matchup, because it's going to affect their judgment, it's going to affect their decision making. But how far as it does, like you said, it's hard to tell, because the Hunters, who used to get tired on long BO3s and BO5s back in 2020, this Hunters is not that. This is a very different Hunters. Very energetic, also very good at energy conservation. They really know how to conserve energy and resources for the later part of the map. And of course, as a team, the Hunters has really excelled because of that. But again, We're just waiting for the players to come back into the lobby, folks, and as soon as they do, we will get started with the match. There are no breaks. As much as I would have loved to give my voice one, we'll just have to wait for the next map and get into the lobby nice and quickly. Again, like I said, nobody wants to pause the action, right? Nobody wants to sit back at home and just big chilling as we wait for the game to start again and again and again. Rather just have us here, you know, just talking about what can happen, can't happen, what we expect and don't expect from the teams here at the Nationals. And again, taking you through these matches and maps slowly but surely, as it were. Now, is there anything else to talk about Theme Park? Not necessarily. We've kind of gone over everything we expect, and without any info on what is going to happen on Theme Park, it's hard to say just about anything, right? I mean, what can we realistically say? We could start making predictions on individual rounds, but then we'd probably be wrong. Knowing the Hunters, knowing the Shaheens, we'd probably be wrong about that. And even a prediction master like Baba here can't exactly do much about that. We could predict the score, but we'd probably be wrong about that as well, because at the start of Clubhouse, both me and Baba were saying that there's a good chance Hunters walk away with a 2-0, right? Well, clearly that never happened. So, yeah, predictions are not really much of our, I guess, my forte ultimately, because this is like what, this is Baba's book of predictions being balanced. He does so much, he does so many good predictions and gets them right. Finally, he's got one wrong, folks. So, you know, at the end of the day, not all is lost. Unfortunately, the same can be said for myself for CCV, but let's not really talk about that now, shall we? But, yeah, as it were, looks like we are going to be going into the match in a very short moment, as it were. The match is ready, and as soon as the players give us the ready as well, we're going to be going right into the lobby, and let's not waste any more time. Let's go straight in. Game number 3, or map number 3, as it were, between Hunters and Shaheens. It is Theme Park. It is now. Let's get into it.
Yep, Theme Park, the decider is open for Shaheens and Hunters, and this final map will determine the outcome for the brackets. Let us see what's going to happen. Starting things off in the ban phase itself, Hunters on attack, Shaheens will be on defense, and they'll be the ones to start it off on a defensive ban. Actually, both attackers was on defense ban, but what could it be? Most of the 2 maps that we've seen was more of like a targeted ban, and I'm pretty sure that they will go in for a targeted ban once again. Yeah, look at that. Sledge will be banned. This is more of like a targeted ban from Rattler, because Rattler is usually the one who plays Sledge a lot. And since he's been so consistent with this one specific operator, Shaheens forcing Rattler to play a different operator is going to put a lot in his hand. But all in all, we'll get to see how will it favor for Hunters as of now, as they will decide to ban in the Flores this time. Explosive drones, deployable shields, they don't want to destroy it just yet. But for Shaheens, if they ban Mute once again, then this could cause a lot of problems. But for now, it will be Hunters who will go in for the defensive bans. What could it be? It will be the Mira. Standard bans, once again. No difference whatsoever. Shaheens, once again, it's your ban on defense. Mute ban, last time I saw that on map Villa, didn't work out well in their favor. What could it be? Will it be the same bans, or will it be a different one as of now? Turns out it will be the Alibi. Okay, Alibi ban once again, an important ban for Shaheens. Although they'll be the ones going on defense first, they'll be having a major disadvantage when it comes to the roam games, but you still have other operators to deal with, right? You still need to deal with the Oryx, you still need to deal with, you know, there's certain operators that have good roaming capabilities. But this is it, folks. Round number 1 is in. So does the deciders. Theme Park it is. Armory and Throne Room will be the side. Shaheens will start things off on defense, and they're starting off on a very good side on the defensive hold on Theme Park.
A very, very good site indeed. Theme Park, Armory, Throne Room is, of course, a great site to go to. It is one of the default sites of Theme Park as well, so no surprises that it has come out here. And now we'll just have to see how they play going forward from here. You've got the Osa being picked by Sandy. Now that, of course, is a very interesting decision to me, as it were. Rattler with the Ying as well. You've got a Thatcher in play. Sparko playing the Ace for the time being. And, of course, to round things out, Jittery on the Iana. Like you said, you know, Rattler without the Sledge is definitely, you know, not ideal for Rattler, I feel like, but he might still be able to pull off something special on the Ying. He has played that before on the off occasion when the Hunters have required it of him. But for now, let's just see what the defenders have in store. You've got the castle in play with the razor blooms of the thorn as well. You've got a Melusi to slow attackers down. You've got the frost to snap their legs whenever they get too close to the site and are careless in their entry. And of course the Kaid rounding things out with the C4 and the Artillus, the Electro Claws, which will be keeping the doors, the walls and hatches closed for the time being. No mute, no Mozzie. Information denial is not the game that Shaheens want to play in this first round. They want to see what the Hunters have in store. As, oh my goodness, Envy is already flashed out of his mind. Where did that Candela even come from? And nobody has aggressed off of that. That's an interesting use of that right there. But Envy tried to flee, gets caught out by Rattler. That's your first roamer and first body taken down.
Now with the control on initiation room, Caesar will be having major difficulties knowing that they have control on that particular place. So for Hunters, they're slowly progressing their way all the way towards second floor, and they, in order to get that time itself, they have a lot of time for them to even focus on the side and get the frag kill too. Oh boy, 5v3, and once again we see Rattler and Jittery securing two important kills as both Envy and Marielle has been gone. Wait a minute, Sparko, where is he planting? What is happening? He's in the site.
They brute force the site.
Oh my goodness, they've secured post plant. Hunters, what a maneuver play that Shaheens were even confused to know exactly what had happened in this situation. They were so fully focused on second floor, and now the advantage is in their hands. 4v1, Caesar will get one, but he's so low in HP, only 10 HP remaining. And now you can see all the players from Hunters LFO to focus on this one player Caesar, which in fact will not be a good idea. They need to play accordingly to time, and they have to wait for the timer to tick down, but you still have Sparko to secure the round nonetheless. Round number 1, Hunters LFO brute forcing their way in towards the site, and they will secure with Shaheens having no idea that they were already in the site in the first place.
I gotta say, that's a good play from the Hunters right there. Very, very good indeed. They needed a play like that, and they got it right off the gate. That's gonna put Shaheens in a spot of bother that, wait, they breached our defenses that quickly? I think the Kaid going down in the site was what really cinched it, right? They got the player above, they got the Kaid, and saw that, wait, where are the rest of the Shaheens? They're not here. We can plant. And they got
not even in the barrels too.
Exactly. They got into barrels, right, I think. There was a rotate made by one of the Shaheens players. I don't know if it's on barrels or in maintenance. Whichever one, right?
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, Hunters got in, they got the plant, and Shaheens were none the wiser. They're not going to be too happy about that one. That is for sure, as we have moved sites, of course, immediately. Second floor bunk and daycare coming out from the Shaheens.
Yeah, interesting choice of Envy, bringing Warden this time, mainly because to counter Rattler's Candelas, my god, oh boy. But this time they have good amount of information that could be relayed from the Valkyrie scams. All it's got to do is just, place it in a way where Hunters LFO wouldn't have any ideas of where those cameras would be in play. Now I've got to admit, for Hunters LFO, brute forcing their way already on round number 1, what kind of ideas would present in round number 2 is actually an interesting one to look at. Keep that in mind. Theme Park is a heavy defender favored map, and winning a side like first for RV in Throne Room is a job well done from Hunters, because winning like that on attack would be a good idea, and turns out Muddy Ali has been downed out mainly because of Rattler, who is just patiently removing of the barricades from the window. A revival will be made nonetheless, so does the support from Skywalker. Just needs to make sure that everything is taken care of. Yeah, there you go. Revival will be made. Mighty Ali will, he will usually, sprint himself, all the way back to second floor initiation room and make sure that he would live for another day. Oh, okay, grenade kill from Jittery as he removes Doctor while he had that very powerful positioning from Cafe's side. That's been removed out. And now it's 2 minutes left. Hunters, they've made severe damage towards Shaheen's defense here, Jack.
They have, absolutely. Candela's thrown out by Rattler, but he's using that as a distraction to get into the office site. Has to be careful. There's plenty of rotates around here, and he will go down as a result of those. Skywalker gets that kill. That's a trade back, and a very good one indeed. Now, Jittery, is he aware of where the players are? I don't think so. C4 from Caesar gets Jittery, but of course you have a kill in return. Beat, who took down the Warden Envy off the board. Mighty Ali is very low on HP as well, so that's a player that could go down in a heartbeat should the Hunters be able to find him. The question is, where do they go from here? Again, they need a bit of clearance before they can execute on any one particular site. The Twitch drone has been doing a lot of work in giving them intel. The Twitch herself, of course, still alive. Sandy has to find a couple kills here. Twitch drone has been denied finally. But it took a little bit of doing, as it were, gave away a lot of intel, took out a fair bit of utility inside the site as well, most likely. EMP from the Thatcher. Sparko trying to go for a breach. He will be able to successfully do so. Watching that door. That's exactly where Mighty Ellie is as well, the door into freezer room. Gotta be careful about him. Gotta be careful about so many things. Sandy finds Mighty Ellie. Sandy with another one. 2 kills! The Twitch has popped off right now. Trying to find Caesar. Has to get this Valkyrie, who's now in arcade hallway. The Twitch. There we go. Sandy with the DMR. Triple kill. And once again, it is going to be the Hunters to take round number 2.
Yep, a fist bump from all the sides of Hunters as they are trying to deal it right, and Sparko on the other hand having some minor connectivity issues, but nonetheless he will still get the fist bump nonetheless. What a what a play coming in from Hunters, as even though the man count was equalized to a 3-3, Sandy, he just popped off with the marksman rifle, securing those 3 kills. And this is definitely going to be a concerning issue for Shaheens, as, I mean, you literally got to see them on all 3 maps where they are so serious. And then when you take a look at the cam feed on the side of Hunters LFO, they're always in that happy state, you know? And bringing and having that positivity while you're playing the game brings a lot of morale boost from the side, from the team itself. Shaheens, on the other hand, despite them not looking too good, doesn't mean that they're not out of the game just yet. They're just being very serious about this. They're just making sure that whatever strategies that Hunters will put will be denied the instant while they're trying to make the play. And round number 1, Shaheens were caught off guard. Round number 2, I believe the same thing did not happen. They were prepped and ready, but once they started to, make that execute push, and Sandy securing that 3 initial kills, that is definitely going to hit them a lot from Shaheens' end here, Jack.
I mean, that they are, of course. Shaheens losing 2 rounds of the defense. Not all is lost yet, of course. Team Park can still be won from a 4-2 first half.
Yep.
And I mean that, of course, with defenders going 4-2 in the first half. Because going on the attack in the second half, 2-4 down, that is going to be a difficult ask for just about any team, realistically speaking, even for the Hunters as well. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see. You've got the Valkyrie in play this time. Caesar, once again, going for that pick. You've got the Azami, you've got the Wamai. No Jaeger this time, interestingly enough. The site is, of course, Bunk Daycare. I guess the question is, when will the first body drop? Because one of the 2 teams will be getting the first kill, right? The question is, when will it happen? Will it be Envy? Will it be Mighty Ellie? Will it be Rattler or Sandy? Sandy, curiously enough, actually hasn't died in the first 2 rounds at all. In fact, looking at the Hunter side, you've got 3 players who've died once, that being Rattler, Beat, and Jittery. But, yeah, Sandy and Sparko fully alive for the time being, as they are going to be joining themselves in slowly but surely, finding these roamers, finding these defenders. C4 going out, and Caesar will ping it. He'll request for somebody to be on the Valcams at some point to give him the intel on when to blow that one up, taking an attacker with it. Smart play by the Valkyrie, but again, an attacker has to get there first. Hunters are playing this very differently from the last round. Not quite as much storming the Bastille, as it were. Rather, this time they're playing it very patiently and very, very quietly.
Yeah, we're entering into the mid phase now, and Sandy already deep within towards the hallway side as he's trying to figure out a way to get the initial frag, but it will be Jittery will secure 1. Down will be made, but Doctor will be there to secure 1, 2, 3v3. Equalizer is back again. Shaheens are holding on as best as possible, knowing exactly the Hunters making their push all the way from that particular side, thanks to the Valkyrie cams, listening from their sound cues. And now with the time being on, 1 minute left, beautiful shot from NB to remove Jittery out of that place. C4 to secure the kill off, 1v3, and now Sparko is the only one man. Oh, he's the only one left. 1v2. He will get the headshot remove of Envy, but he has a lot of work that needs to be done. Not a lot of information could be gained from the attack drones, and Shaheens, they have done an exceptionally good job on holding the place, but Sparko is still alive, well, not for long. And Doctor will be there to secure the final kill nonetheless. Beautiful hold being made. Hunters had absolutely no idea that the Valkyrie cams that had been placed was giving them ample amount of information, and because of that we saw Shaheens act to it accordingly by killing all of the players who were slowly making their way in towards the initiation room. A job well done from Shaheens, and for Hunters they really have to be careful they really have to be careful on those Valkyrie cams.
Again, you've got to find those things when you're doing the drone work, right? It's not that the Valkyrie cameras are absolutely unfindable in, invisible positions or something like that. No, they're out there. You just have to look for them a little bit. And Hunters, again, the problem has arisen. It reared its head in that last round. They got over eager. The down that they had on the vault, great stuff. But because one player got down, the call was like, hey, there's a down player in vault, let's finish him. Everyone, even the players in waiting room, started focusing on that, which left waiting room itself wide open for a defender to peek the double door, walk away with a couple kills. Doctor and IND both did that. You got to think about that, right? Because Hunters, they've made this mistake before. Clubhouse, they did that plenty, and they cannot afford to do that again. They need this map. They need to finish it off here. And now Shaheens, any ground they give to Shaheens will walk away with a win. And the more rounds Shaheens win, the more ground they get, the more momentum they get, the harder it is to stop them. Hunters should know this by now. So, Hunters, once again, the ball is in your court. How do you respond?
Yeah, that's a question that we're about to find out in round number 4. Wait a minute, Caesar. It's actually a bit too late to place the Valkyrie cams. Oh boy, information's been given. Will he get out in time? No, the deployable shield will kind of force him to be in that position, but he will be safe nonetheless. My god, that was too close for comfort. But for Hunters LFO, I'm pretty sure that they have the ample information on that Valcam location. So grenades will be thrown out. I'm pretty sure to mainly focus on removing that deployable shield. Here we go, information once again. Won't be able to use any grenade as of now. Doctor is still contesting the angle, and this is the angle that I was very much afraid of from Shaheens' end because it's so powerful. Grenade tossed out. Oh boy, just 2 HP. But Doctor will still stay alive and give the control on Cafe in their hands, but somehow Skywalker, he gets away with the kill. The second, not gonna happen because Rattler is still here for the trade. 4v4, a minute and 52 seconds. Once again, I'm still worried about the cameras where they have ample amount of information, where they will secure a 3v3. Now it's a 3v2 as Parker secures a kill. Mighty and Caesar, the only 2 operators left. They have 2 C4s. They could use it for denial, and the side being on second for initiation room / office, things will be even much more tougher for Hunters, knowing that those explosive utilities, Shaheens will play to this as passively as possible.
Absolutely. They're not going to aggress at all. They can just wait for the Hunters to come to them. But here we have the Candela Rattler throwing that in. Mighty Ali flashed out of his mind, somehow rotates out to the other side of the wall. Rattler, being low on HP, does not want to take that gunfight at all, but he will still win it. Mighty Ali goes down. Caesar, the last one standing, has a C4, has a couple of black eye cameras. He will get information about the players storming into office. Somebody has to watch the bathroom. Somebody's got to do it, but no, Caesar gets that first kill. That's diffuser dropped as well. Rattler has to protect the planter in the meanwhile.
Oh no!
Caesar gets it again. He's just hitting and running, and the flank was from the Hunters falling by the wayside as Rattler has rotated. But
no way!
with the 1v3. Beautifully done, beautifully positioned from that player, from the Valkyrie. Hunters, I swear you guys have to do better on the flank watch. There is no way you just let that happen.
That was a 1v3. You even had your flanks being watched. Man, Hunters. Man, oh man, this was supposed to be your round, and turns out Shaheens, they will steal the round away with Caesar securing the round and being the hero for Team Shaheens. And this is definitely going to hit them a lot. That was supposed to be their round. 1v3, everything was taken care of. The Doctor's deployable shield, they removed that. Rattler secured so much kills just because of Caesar's location not being given away towards the bathroom side. They didn't have any information from the attack drones, mainly because they had a lot of information only from second floor bunk and daycare.
That's the thing, right? You know what I don't get about Hunters in that round? How could they not have known that Caesar would be in that part of the map? They just cleared all of Cafe, all of Bunk, all of Daycare, all of Arcade. They've got their flank drones. Everything's there. They haven't seen the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie can be in one of 2 places. Down below or in the Cash Dragon area. Maybe initiation, right? So what are you supposed to watch as an attacker? Waiting room, the door to waiting room, and the bathroom side. You don't have to be in Cash. Just watch the bathroom. Planter can be sitting behind the bomb, right? He was trying to get there. Nobody was watching Cash. Nobody was watching Bathroom. Caesar gets the first kill. Suddenly, there's now overly watching the Bathroom. Caesar goes to Dragon, gets another kill. Actually, he didn't go to Dragon. He went all the way to Initiation, right? Because of a cross angle, he got that kill from.
Yeah.
He makes that big rotate because now no one's in Initiation. No one can watch that anymore. He gets another one, and then you can't even plan anymore because now you don't know where the Valkyrie is, but the Valkyrie knows where you are.
Yep.
Massive lapse in judgment by the Hunters. Again, they did this again. They did it in Clubhouse, and they're doing it again here. Now, while Team PAK is the defender side of the map, when you have this sort of advantage and you stored the site as the attackers, you cannot allow that to happen. And really, that play, Caesar, kudos, absolutely, very well played. But the Hunters, really, they just kind of let it happen.
Yeah, this huge mistake is going to cost them another loss and also equalizer 2-2, because in the first half, if this ends up on a 3-3, then you could say that Shaheens could bring this round back once again while they're on attack. But you still need to focus on Hunters, as we can see Rattler using his Candelas to, blind the sights all the way from Yellow Stairs hallway. You still have Doctor playing around the in towards the break room. He will detect one of the attack drones. He will destroy it, but his location is compromised, so he'll be able to throw some of his Midas to make sure that any of the utilities will get taken care of. Ideally, once again, a pre-placed C4 information will be highly given, but the main problem is that they don't have Valkyrie to give them the proper information, so they have to heavily rely on sound cues. Pretty sure that Caesar is still present, holding down from the Yellow Stairs too. Once he hears any sound cues, he'll just give the information to detonate the C4. But turns out Sparko is still holding down. He will secure in blowing up the wall in towards the barrels, actually not from the barrel side, from towards the maintenance room, and turns out you forgot about Envy. He will secure the frag out, and that is Rattler down for the count.
Once again, flank watch, Hunters, flank watch. Envy was not supposed to be able to get that kill because he was peeking all the way from the long hallway, but he does anyway. Sandy now peeking towards the bunk side because Doctor is there, but he's just going to fall back into barrel, back to the side as it should be. The defenders are doing everything they possibly can to try and take this site away from the Hunters. Keep it away from the Hunters, as it were. Here come the flashbangs. Sparko with one. Jittery gets one kill. Sparko, beautiful shot on the player playing the breach. Gets that. Envy goes down, and there's more shots because they've come and split. Doctor's gone down. Shaheens find one more. That's Skywalker taking one, but he's now the only one remaining. Mighty Ellie goes down. The plant is happening. Beat will watch the flank this time. The rotate is covered. Hunters will take back their lead, making it now 3-2 in their favor.
3-2. This time, Hunters have got things covered. They made sure that they would watch their corners, and just like that, the execution was so perfect that for Shaheens, it was very difficult for them to handle out that very aggressive push. Hunters LFO, they will secure their round on attack once again as we proceed to round number 6. 3-2. High likeliest chances that this could end in a 3-3 equalizer once again, which would favor for Shaheens, since they're the ones on defense first. When it comes to the second half, I cannot predict exactly whether if Shaheens could make an wonderful performance on attack, but because granted we see them the way how they go in for the push from Shaheens' end, we've seen them win a lot of attack rounds on Team PAK, so pretty sure that this could happen a second time since they're going up against Hunters LFO, but it always depends on how well that they're going in for their defense. Now talk about Mighty Ali. He's currently in a very silent he has a let's just say a quiet round as of now for the past 5 rounds. Not a single kill, 5 deaths, but still he's been doing an excellent job when it comes to providing support for the team. And Caesar, the man who had saved the round for Shaheen, says he has a total of 7 kills from his end. That 1v3 clutch was just so crucial that it did put Shaheens in a way that they could have a good fight in the second half. But now with the action phase coming into play, round number 6, what would Hunters do, knowing that Shaheens, they will be heavily focused on equalizing it to a 3-3 scoreline, but would it be more than enough for Shaheens to hold their ground? Because I've got to admit, round number 6, Shaheens could actually win it and put themselves back on track here, Jack.
I mean, realistically speaking, they could, and the way that they've played so far, I gotta say, Shaheens, even in the rounds that they've lost, slowly but surely, they're looking more and more comfortable. Doctor once again back on this cafe door angle. looking for a big peak right about now.
Oh,
He's got the
Caesar.
run out. Caesar, that's a big ask right there. But, oh no, Jittery. That's probably the worst thing to happen right now. Jittery disconnecting like that. Oh boy, Hunters are in a spot of water already. And of course, Shaheens haven't really done anything yet either. Second floor bunk being the site of choice, of course. Hunters now have to work extra hard for this round. They need to get something going here. Sandy's the one on the Nook, so they haven't lost the element of surprise, not just yet. The Nook's going to go in very aggressively, but position given away. Sandy trying to take the gunfight. Now on the reload, has to be careful. As in the meanwhile, that's a trade, I believe. Mighty Ellie and Rattler, yes, indeed. You've got Sparko trying to approach, trying to be aggressive. Probably a cross angle is being watched right now. Grenade is out, but Jeffrey doesn't have to worry about it. I don't think shooting the disc was a good idea right there. We're going to have a breach coming in. Skywalker now holding on the yellow stairs rafter right there. We've got the Aruni. Wait, that's a big flank that the Aruni can make. And yes, Envy will get one. Sparko goes down. Huge drop right there. As that is your Thermite now taken care of. More shots fired. Sandy still trying to take this gunfight. Not really advisable. There's a player watching from inside of that vault. Rotate as well. Beat will finally walk away with the kill on Envy. 2v3, mind you. And both attackers are very low on HP. Not really sure how they're going to be able to get away with this one, but you have Sandy now approaching once again aggressively. Skywalker looking for a kill. Beat gets one in the meanwhile. That Skywalker on yellow stairs gone. 2v2 now. It is more possible than before, but again, very difficult as a situation. I don't like that push from Sandy. Caesar's going to have that long angle, but can't quite fetch the kill for himself.
Oh boy.
And of course, that means things are still a little bit difficult. Both now so low on HP. How do they realistically even go about this? Grenade being cooked by Sandy. He's going to toss it down the long hallway, but there's a Wamai Magnet to stop it in its tracks. There you go. Where do you go from here? Beat wants to go on towards yellow stairs. He will do so, but that shot being fired will give away his position. Doctor taking a bit of damage. As Sandy pushing up. 5 seconds remain. Doctor finds one. There goes Sandy. Beats in here, but he can't really do much about this. Shaheens win round 6. It's a 3-3. Not too bad for the Hunters. They are defense now. And effectively, it is, of course, going to be, both teams' game to sort of win from here as the score is equalized and effectively, once again, the record is reset.
Alright, turns out that we have a pause from Shaheens since the first half coming to an end. We will see the end of the scoreline 3-3. It will be equalized nonetheless. A pause will be requested, just like I said. Shaheens have made a miraculous performance here in the first half, especially all thanks to Caesar, who will end up securing a 1v3 clutch. A clutch that Hunters LFO did not expect this to happen, but now with the role swap coming into play, we will see Hunters be on defense. They'll decide to defend on first floor armory and throne room. Now Shaheens, they've got this in the bag. They have secured 3 rounds on defense. All they've got to do is just do the same thing on attack and ensure that they have maximum potential of securing map Theme Park and also putting themselves in towards the grand finals. Now Hunters, despite facing a lot of issues on the second map Clubhouse, third map Theme Park, you could say that this could happen once again, Jack.
There's a good chance of it. I gotta agree with you there. Shaheens are definitely pulling their weight right about now, as Hunters have been again put in the blender a little bit. Something that I don't think the Hunters themselves are liking. Their confidence is a little low, and they're making very rookie mistakes as well now in Theme Park. I'm not really sure what's going on in that roster, but they will still want to win. That drive is there, but the problem is I think they're slowly losing a bit of energy. They're slowly losing that overall, I don't really know how to describe it, but they're sort of not all there at the moment, which of course ain't exactly great for them, shall we say, right? We've got the pause, of course, that the side of the Shaheens have decided to take because, of course, they need this minute right here to talk about how to go into attack and how to sort of play from here. How do they improve themselves again while making another big shift in their play style? Hunters as well, they need this time. They'll be talking to themselves constantly, and for one thing, they'll be, trying to boost each other's confidence. Hunters' confidence right now feels like it's at probably an all-time low in the SA Nationals, and that is not something that they will like to have. They will like their confidence to be back. They will like themselves to be in a position where they can call the shots again. But again, they've got to put themselves back there. They've got to force the situation a little bit. Push the letter, toe the line. Because if you don't do that, then the Shaheens will still get ground above you.
Yeah, they sure will. Shaheens, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure that the pause timer will come to an end, mainly because we had to go in for a, for nature's call. It's, I mean, since that we're still here all the way from map number 3, of course, there's bound to have some issues, so not to worry, a pause time will be requested, everything will be done, so I'm pretty sure that once we get the ready confirmation from Shaheens, we will proceed to round number 7. Now, here comes the main problem here for Hunters. They've made that impressive performance on map Theme Park 7-3. Clubhouse, Shaheens took things back under control, and now they're here to secure map Theme Park, and I have to say, this is a very scary thing to look at from Hunters' perspective, because Shaheens, on the other hand, Theme Park, they have picked countless numbers of times in the group stages too. So there is high likely chances that Shaheens could secure map Theme Park, and there is more likely a possibility that it could happen. Hunters, on the other hand, they are undefeated, sure, I can say that. But when it comes to the experience that they've gained on Theme Park, it's slightly less than compared to the rest of the maps. So this could cause a major, you could say it could cause a major damage to them, especially once they are, in attack, which it did ended up on a 3-3 equalizer. But on defense, of course, when you say a map like Theme Park, it is heavily defender favored, but a 3-3 equalizer in the first half, this could go in the hands of Shaheens if they can get their coordination right.
That's the thing. They might just be able to, of course, given the way that they've been playing so far. Hunters right now need a moment. They need to, again, regroup and regather their thoughts. They cannot afford a mistake here. Because, again, they've been making just too many of those already. We'll have to wait and see how they play from here on out. But, again, they've made just far too many mistakes so far, and they need to avoid doing that. A 6th pick from a re-pick, I should say, going out of the Nook into the Osa, bringing in the operator more suited for the job for the Hunters. In the meanwhile, interestingly enough, Sparko has brought out a Maestro. Now, that's not an op you see too often. I'm interested in what the thinking behind that would have been. As all things considered, Maestro, great op, don't get me wrong. But with just the Kaid, holding onto the walls is going to be pretty difficult. And of course, Shaheens, they brought the Thatcher as well. So, I don't know, maybe a Mute, maybe a Bandit might have worked a bit better. At least stop the drones while they're at it, right? As Invi's Gemini will be shut down. And that, of course, is information still that there's somebody on the second floor running interference. You've got to get them out. And that, of course, means that the shots are about to be fired on whichever roamer is here. Oh. And that is Sandy. Beautiful shot by the Valkyrie. That's one down, and that's Doctor, the first to go.
Yeah, with the Osa down, those bulletproof sheet could have helped Shaheens in, cementing their hold all the way from second floor initiation room, but turns out that is not going to happen. So Skywalker and Envy, both of them needs to do something about this, and since Sandy is all the way from the first floor, the C4 has already been removed out from Doctor, so they don't have to worry about those explosive utilities, but they still need to worry about the information being gained from the Valkyrie's cams and also from the Maestro's Evil Eye cams as well. So you have tons of information from Hunters LFO. C4 once again pre-placed and pinged in a way that Sandy could at least have some good information regarding this, and once they had the proper information, detonate it and get the kill. But turns out that C4 didn't help out too much, but it'll just open up good amount of lines of sight for Skywalker, and Mighty Ali, removing Sandy off, comes out with an equalizer. Now things are starting to be a lot more difficult for Hunters as Sandy's been removed out. Here comes the denial, and also the denial back from the secondary EMP charges. Wall's been opened up from the maintenance side, and now what will Hunters do, knowing that they've already breached the wall in towards throne room?
Oh boy, that's going to make things a lot more difficult, isn't it? Hunters have lost the maintenance wall right now, as Mighty Ali is going to be slowly approaching that. So is the grenade from Envy. course, it's not going to find anything. Another EMP goes out. Mighty Ellie taking damage. In the meanwhile, there come the smokes. Here's the grenades. Everything is in right about now. And the players are repositioning. Beat so close. He actually gets one, gets two, gets knifed from the back. Skywalker gets that. But of course, mind you, the advantage could still be on the Hunter side. Shots fired. Skywalker knows there's one on the split end. Where is the Melusi coming from the back? But Jittery's position is given away. He can't do much about this. Can't stop the plan from going off. He's going to go in still. Both of the players are approaching slowly but surely. Iana's position given away. Jittery's impact makes the impact. There you go. Jittery with two. And the diffuser will be countered. Hunters just barely walking away with now round number 7. Putting themselves back on the lead. They needed this. Jittery, I swear that impact has got to be one of the most clutch impacts I have ever seen in Siege history. Well, not history, but South Asian Siege history. That impact grenade, Jittery just said, you know what? I'm going to do it. Pokeball go. And he gets it too. That is a straight capture if ever I've seen one. 4-3, Hunters have taken back the lead.
It's kind of like a moment when, Jittery knowing that it's a 2v2 situation. Sparko, just bringing in with the Alda. For a moment there, I thought he would have had the evil eye cam to deny a lot of plant, in which he actually did. But I think shot down.
I think the one overwatching back of throne was shot probably.
Yeah, it was actually shot, because if that did not happen, then the Master could have just easily denied the plant, even with Skywalker holding on some certain lines of sight. And it was a 2v2 nonetheless. But yeah, Jittery, once he threw the impact, he was like, I choose you, impact. And he just, gets the kill just like that. One of the most clutch moments, I'm not going to lie. But yeah. But it did come at a cost, Jack. I'm not going to say that Hunters LFO had a calm time in first floor arena in throne room. It was hell, because Shaheens, they just plowed every single thing that they had, every single weakness that Hunters had. They used to it as best as possible. They made a full-on forgetful, I wouldn't say forgetful, I'd say a very crucial push in towards maintenance room. Blowing up the walls in throne room was a really, you could say on a map like Theme Park, it's a very difficult thing for the attackers to open up some certain lines of sight. But with the help of the secondary EMP impacts, they've succeeded in breaching that wall, and that is in itself a dangerous thing, especially for the attackers having this close to securing round number 8. Shaheens could do this once again, but this time Hunters will be in a different site.
Yep, the site has changed, and of course that means the Shaheens playstyle will need to change accordingly. As once again shots will be fired. Skywalker taking damage right now from the player. What a long angle right there from Sandy, but it's a DMR that he's got in his hands, and that is exactly why he will be the one to win that gunfight. He wants to get more, but the drones coming in towards him will probably give away his position sooner rather than later. Of course, he's got to be careful. Oh, he un-ADS Caesar, un-ADSing at the wrong time right there. Siege timing, folks, if ever I've seen one. That is going to mean that, of course, you've got this first sight on the early, but wait. Sandy's actually right here. He's still in cash. He wants this kill. Meanwhile, a couple others fire off. Wait a minute. Everybody's dead. Jittery and Beat getting so many of them. That's all now down to Envy. Lower Dragon Stairs is where his position is. But is he even going to be able to get one, maybe two? A clutch, of course, seems nigh impossible given his position. He knows where a couple of them will be thanks to call-outs from the rest of the team. But boy, that was a collapse and a half, as the rest of the Hunters are just trying to find where this Amaru went. Now top Dragon, as Sandy's position will be given away. He's going to take shots back at Envy. He's going to approach aggressively as well. Really wants this kill, doesn't he? He's still going for it. Bottom Dragon now into maintenance. And look at everybody just chasing, giving chase at the moment, trying to find this Amaru. Envy gets one. Is he going to be able to get a second here? Shots right through the wall, but no. Rattler comes around the back, finishes him off. Hunters, 2 rounds of the defense back to back, as they are now building up momentum once again. That was a great round from them as well. Yeah. I got to tell you what. Completely shutting down. Envy, hands on heads as well. Can't really do much about this. They've taken another tactical timeout, I do believe, because they desperately need it. Again, they've lost 2 rounds. Theme Park attack. It is very difficult, folks, for a reason. And we are exactly seeing that reason.
Yeah, it was a total shutdown, Jack. I'm pretty sure that Shaheens, went in for a drop down from the hatch, and yeah, it turns out all Jittery had to do was just remove the players off the hatch. For a moment there, I thought there would be at least a trade being made from Shaheens' end, right? But turns out not a single trade was made. And this is definitely putting Shaheens in a very bad spot, knowing that Hunters require only 2-round wins, and they're in defense. So the advantage favors heavily the hands of Hunters, and Shaheens needs to secure a round on attack. Despite making an amazing execute in First Floor Armory and Throne Room, they even used, with the help of secondary EMP, to deny the trick being made from the Kaid. They went in for the push, and then Jittery had to come in with the save, securing that 2v0 clutch. And now, Shaheens, I believe this is their first time out. I mean, one of the pause timer was requested mainly because Shaheens, aka IND, had to go in for the nature's call. I mean, I can understand that. It's alright, it happens. But this is a Shaheens timeout mainly because of how Hunters just neutralized the push from all the way from the server's room and also from the cash room itself. So they've got to figure out a way into why they got caught out in the situation in the first place and figure out a way to remove these main threats of the problem. For a moment there, when I saw Sandy, bring in the Amaru, for a moment there, I just saw like a glimpse of, Onigiri moment, it just reminded me of Onigiri, from Team Elevate, where he used to just hit such great headshots from the marksman while he was on defense. Like, he was like on point with those shots. And once I saw Sandy bring in the Amaru, for a moment there, I thought that was about to happen once again, Jack.
Honestly, it could have. Sandy with the DMR is not to be underestimated, right? You take Alibi away from him, he's going to pick another very powerful defender and absolutely wreck house with him, right? So all things considered, yeah, good stuff from Sandy, good stuff from Hunters. We're going to second floor initiation and office. Shaheens have had their timeout, and they are now back in the lobby. This time, their attack has to change. Doctor, looks like the Twitch is going to be a pick from him this time around. Interesting decision making there to go for the Twitch, but then again, utility has been something that Hunters have used a lot, right? They've been able to use it to get away with quite a few things. So I think that's the idea here for the Shaheens, that, you know what, fine, you guys love utility, we're going to play ops to take away that utility. But immediately, I was wrong. Lion will be brought in instead, but Envy, that's a very interesting pick for me. This is something I was talking to CCV about yesterday, right? That Zero could be played. And Zero is now being played, finally. The Argus cameras that can, with one shot, the only shot that they have, laser shot that is, take out any destructible utility, right? Think nuke jammers, think ADSs, think Valkyrie cameras, so on and so forth. They themselves, the Argus cameras of the Zero, function like Valkyrie cameras. So that is a good tool to have in your arsenal, but how far will it help the Shaheens? We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, the moment of truth is finally here, Jack. Action phase is present. So is Envy bringing out Zero, the Argus cams, which could prove very useful in gaining information and denying good amount of utilities. But how will Hunters respond to this? Because at this point, Hunters have no idea that Zero is in play, nor is Lion, and that too, Doctor is bringing in the marksman rifle at that. So this will be an interesting one, and I believe that the timeout that Shaheen had used, I'm pretty sure that Hunters will also, know exactly what Shaheens were doing at this moment. So it always comes down to the counters, and this is a really great thing coming in from Doctor's end, using the secondary EMP charge to neutralize the ADS. But Sandy, my god, at a very off angle, will be detected from the attack drones, but he still wants to contest this. No, he does not. He will lose the gunfight. Doctor, the power of the marksman rifle will secure the kill, and with Sandy going out, then for Hunters, this is not looking good from their end.
Not a good start, not at all. Doctor winning the gunfight because the DMR is, in all factuality, of course, much more powerful than the 9mm C1 that the Frost packs. And it can be spammed at a higher rate of fire as well, technically speaking. So it's a great gun to have, and Doctor taking it full advantage of it, as it were. Meanwhile, the Hunters rotating around, trying to get back into the site, reinforcing off all the rotates that they made. They're turtling up, as is the case here. Envy has been down. That's an instant down as well. Is that a frost mat?
Don't tell me it's a frost mat trap.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yep.
Oh,
he can get revived. He can get revived. No panic from there. That's one Frostmat already taken care of. 2 more remain. Envy's not going to be too happy about that either, as it were. But he's going to get on the drones. He's going to get on his cams. He's going to see what he can see. Find what he can find. These drone holes that Hunters are using to try and get some damage done to the attackers. Also very important stuff here. But mind you, they've all gone into the site. 37 seconds remain. But the thing is, Shaheens don't really have to worry about flanks per se. They've also got claymores. They've got the nomad air jabs. A lot of things can go their way. Rattler taking a ton of damage right now, as he will simply have to hold off against all odds right now. A breach has been taken, but Rattler, FMG smoke, gets the first one. That's Envy finally down. And Skywalker taking damage will find Rattler in return. There goes another one. Caesar with a kill back. Jittery playing inside of security, but it's almost undoable. Beat now coming around in the rotate. His rotate might be heard. Shots fired again. But there you have it. Doctor gets that kill. And Hunters turtling up was just not the right idea there. I'm not sure why they went for it. No late flanks. No anything. They just went back in the site and kind of expected it to work. That's not how it goes, guys. Come on. Of course, Hunters of all should know better than that. But hey, mistakes do tend to happen. They still have a lead. We're going into round number 10. It is 5-4 in the Hunters' favor still.
Yep. Mistakes were made, but for Hunters, this could be a crucial one if they lose one more round, because Shaheens using that timeout really did help and understood exactly what Hunters would go out with their aggressive push. Once Sandy was removed out from the Doctor, you saw how Hunters decided to just fall back and try to turtle hold the side, which is in fact really didn't work out well, because for Shaheens, that's exactly what they wanted this to happen. Even with the breach not being opened up, or even though they don't have any secondary, they did had a hard breach to open up some certain lines of sight. They did by opening up a second floor bunk, right? So once they made in for the push, they realized that all players are currently bundled up. There is no flanks. And all we have to do was just push in, secure the kills, and they did exactly that. Even with the Frostmat trap that did caught out by Envy, was forced to be in at least on 10 HP. He still made a really great job at pushing in towards the side, giving ample amount of information for the team so that they can proceed in with the trade nonetheless. But now we won't be able to see Zero being brought out, but this time it's been swapped from the Jackal. You see, having that specific gadget that can detect any defender who's been roaming around. It's a very great tool to deny any defenders, players like Sandy or Jittery, who usually roam around, particularly on the sides. It will be a difficult task for them to deal so. And look at Envy already opening up the hatch, trying to use some, or should I say, gain some important utility. But turns out Jittery is in a bit of a trouble, all by himself, blocked around both of the corners. Will we see some protection being made from the side of Hunters? No, it does not. He's going to be stuck in that particular place. Concussion to increase, or should I say give good amount of information, but no, he still wants to challenge this gunfight. Jittery is still being safe, but if he gets found out by one of the attack drones, they could say that he could be in trouble here.
He could be. He's got to be so careful about the position he's in right now. Of course, playing storage over there. Not the best position to be in for any defender, but it's got some cover to work with. Here comes the E1D, and that, of course, will make sure that the defenders stop moving, as it were. There was one in the hallway, but Doctor can't quite line up the shot for now. Beat, I believe, was the player coming back. Could have been anyway. And that, of course, means that the rest of the defenders can still stay all hunky-dory. Jittery still playing outside the side. The rest of his teammates, most of them anyway, back in. Sandy playing second floor, interestingly enough, with the Valkyrie. Cameras out and a C4 in his back pocket. He's looking for somebody on the balcony right about now. He could potentially find one, but the others, they are here on second floor, arcade, bunk, and daycare. Sandy's got to come around, find them in the late game. Is there a nomad? No, there is not. There are no claymores either. And there goes Sandy to find the first kill. That's a big one as well. Envy going down. He's going to look to find another one. Coming out towards waiting room through initiation. Has to wait, has to bide his time. Grenades out. Beautiful grenade, but no! He just about lives it. And he's got a wall to cover him as well. As, of course, that means they can't quite finish him off. But the drop is into battle room. Sandy might have heard that, or anybody else might have. Doctor goes down, and there goes Mighty Ellie. Jittery with 2. Huge drops in barrel. Can he get a third? Not quite. Skywalker shuts him down before things can get too dicey. But mind you, there's a reinforced wall that they can't open any longer, which means they need to get in their sight. They're going to go to split. One will give away their position, but there's another player as well that they need to worry about. Spark on the other side. Doesn't matter. Sandy gets the kill. Caesar going down. Caesar finds, Caesar's grenade found Beat. The last player still going down as well. Ooh, I almost got confused by the kill cam right there, because Caesar went down, but then Caesar's grenade found another kill. But no, he tossed the grenade before he went down. That's why the kill was taken. Anyhow, throne room goes to the Hunters, and folks, finally, the Hunters will take match point. 6-4 to them. They are 1 round away from finishing this otherwise very long game right about now. And if they are able to, then the Hunters will certainly be in a position to do a lot of good for themselves by getting into the grand finals, getting a day's rest, and having full intel on what enemy they'll be going up against, because the loser of this game, they go into the lower bracket final, right? And if they do, they have another match on stream against MercenarieZ. That's another very difficult game. Shaheens want to avoid that, so do the Hunters, because if they play tomorrow, then they don't have as much time to rest, relax, and recuperate from this game. Both players, both sides now know this fact. And MercenarieZ are not going to give them a good time of it. Not at all. No siree. So there's a lot to be had here. Bunk and Daycare, the site of choice from the side of the Hunters. Curiously enough, no lab and storage from them. They just want to avoid that site because, again, like we said before, they've done good work with that site before. It's very curious to me that Hunters have decided not to play that site so far, because an off-pick like that at a time like this could work. Now, that's an interesting place for Sandy to be in. That prone peak?
I mean, not only just that, Jack. Mighty Ali is bringing the Montaigne this time. They're in match point. Shaheens are bringing in the big guns as of now. And this Shaheens, they have to be careful when they make plays like this, because I've seen the same example happen on map Clubhouse, and if this doesn't work out, then Shaheens might have cost this round as well. Let's not forget, Hunters are in match point. Good usage of those drones to detect exactly where those frostmat traps are. But the main problem of it all, it has to be Sparko. He's actually prone in. Does the player know exactly his location? Because he's currently hiding right now. Let's not forget, the site is on second for Bunk and Daker. Yeah, actually, no, it's
Sandy,
not.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's Sandy who's focused on. Again, apologies. I thought it was Sparko, but no, it is Sandy who's currently proned out. Information will be given from Beat, indicating that the Montaigne is just pushing very aggro. He's just going to go in for a quick reinforcement. It's just a fake as of now. The time is what Shaheens needs to be careful about. A minute and 30 seconds, they have good information. All they gotta do is just convert those information into kills. And here comes the smoke gas canisters to deny some push being made all the way towards the bottom side.
They need that, of course they do, as Skywalker's going to go for a little bit of a breach with the Selma used up, but Sandy gets the first one. Caesar going down. That's the Frost with one. At nearly a second, Skywalker would have gone down, but of course the AK-12 wins out that gunfight once again. You've got the Montaigne, who's got a lock on one of the other defenders' positions. Could potentially go for a big play from there right now. He will be requesting some help, but Rattler finds Doctor. That's your Lion gone as well. E1D scans are lost, and the vault is in. They can't find these players, not in time, as they will simply fall back. Rattler has only used one smoke gas canister as well, so that is another point of contention. Jittery's got a long angle right now, overlooking the new breach that's been made, and Skywalker goes down through that very same breach. Here comes Envy to try and peek this, but Jittery isn't flashed either. Mighty Ellie trying to do something right now. He will allow for a kill to be taken, but he's taking so much damage from a smoke canister. In the meanwhile, he goes down. It's all up to Envy, the last hope for Shaheens right now. And Rattler from Yellow Stairs will finish off the fight. And Sparko once again, celebrations to the camp. Full thumbs up. The Hunters are all smiles. They will go ahead, folks, into the grand finals. 7-4 to them on the final map after a 7-2 victory, and then of course a 5-7 in map number 2 as well. Boy howdy, I'll tell you what, that was a game and a half for all of us here at the Esports Club at South Asian Rainbow Six. What a game indeed. Hunters, I mean, like I said, right, say what you will about their issues and say what you will about the mistakes they make, Hunters still really make for a very, very entertaining game, right?
Yeah, it really was, Jack. And map number 3, Theme Park. I've got to say, Shaheens, they really did bring out the big guns. They really kept changing most of the operators. We see, we saw Invi bring in Zero one time. We even saw Mighty Ali bring in the Montaigne. Despite favoring a lot when it comes to gaining information, once they pushed in towards the side, Hunters had complete control in the situation no matter what. It's the same thing that had happened on map Clubhouse, where Jittery had secured 3 kills while being as the Montaigne with Shaheens. Remember that round?
Yep.
I knew I was so worried that Shaheens might have ended up losing the same round just like they did on Clubhouse, and guess what? That exactly is what happened to Shaheens. But for Hunters, they will be very happy that they will get their 1-day break for tomorrow, in which they'll be prepped and ready for the grand finals. But for Shaheens, they're not out of the competition just yet, folks. They will be going all the way down to the lower brackets, where they will have a final fight up against Team MercenarieZ. And I've got to say, that lower brackets decider matchup will be an amazing one to look at. But for now, let's take a look at the match highlights itself, as we get to see Hunters and Shaheens make an impressive performance in this first half.
Very impressive indeed. Just good stuff from them all around. Both teams really. Sure, Shaheens may have lost, but they've still got a second chance, right? And even with all that notwithstanding, Shaheens had great performances in this map. It's just that they couldn't quite close it out, right? They would have loved to, but they couldn't quite do the deed when it was required of them the most. And Hunters were just simply too good at the end of the day, outplaying them in most scenarios, not all. Hunters still made some pretty big mistakes, as it were, some pretty silly mistakes here and there, rookie level stuff that we have seen them do before. But it is what it is at the end of the day, right? They were able to win out the round. That's what really matters here. I gotta say though, some of the plays from the Hunters in this theme park were comparable to some of the plays they made back in Villa, right? If you look, folks, at the right hand side of your screen, you'll see that Villa was a 7-2 for the Hunters, and then 7-5 to Shaheens. It was a tough fight, but once again, on this very defender-sided map, Hunters were just out there. You know, they were out for blood. They were shooting not to thrill, they were shooting to kill this time, and they got those. Absolutely, rootin' tootin' shooting their way to victory. And overall, just some great stuff from both sides. Again, both sides. I gotta emphasize this. Shaheens, great plays, great stuff, but unfortunately, the good performances from them, the stuff that was winning them rounds, they were doing it too few, too far, right? They were like, there were too few of them, and they were not frequent enough. And because of that, unfortunately, they couldn't quite string together enough rounds to really push for 7-5 or overtime or something like that. But it is what it is, folks, as the match has ended and the match summary will be going live in front of all of our viewers at home. This one is one I want to see. There you go. 12-6, 80% cost to Jittery, 2-0 on entry as well. But that's not to speak less of the others, of course. 11-7, 11-8, beaten Sandy, 73% each. Sandy's 4-2 on entry, 1.22 survival rating, 91% cost to Sparko. Think about that for a second, Baba. Sparko, only 4-4. He was there the whole game, but he got 4 kills, died 4 times. Every other time he was just support. He did not have to do much. He didn't have to stress it. The rest of the team was doing that work for him. Rattler, 8-8, 64% as well. Nobody in that Hunters roster had a quiet map. Everybody was firing on all possible cylinders. Shaheens, on the other hand, however, not quite the same story. As you can see, Caesar really doing a lot of work. Same with Skywalker, 10-7, 7-10, 73 and 64% each. Doctor 7-8, but 45% in terms of support, couldn't really contribute much to the team, right? Even as a Lion, right? He was getting taken down so early in the attack half as well. Envy, 6-11, 64%, doing a lot of the support work. Mighty Ali, 3-10, 36, one of the quietest maps I've seen from Mighty Ali in the Nationals so far. Not the best of performance, and I'm pretty sure Mighty Ali will be very, very not happy. Will definitely be not happy about that performance from himself. But again, it is what it is. Some nights it just kind of tends to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, Jack. And talk about Sandy's performance, though, in this entire South Asian Nationals. He is in top when it comes to, securing his initial kills. That is 4 initial kills in map number 3. Map number 2 and 1, it also had the same repercussions, right? Sandy was he was on point, securing those first frags that eventually you could see him be in the player spotlight too, Jack, because the way how Sandy performs, you always love to see Sandy be in this aggressive play style when he plays as the Sophia on attack, or maybe even when he plays Valkyrie or Alibi on defense. Because when he finds the opportunity, he will make sure to get that kill no matter the cost. And also when it comes to backup, Jittery, my God, the information from Villa, and also when it comes to those impactful kills, giving the opening for Hunters exactly while they needed it to, securing post plant, and my God, I've got to say, an amazing performance being done, being relayed from Hunters LFO. But you still gotta give props for Caesar, this man right here, playing as the support, playing as the flex role. He would eventually put a lot of pressure towards Hunters' end, both Caesar and Inve, right?
Yep.
Even though both of the players being as a flex player, they always give a lot of tension. They always challenge those important gunfights. But turns out in the player spotlight, it's not Sandy, but it's Beat. Okay.
I think it's down to just overall contribution, not just kills, right?
Oh yeah, true.
Because you
Absolutely,
look at Beat's cost percentage, he's maintained 75% across 3 maps. That is hard to do. And sure, main operator might show Sledge, and that's probably what he plays most of the time, right?
Yeah.
But Beat, of course, has done other operators justice as well on the attack. Malusi on the defense, 1.37 overall survival rating. Good stuff, really. 1.37 rating in general is just really good. It's pretty high as well. 32 and 16, exactly 2 KD as well, maintained across the 3 maps. Good stuff, and pretty much guaranteed 1 kill per round from Beat. So again, great performance from Beat. He is our player spotlight for the night. Hunters, once again, of course, going into the grand finals, as it were. Team stats, we'll talk about more about the whole brackets and stuff in a bit, folks. But of course, as you can see in the team stats, no one is a slouch here. Sandy, 30 and 26. Jittery, 33 and 22. Sparko, 15-18. Beat, 32-16. Rattler, 18-22. Plenty of kills, plenty of support being done as well. It's just that Beat collectively had the best stats out of the bunch, the best cost percentage, or a better kill per round ratio, or a better KD, or a better rating overall as well. He's actually got the best rating out of all 5 of them right now.
Yep.
And that is something to be very proud of. Beat really outdid himself today, but that is not to say any less of the rest of the Hunters. They performed very admirably.
Yeah, all the players from the side of Hunters LFO has done an amazing job, and they'll be very happy knowing that they will have a 1-day break for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But the same thing cannot be said for Shaheens, because they will be fighting for a spot on towards the grand finals, and that they have to go up against Team MercenarieZ. And talk about MercenarieZ performance, though, I'm not going to lie. When they went up against Hunters LFO, they were in the same situation. They went all the way towards deciders, and that's because of the return of Hasib. That man right here, Hasib, he is one of the most dangerous players for both Shaheens as well as Hunters LFO. And as we take a look at the map vetoes itself, we went all the way towards deciders, 72 on Villa, 75 on Clubhouse, and also we had our final map, Theme Park, 7-4, with Hunters LFO securing their spot into the grand finals. And now all you gotta wonder is who would be the second team who will have a spot, especially in the lower finals match, which will happen for tomorrow, folks.
Oh, yes.
Will it be MercenarieZ? Will it be Shaheens? Well, let's take a look at the brackets.
It is MercenarieZ versus Shaheens, folks, for lower bracket final tomorrow, or what you would like to call the second semifinal. Depends on your persuasion. But it is, of course, that match that all of our eyes will be moving to, as it is the match that will determine, is it going to be the age-old rivalry of Hunters versus MercenarieZ, or is it going to be the new rivalry that has started since the fall edition of the Pro Series, Hunters versus Shaheens? We'll have to wait and see. Shaheens will have another grudge match against the Hunters after this, but so will the MercenarieZ. Both of the Hunters' victories have been 2-1, so it's not exactly been a walkover by the Hunters either. They've had to fight for this position, and now they are here at the very top of the, well, almost the very top of the table. They're now at the top rung, but they have to make that final step, and that is the grand finals day after tomorrow. They've got a day break. Fantastic for them, right? Allows them to regain energy and allows them to get good intel on MRCZ or Shaheens, depending on which one wins tomorrow. They will be the final opponents for Hunters, one step away. And conversely, I should say, for MercenarieZ or Shaheens, whoever goes ahead, the Hunters will be their final opponent. The one final wall to climb over going into the final topmost spot in South Asia. This is the Nationals, folks. There's nothing greater than this in all of South Asia, as it were. But really, all things considered, some fantastic games once again today that I, myself, Blackjack, my co-host, Babagusta, and of course, our colleague, the real CCV, Assassin47, our producer, and everyone in the back end had the pleasure of bringing to all of our viewers at home. Once again, this has been the South Asia Nationals, presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. All the links will be down in the description below, and of course, if you don't want to miss the grand finals and the semifinals before that, make sure to subscribe, hit the bell, follow the channel, follow R6 Esports SA on Twitter, and of course, the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter as well. But with all that being said, folks, we've had a great match tonight. Great couple of matches, I should say, and we'll be back tomorrow with more. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. fresh on the scene. Back out 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 fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your death without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your death without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your death without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.